Ike is very worked up tonight.
Get the fuck out of my way. Metal Mario, try hard ass, having ass. They're in my fucking way. You're bothering me a lot. God damn, what is this clusterfuck shit going on here? Get off my ass! Oh my god, the check's lying! They're on your side? Ain't nobody else's side!
I would do a lot better if nobody hit me. Oh my god.
This. Fuck this
Got a
game!
blue shell! God dang it!
Fucking rip
Fucked up mic at the end.
Motherfucking rip
There's a sigh at the bottom.
Wow.
Hey, first of all, he thought he had a chance to beat me, which was fucking hilarious. He thought he had a chance to beat me, that was hilarious. But then he thought I was going to allow him to get second. He thought I was going to allow his punk ass to get second. Not on my watch. Not on my watch, motherfucker.
Oh my gosh.
He was just sitting there at the start-finish line so I could pass him.
He thought I was going to allow that. He thought he was going to beat me. He thought he had a chance there.
I watched him do it too. Everybody, it's a goddamn conspiracy. You're all in on it. Get off my ass.
What's going on, everyone? Oh, it's Tuesday night's main event. I'll be honest, I haven't seen that full video, but I do remember when I passed Mike at the start-finish line and he wasn't moving, and that's what it was. It's so good.
The audacity of Mike to be wearing the crown after we just saw what happened. I don't know. That seems a little silly to me.
I'm living my truth, Ryan.
Listen,
Right?
the show started to get way out of hand before we even started. So now I don't know what the hell's going on, but we got a full panel here tonight and we got a lot to talk about. So Ryan with a polo shirt, what's going on?
Look at the way all these dumb motherfuckers are dressed on this stream, and you're gonna call out my polo shirt.
Yeah,
look at all these
look
people.
worse than all of us.
Excuse me.
Yeah, no, I actually had a couple. I actually had a couple things to do
Look
today.
good, man.
So, well, thank you. I had a couple things I needed to do today, and I didn't really have time to change. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. There's a lot of bullshit to talk about this week. Between everything is going to be all white. Between Lord of the Rings, Return of the Kangs, and of course, I know Ripa. I don't know if he's eating wings or ribs, but I'm interested because I'm starving as shit right now.
Got some baked chicken, got some broccoli.
Ooh.
We got some mashed potatoes as well. So yeah.
That does sound
Hell
good.
yeah, that
I'm
does
ready to
sound
go.
good.
I think I caught him off guard with that Lord of the Rings there.
Well, you guys see Ripa. I'll let him continue chowing down. Let's go to the guy who begs to get on Tuesday night's main event, and now he puts on this fucking wig with a trucker hat.
I was told I had to. That was the only way. I mean, now you're saying no? We had like a big talk before it
Nobody
Drunk will throw you right under the fucking bus.
Nobody told you that. Nobody. Dre, there's only one thing to say to
What
this.
am I?
This is not okay. It's just not.
What am I? Then what am I doing?
That's a good question, honestly.
Sometimes like it just
What are
sounds
you
like Jay's
doing?
not in control of somebody. Well, where am I? What am I? Where does hat come from?
How you doing, Drunk 3PO?
I'm good, man. Things are good.
Are you enjoying seeing the meltdown from the Karens over the Universal and Disney lifting
It's
the mask
so
mandates?
wonderful. And I keep, you know what's funny? It's like I keep poking at them, and they never say anything back. It's
Oh,
like
I've been
they're scared.
that one
It's-
chick. I've been roasting her like on Twitter. I've retweeted her
it's
several
like,
times.
So yeah, like Disney and Universal like got rid of their mask mandate, and these people are just like they're freaking out about it. And I'm just like, good, please don't go. Like stay home.
Well,
put 'em
and
back on.
it's the same thing about like no one's telling them they can't wear their masks. They're just worried about forcing everybody else. That's the type of people we're dealing
Somebody
with.
wrote, and I have to find it again, but someone was like, I'm going to bring a camera to everyone not wearing a mask. And those are probably the unjabbed people walking around the theme parks. And you're like, man, is it really that serious out there? I mean, yeah, I guess it is. So there we are. But whatever. It's like, honestly, we live in Florida. Like Disney was the last thing in Florida to require a mask. So now that's kind of done. So,
well, it's good
to go.
You know, that's good. We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. But it is funny to see them cry. Like they're like, somebody said, Rip actually commented on one. This lady goes, I just bought an annual pass, Universal. Can I get a refund? And Universal responded saying, no, you can't. And then Ripper responds, no refunds.
he went Bernie Sanders on him.
Yeah, that's the Bernie Sanders classic, man. Yeah. Bernie Sanders hashtag no refunds.
No refunds.
No refunds. So funny. Oh my God.
It's good to watch them. It's good to
stuff,
watch them,
man. Good stuff.
Absolutely. Gothics.
Yo.
Been a long time since we had you here. You had you on Friday Night Tights, what, about a month ago? I
think so.
5 weeks ago. So, well, happy to have you back. How have you been?
I've been good. Just, making content. I got engaged recently.
Oh, congratulations.
I feel like I'm
congratulations. We got to give you a proper clap for that. G4 in the house. But in all
by the way,
seriousness,
I'm going to snitch on Saul. When y'all were out here, he told me he was going to do that.
He told me that.
Yeah, and him and I we were talking about, because obviously I had just got married and he wanted some, advice on some stuff. And it was a cool conversation to have with him.
Yeah.
And like, it's funny, we talked so long, like between that period. I forget why you had left the table or whatever, but we were talking about all of that when you had left the table. So it's cool that he finally did it, man. Big shout out to him and you as well.
That was awesome. And even that ring is diverse. I saw that ring, so it's pretty impressive.
Hell
no
yeah.
refunds.
Well, congratulations. No refunds.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
Yes, very much. Congratulations. You had a hell of a week with this everything's all white bullshit. So, man, like your reaction, I saw it a couple days ago, was 350,000 views.
Holy shit.
Your reaction to your hell yeah.
I activated angry black woman mode.
Hell yeah. And you've watched the first episode. Correct?
That's going to be uploaded tomorrow. I had to trim it down because otherwise it would have been a 5-hour reaction video. But I reacted to it. I tortured myself and have a lot to say about it.
Hell yeah, definitely. Well, happy to have you back. Mike, Epic Mike, fresh off of yelling, just rolling right into the angry light-skinned black man stereotype.
I used to think there was something called brotherhood or, I don't know, loyalty or anything, but apparently not. Because, the worst part about it is, and this is how petty I am, I went back and watched Rippa's stream to watch that moment. And he planned it. It was pre-fucking planned. He was like, look at Mike back there. Look at his ass back there. Think he's going to get third place. Think he's going to beat me. Not on my watch, motherfucker. And then drop that bomb. I'm still fucking pissed about it. There's got no goddamn reason for you to throw that
highlight of his
bomb.
week.
You fucking Krista's right off to your right. You could have thrown it at her ass.
Yeah,
nothing. It's a goddamn conspiracy.
You think there was going to be like some loyalty or brotherhood there because of what? Your skin tone's closer to mine than it is to his.
Listen, it's not about the skin tone, Ryan. It's about the blood. All right?
Blood?
Jay don't right now with the Krispy Kreme hat. Listen,
what does that mean?
I went full angry black man on that stream. Fucking embarrassed myself. Got text from my wife asking if I was okay. I was literally standing around my room.
I know, man. You shouldn't do that. It's Black History Month. You should be educated.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Jay. It's Black History Month. You don't throw bombs at people.
Coughing.
Fucking Mario Kart.
I didn't throw a bomb at you. I let you win because that's what I had to do that.
No,
I just assume Mike only gets like the first 2 weeks of the last 2 weeks. You don't get both.
Listen, I'm just out here trying to survive. That's all that matters. Listen, I got called a hero a year ago, and now I'm just some fucking light-skinned dude on Twitter. I don't know what am I supposed to do with myself. God damn.
He did darken his character to kind of
Yeah, I gotta
Yeah.
make fun of for my character being too light. There's no winning. You just do what you gotta do. You know, it is what it is. But no, I'm glad to be here. You know, we finally got more diversity. We're outnumbering the whites on this stream for the first fucking time ever. That way, Jeremy can't put us all in the bottom because there's not enough of us to get us all on the bottom. Figured his ass out. Now got him fixed. Now.
Good to have you here, Mike. Good to have
man.
you, buddy. Krista Nova. How are you, Krista?
Hi, I'm good. I think I'm starting a trend here or something. I'm a trend
Yeah,
starter.
yeah.
You told me to put it on.
The comments when
Unfortunately,
everybody saw Krista with
unfortunately,
the
it's
wig.
only it works for you, not so much the other two people. that
Yeah,
are doing
it's
it.
itchy.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, so
I was
She's rocking
hoping
the
that
shit out of
Krista was. I was hoping Krista was cosplaying as the Little Mermaid, not so we could see her outfit, but so she'd lose her voice.
Oh. I love
Fucking
that one. That was good.
You've been rehearsing that for a year.
I've been waiting the entire stream to say it. I didn't want to waste it on the before stream, so that's when I get the racist jokes somewhat out of the way, not the sexist jokes.
Love it. Love it.
Oh, good to have you here, Krista. She's actually sent me a clip that I'm going to show you guys that she told me about this like a month and a half ago, and I just never even like saw the message or whatever, so I never saw it. Wait till I show you guys this. I can't believe this because she told me, she's like, if you react to this, it's going to get a lot of traction. Almost like the Chris Gore message, Ryan, about what was that Chris Gore sent you the message on? Santa
Inc.
Yeah,
that's what
Santa
Chris Gore
Inc.
was like. Hey, just watch this. You're gonna cringe, and it's gonna be worthwhile. And then I made like 20 videos on it, so it was.
Yeah. This one's so bad, almost as bad as our next guest, pink-haired Ivan Ortega.
What's up, everyone? I'm here to bring some joy, some positiveness to this stream. Yes, for anyone in the comments that is wondering, yes, we do have some diversity hires here in Geeks and Gamers, such as the case of that inbred over there, D-Day Cobra, and the other afterthought, Ryan or whatever his name is. So yes, just FYI, in this diverse panel full of inclusion, we do bring sometimes mentally challenged people. So that is just for the pleasure of all the viewers from Alabama and Missouri.
Oh man, nobody's safe to be roasted. This is how the real world should be. That's how this stream is. Nobody's safe from being roasted. Everybody gets roasted. That's how game chat is. And that's how the real world is by normal standards, not this fake world that social media has given us. The hijabi gamer. It's been a while now. One of the main reasons I reached out to you, now that we've had you on several times in the past, people were telling me about your Halo rant because you apparently had a legendary Halo rant about this new series, but it's great to have you back. How are you?
I am great, thank you. I've been playing Warframe, and by the way, just this whole the roasting. This is not a bath towel. This is a tablecloth.
Very well said. Very well said. Well, I'm happy to have you back, and we're gonna get your take on Halo a little bit later. I know you said. Do you really want that rant? We want that fire. We want it. So it's gonna be a little bit later. I want to show you guys this clip. Let's go ahead and jump right into this. This is the clip that Krista sent me. Okay, have you guys seen this trailer? I can't believe this flew under the radar, but look at the like to dislike ratio. Have you seen this? Pinocchio, A True Story? Have you guys?
I haven't watched it, but I saw the video. Somebody shared it on Twitter.
What's the timestamp, Krista, of that line?
Let me look right now. So,
I don't know if we want us the whole thing because they may claim us.
Right.
Pauly Shore.
13 seconds.
13 seconds. So we'll just let it start out. So it's in the
Or
first...
actually, yeah, go to 10 seconds, in fact. Yeah, go to 10.
Okay, so listen to this right here. Listen to this.
It's about pizza. I don't believe my eyes. Your name will be Pinocchio.
Father, when can I leave to be on my own?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I take in Pauly Shore's Pinocchio then.
Listen to this one more time. Listen to this one more time.
Father, when can I leave to be on my own?
Why does he? It sounded like he was like I don't know, being.
No, let me tell you, I was wasting my time on TikTok the other day, and I saw that as a clip, and I thought it was a joke. And then I went and watched this thing, the full thing. And yes, this is real. This is completely unedited. And that's how he sounds like. If you watch the entire trailer, just that plus the rest. It's amazing.
He doesn't know how to talk any other way, I guess.
I mean, that is how he talks. I guess if you hire Pauly Shore to be Pinocchio, that's what you're gonna fucking get.
Yeah, but there's some extra emphasis on soy in that, dude. Like I know Pauly Shore talks like that, but there's extra emphasis for beta male 101 right there. One more time, and I'm not listening to the rest of this fucking trailer.
Father, when can I leave to be on my own?
To be on my own.
Wait, the actor's a guy?
Yeah.
That's a man making that voice.
Yeah.
I don't believe you. That can't possibly be a man.
Wouldn't think so, would it?
Not a real man.
The only thing that would have made that gayer is if you call him daddy. Like, god damn. Like, I'm like, oh.
Wait, is that Pinocchio meant to be a female Pinocchio then? And he's trying to make it
Oh, no.
Oh, maybe it's a trans allegory.
People are saying that sounds like me in the chat.
Don't get Gothic started. Don't get Gothic started, okay? Like that's the mentality they want for men. That's what they try, or that's what they want. You know, it's like that meme where it shows like the man from the 30s or whatever it was, 40s walking, and then it shows like this soy-filled bitch with, you know, tight jeans rolled up to his thighs, and it's like, what happened to men? And it's like, that's the image they're trying to put out. That's what they want men to be.
It's ma'am.
It's pathetic.
I love the memes that are like, you know, your grandma showing you pictures of your grandpa. It's like he's leaned up against a motorcycle in World War II. And then it's like your grandkids looking at pictures of their grandpa. And it's like a dude on TikTok with like a puppy dog filter or something. Just looks like a bitch. Like that's the world we live in, unfortunately.
You know what? I am the one with pink hair right now, accentuating my most feminine side. And I feel more masculine than that Pinocchio.
You are more masculine.
Just saying, like.
Yeah, right here. This is the image I'm talking about. Right here, that one. Like that's.
Oh my god!
You know,
what
this
happened?
is why birth rates are going down.
My favorite part about that is
I've
like
never
Cary
dressed
Grant,
like that in my life.
Cary Grant was rumored to be
The one on the
gay.
left?
He's still more masculine than the dude wearing the shirt.
2017 picture.
Oh.
What the fuck is with them shoes? Why is he not wearing socks? Like,
you know what else it reminds me of? I gotta find it.
Imagine looking at that person and being like, you know, the shoes are really what throws the outfit off for me.
Exactly. Where's the socks?
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
So would
like,
socks make it better, Mike, if you had socks on?
No,
maybe.
no.
Maybe.
Nothing will make that better. As a
This right
straight
here.
woman, I am telling you, nothing can make that better.
If his path happens to drift in front of a city bus, it might make it a little bit better.
They're right here. If
We
this
add
is
some red to it.
if 2022 was a picture, it would be that right there. Like
Oh my
that.
god!
Oh,
Like
Seriously?
it's what is wrong with you, dude? What is?
Well, first of all, he's rolled up his jeans a little too high.
Yeah.
Do you remember when Ben Shapiro
Yes,
put
I
out that
did.
video of him buying one like
Yes.
2-foot plank of wood?
That's exactly what I thought of when I saw that Ben Shapiro thing. But yeah, like this is what's wrong with this is pathetic. Like, and the fact is I'm almost certain that this is a real picture. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell? But this is the world we live in right now, and that's why we gotta fucking
Hold on.
I mean, you didn't want to put tread on the tires right away.
We love
Yeah.
Ben, but that's what I thought of with it in the bag.
Nobody does that. Why did you
Why is it in the bag?
bought one piece of wood and put it in the fucking bag? What?
So it was because like Home Depot did something, like they did something, whether it was like not jabbing or not like they did something, right? And Ben's like, yeah, I was just out here about in LA, and I just decided that I needed to support Home Depot, so I went and bought this nice, this fine plank of poplar. I can't wait to use it for something. And Like, it's just what it made me think of that.
I can't keep that wig on anymore. It's itchy.
I just don't know why.
I'm more manly, and I'm a 5'1", 100-pound woman.
Like, why the fuck did you put it in the bag like that?
5-inch TVs.
I don't.
Oh man. So
No,
that
I
kind of
have a question for the ladies.
Okay.
Not you, Ryan. So
Ivan, you gotta lose the wig. I can't take you seriously. Like, you gotta lose the wig.
Let me ask you, when have you ever taken me seriously?
You gotta, like, there's only one response to that wig.
Disgusting.
The fact that you own it's disturbing.
Yes.
He just had it ready to go. He's like,
He loves that.
You never know when you're gonna need it. You
It's
never
not
know.
like he had to dig it out. Like he literally is like, "Oh, should we wear wigs, Krista? Are you sure you want us to wear wigs, Krista? Are you sure you don't want us to wear a wig?" 2
I
seconds
want to
later, he
launch
had
my
that.
TikTok career. Okay.
Yeah,
Just saying.
Listen, this is Jay and Ivan's decision making. Go, hey, Krista's wearing a wig. Well, let's us wear. Okay, it's not the same, guys. Trust me, it's not the same.
That's
in
really
any way,
not
shape,
what
or
happened, but okay.
It's not the same. It's not the same. Wait a minute.
You're generalizing.
Jay is gonna actually say something didn't happen that gets repeated on a live stream. Maybe go watch one of your own streams for 2.5 hours. There's a lot of that in those, Jay. Oh, they don't invite me on Tuesday night's main event.
I've never
I'm not
said
good at
that. I don't know who started that rumor. Never said that. What happened was,
whoa, here we go.
Ivan said, I've got a wig next to me. And Ryan was like, that's kind of funny that you would have a wig. I think it was Ryan. It could have been somebody else that said, it's kind of funny that you got a wig right next to you. And I said, well, actually, I have one too. And then Chris was like, hey, put it on. Come on, everybody, put it on. I was like, okay.
Yeah, you were definitely forced by everyone. It wasn't your own decision to say, oh, actually, I have one too. Let me join you. No, we forced you into it. Sure. We did. God damn it. No,
what
but
did you say?
Go ahead.
Four?
But my actual question for the ladies, like a lot of people that I've seen that wear this, like the crop tops, and they're trying to be so feminine. They say that one of the excuses is, at least, that it's more attractive to you guys because they show you that they're more in touch with their feminine side. So it's like, oh, we get you. You like, we understand you, sister, or something like that. The question is that attractive to you in any capacity?
I don't want to share my wardrobe with my significant other. No.
Like, go ahead.
I will say that I think there's a very small percentage of people out there that are like very insecure about themselves. So it's almost like they'll want to have someone like that so that they never have any fear that that person could leave them or attract another female. So I think there's like a small percentage of people out there that would hunt something like that down, but I wouldn't be interested in those women at all in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it's the people that are constantly pushing the victim narrative. So they try to create reasons why people are going to, laugh at them or make fun of them. Well, guess what? In the real world, everybody laughs at you, makes fun of you. It doesn't matter who you are. In fact, the more successful you are, the more you typically get roasted. Look at, like, I don't like LeBron James, but LeBron gets roasted like more than any athlete. Because he's so successful and he's a piece of shit and he's a dumbass. But but still,
he's some
even
literal
like
garbage. But yeah,
Tom Brady. When Tom Brady loses a game, what happens? The internet just goes off on him, memes the hell out of him. It's part of being made fun of as a form of acceptance, if anything. You know what I mean? Like that's just how it's always been, especially in my world. Like I remember if there was like, okay, if there's somebody like you and your boys are hanging out, or maybe you're on the job or something, and then there's literally a mentally handicapped person, like, and I'm talking like a real person that has issues,
right?
You don't roast that person for real. Like, you don't. You're like, hey, you need something in real life. If there's somebody who's really messed up, you don't roast them, but you do your friends.
Michael Scott said it best: you don't call retarded people retards. You call your friends retards when they're acting retarded.
Yes. Thanks, Memology. Thanks. Rest of us aren't here. No problem, Meme. Appreciate you, buddy.
Wait, Memology is Mexican?
Memology, yes.
From Honduras.
Oh, from Honduras?
Yeah, they're all
the same
Mexican.
thing. I didn't know that. Memology, what's up?
He's not here for you.
I like how now he's like, oh, he's Latino. Oh, what's up? Hey,
Mexican?
yo,
He's my best friend.
Yeah, like I'm gonna make him like the godfather of my next born son or something.
Well, it's still funny to me that you're like, he's from Honduras. He's like, yeah, same thing. What's up, man? We're best friends.
Memology, like, can we get a super chat? I mean, you know, just comments. I mean, come on. I mean, what's up? It's not like you don't have the money. Algorithm gold over there.
I commented on his latest DSP tries it memology video. It was a 24-minute and 42-second video about Darkside Phil explaining how his Valentine's Day went. It was the most boring, dumbest thing ever. And I got to the end of it and I typed, I don't understand what possesses DSP to tell these fucking stories that are so boring. Who the fuck cares about this? Who would want to know? And then I realized I just listened to 24 minutes of it. So I left that comment on his last video.
I will call Ryan. I'm like, hey, what's going on? You know, he'll tell me what's going on in the news or something. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, watching DSP clips. That's literally what he does in his free time.
Yeah.
Ryan's not playing video games or watching movies he likes. He's watching DSP clips. That's
sorry, Ryan.
That's his escape right there.
I mean, makes me feel better about my life. That's for fucking sure.
But yeah, shout out to Memology. We love Memology. I've talked about it all the time, man. But like that dude's always had our back. You know, always looking out for us, and love him, man. Love everything he's doing. George Molo for $100, and George is out with a he had a root canal, so that's why he's not here. No, Jay didn't take his spot tonight. That's what everybody was saying. But yeah, George, all hail you beautiful bastards. Feel like Frost invaded. Let's see. Loved Mike's Mario meltdown, much better than murdering people. All hail Geeks and Gamers, always forward. Thank you, George. Hope you get to feeling better, buddy. Hope you get to feeling better. But yeah, it's like seriously, it's
George,
like,
thank you.
Root canal's an awful thing to go through. And to be fair, he told me, he's like, I'll come on for an hour tonight. I'm like, dude, no. You know what I mean? Take it easy, brother. So yeah. So but yes, appreciate having him here. All right, let's get into our first topic. Gothics, we got her here for a little while tonight. Now I know you have a video coming out tomorrow, so I don't want you to give too much away, but everything's all white. You had a legendary reaction, and you apparently have watched the first episode. Yes. Why would you do that to yourself?
Well, I was scrolling through my comment section and I saw a lot of people telling me that, you know what, I shouldn't judge the show based on the trailer and I should give it a chance. So I said, okay, I'm going to watch it. And so I tortured myself and I reacted to it. And as I was saying before we started the show, it would have been like a 5-hour reaction video if I didn't trim it down. Like that's how much I was pausing to criticize it.
Oh my gosh. So based on the trailer, is the show exactly what you're expecting based on the trailer?
Oh yeah. It's racist. It's nonsense. It's terrible.
And right now, if you go and look, we all know that this is a compromised site, but it's still it's got a 3% audience rating.
Wow.
Not a single critic has reviewed it.
Yeah, no critic wants to touch this show. Interesting how that works, huh? Memology. Jeremy is convincing. Here you go again. Where's the wig, Ryan? Hey, Memology's asking Ryan. You gotta.
I don't have a fucking wig. The only wig I own is an Alec Baldwin wig, and I threw that out somewhere.
But yeah, as far as this this show goes, I mean, I firmly believe that these are the things that we take full advantage of to mock and laugh at and roast and, you know, take full advantage of just shaming these people, because that's all they deserve is publicly being shamed over and over again, because based on the trailer itself, and then obviously Gothics is you know, confirming that it's exactly what you expect from the trailer, which how couldn't it be? I mean, that's such a pathetic piece of propaganda, but this is some of the most blatantly racist stuff I've seen from the left. I mean, and that says a lot considering how blatantly racist they've been. But I mean, do we know how many episodes the full season is at this point?
3.
Is that
I believe.
it?
Right, Gothics? It's a 3-episode miniseries.
There's a bigger list. I think it was more than 3 episodes that I saw. Whether or not they're going to release it, I don't know, because I find it difficult to believe that they're going to release all of the episodes when they're getting this much backlash. And I don't know if you saw it, that chick that was in the trailer, the one with a pink blouse, Amanda Seales, she ended up blocking me on Twitter because people kept tagging her in my reaction video.
Really?
That's funny.
And then this is what gets me. She proceeds to say, well, if black people have an issue with it, they're coons. It's like, you know.
Oh, of course.
So it's like, okay, so this video isn't for white people. This video clearly isn't for black people. Then who is this video for? It seems like race doesn't really matter when it comes down to it.
Yeah,
it's for 3% of society based on the not only the Rotten Tomatoes, but also the ratio on that trailer.
Right.
It's about the same. About 3% of people like that.
Yeah. Well,
I loved in the comment. The reason they disabled the comments is because so many of the comments, because they were open originally. It was open. Anybody could leave a comment down there, but so many things had more likes than the trailer did. And a lot of it was, you know, as a black man, I'm disgusted by this garbage and it's disappointing. Shit like that. They didn't want that there.
What is the ratio on the trailer now on the reaction trailer? What is the ratio? Because before you tell me that, before I share this, I want you to tell me that one and then I'll see, because I've got another one pulled up.
I think it's somewhere around like 3 to 4%, but let me verify really quickly. God, Showtime.
And those are
a bunch of dumb videos.
And those are all bots anyway that have the upvotes on it. No one's genuinely reacting to that in a positive way.
Yeah, so it's 2.6 thousand upvotes to 90,000 down. So it's about 3%.
All right. Well, how is this for a ratio? How's that for a ratio? 41,000 up, 400 down.
Nice.
That's the ratio right there.
Nice. That's pretty good.
Ratio. So. And as it should be, you know, because and again, check out Gothic's reaction and subscribe to her channel if you have not, because she's awesome. And you know, she's she makes a lot of people uncomfortable. Usually when you're like, it's the oppression Olympics thing with these weirdos on the left, like they can dismiss somebody like me and Ryan really quickly. Then there's somebody like Ripa that really bothers them, though. That really bothers them. But then when it's a black female that talks out again, oh, that's the next level. That's why Candace Owens catches holy hell from these people. Holy hell. I mean, the things that get said about her are absolutely horrible. I'm sure you get a lot of that, probably not on as much of a level as her, but I think you're heading to that place in terms of reaching so many people and getting so much attention. And, you know, it's disgusting how these people operate. Anybody that defines someone on race and gender is a fucked up person. If you define another individual specifically on race and gender, you are a racist. You are the person you're projecting out there into the world. And people are just so tired of it.
Just the frustrating thing is that there's not a lot of Muslim women in hijab who are speaking up, because the few times you see people dressed like me, they're people like the woman in the trailer.
Linda Sarwar,
and it's like, most Muslim women I know aren't like that. And it's like, but they don't speak up. So it's frustrating that most people are going to see this and see, oh, Muslim woman in hijab, leftist lunatic. I actually called Ilhan Omar's office and said, stop it. You're making my life harder as a Muslim woman. Dear God, why don't we have any sane Muslim women in public?
That's what? I'm gonna I'm just gonna have to bring my burrito into the mix, because I've never really felt, and this is gonna sound weird. This is really gonna sound weird, but I've never felt more Mexican than when I moved to the US, because it was so heavily emphasized. Like when I was living in Mexico before I came here, I never really even gave a second thought to, oh, I'm a Mexican, therefore I should do Mexican things, you know? Like it was just the normal thing to do. But when I came here, it just got super emphasized. Like people wanted that to be my absolute culture. Yeah, I joke about it. And yes, like it's absolutely normal that you ride your donkey to Walmart, but that is just because it's the normality for me. It's not, it wasn't never emphasized until they were telling me that should be just your personality.
Yeah. Yeah, that's well said. That is. That's well
you
said.
didn't even realize you're eating dog shit candy until you moved to the United
No,
States.
no, no. I read it.
Here we go.
From the Dominican Republic.
Look, you piece of goddamn shit. The reason why this country is such a fucking hellhole is because of opinions like that. You fucking afterbirth.
Oh.
This is why incest should be forbidden. Right there. Right there. You goddamn fucking homunculus piece of shit.
Homunculus?
Yes. It's a word in the dictionary.
I don't know. One of the reasons I don't think, one of the reasons I don't think the country is, in a good state right now, maybe because they're not sending their best. Just saying.
That's all you do. You're just gonna spread your legs and let's see what comes.
I mean, I'd prefer if there was a wall down there personally, but
I mean, thank my family for that one.
But no, it is though. So Kat brought up an interesting point. So how has the identity politics stuff, how has that impacted you on a day-to-day basis, considering that you're out and about, you wear a hijab, and how does that affect you?
It's funny at first after 9/11, because I was wearing this after 9/11. It's funny. You hear a lot of the people talking about how they're being treated on the right and being censored. We were dealing with that after 9/11. And then in the last 10 years, things got better. And nobody ever noticed it. I've dealt with so little in the last 10 years or so, maybe 8. And then all of a sudden now, I've never been asked, what race are you, until recently. It's like, I don't fit in the white because I'm Arab. I don't fit in the black because I'm obviously not black. And it's like, it's only in the last year or two where it's all of a sudden, we had a meeting at my job and they're like, you have special groups for different types of people. It's like, I don't want that. I want to just be one of the regular employees. And yet, yeah, he's right. It's never been this bad where you're separate, but at the same time, I don't want to be different.
Yeah.
I just want to be a gamer.
Yeah. It's just so crazy because, I mean, we're not that far removed from when this country, this super racist, terrible country, elected a black man named Barack Hussein Obama.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Who has an arguably transgender wife. So, there's not, you can't sit there and pretend this country it's just always been so racist. We're not very far removed from that.
Well, and in my opinion, and I don't even think it's an opinion at this point, Barack Obama, who I had no problem with his presidency, he made race relations in this country significantly worse, with his behavior and how he went after, every opportunity he could. And then you had the media pushing that nonsense and all of that. Goddamn chat's going crazy after Ryan's comment.
I love how Ivan just secretly put his wig back on.
I didn't even notice it.
He did it so quietly. He's like,
you gotta keep the composure, Yeah, I feel like this is back in my emo days, right here.
Oh man, but yes, it is, and it's, dude, what we're seeing in not only just in entertainment, but I mean, we've seen all this other stuff. It's so bad.
All I can think about is that clip where Obama calls her Michael. That's all I can think about right now.
Man.
Oh man.
But yes, even if you look at what's going on with Canada and all of this right now, and the Gibson Go, it's all connected, man. And that's the point I've been trying to make for years, is that this entertainment stuff can use these political people on the right can just dismiss the entertainment stuff as just nerds bitching about their entertainment. No, it's not. The reason that it's being infiltrated in so many places is because these motherfuckers, the left, has used that to weaponize it. That's what's happening. And and they benefit from the fact that so many people going, I just don't want to make any comments. I don't want to get called a racist or a sexist. Fuck them and their accusations and their fake labels. Quit letting them have power over you. Have an opinion and step up and say something.
Yep.
Because that quiet way, a passive aggressive way, ain't gonna fly. Go ahead, Jay.
No, I'm saying We've seen that they put together shows like this, and they are trying to use social media and entertainment to push whatever propaganda, which in their mind they really think that's going to change things. But you never see these people going into the neighborhoods and maybe fixing a school or like bringing real change into like communities and things like that. They just think if they spend all this kind of money on some kind of beautiful television show, it will bring the change that they want to see in this country. But you never see them on the ground doing anything to help their neighbor.
Well, no, don't care. If you tell everybody how good of a person you are and how much you love black people and women and all that shit, then you can give yourself a self-congratulatory pat on the back, and then all your colleagues will give you a fucking award at the end of the year, and you feel good about yourself, and you can go about living in your fucking mansion.
Do you know where those awards are going? Like when Seth Rogen comes out of all people and says, "I think people don't care about the Oscars anymore." You know, that's what's happening. Like which one was it? Golden Globes? Like they didn't even air that on television because nobody cares. Like we don't care anymore. We don't care what these people say. We don't care what they think. We don't care that they want a pat on the back. Nobody watches. Nobody wants to see them get an award. And now you have like, I guess the Oscars coming up, which they'll probably end up streaming it on some channel because nobody wants to watch it. And it's because they come out and they just try to tell you what to do. Like, if you listen to me, it'll be a better place. But you never see them. You have to you judge people by like their actions and what they're actually doing. They're not doing anything but just vomiting stuff out of their mouth. That's where we live in.
They won't have a real conversation, kind of like what Ripa had on his channel just a few days ago. We were talking about that before the show. Monetizing
a real
your
conversation
haters. Well, it was a real conversation from Eric's perspective. I don't know about the other one, but the best part to me, and I didn't watch all of it, I watched about half of it, but I know the best part was when he's like, "Well, I know, Eric, I know you're trying to monetize your haters. But that's okay because I'm using you for the same reason." And Rip was like, "Is there anything you want to promote? You got the floor." Oh, no. Just because it was just like he wasn't, you caught him red-handed on that one. It was so
I'm not
damn
gonna
good.
do that.
Yeah.
That's your average back and forth with people on like that you respond to on Twitter. That's why I have those segments. Like most of those people that I have those segments with, bring them on. They're from like a Twitter comment or a YouTube comment. And you can go look at the playlist. They all are on the same shit. They're a bunch of fucking retarded people that really aren't fucking knowledgeable on anything it is they're talking about. But you know, the thing about the internet, particularly in text comments, people can get away with sounding like they know what the fuck they're talking about. But it's one thing where you have to atone for that stuff via verbally in a live setting where you're forced to think on your toes, or you
can't Google it on the live setting.
Yeah, you can't do that. And you just see how, again, ridiculous these people are. And this is what I signed that segment off on saying, like, for people that, you know, I know a lot of folks that are in the creative space aren't as confrontational as maybe I am or Gothix is, or, you know, Jeremy or Ryan or anything. So they get a lot of bent out of shape, maybe seeing people say all kinds of fucked up shit. And I just like to do those segments and remind people you're dealing with literal retarded people, inferior people. There's no reason to sit up there and get bent out of shape with those types of fucking dumbasses because they literally don't know what the fuck it is that they're talking about. And if you give them the opportunity, which is the beautiful thing about a lot of those videos, or, you know, where I have people on the show and give them an opportunity, you notice I don't say much. You know what I mean? I don't have to, because I can, you know, you give them the rope, they'll hang them fucking selves.
Yeah.
And that's, again, what happens when you're dealing with stupid people. So that's the people that you're generally going back and forth with on social media. A bunch of retards trying to get a reaction. And once they can't get a certain one, they fucking malfunction, because remember that they're literally stupid and they're on a script. There were multiple times the guy that we debated where, like, towards the end, where he's all like, you know, he's like, what do you have against haters or all this other stuff? Because he was going to try to say that I was one, and I said I ain't got no problem with him. I love to monetize him. He was like, oh, I'm glad you said that. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and explain what I was. He was on a script. He was gonna say whatever he had to say about me being a hater or something like that. Either way it went, he just is on a script. But that's how most of them are. they're stupid people. No reason to get bent out of shape. Just laugh at them like I do. Yeah. And if you are in a position to monetize them, make some fucking money off of these fucking people, man. It's free content, bro.
Yeah. Well, it's like Ryan, you remember, and at some point today, I'm gonna do more of them. But the hater streams we did on your channel, none of these people spent months just crying about me, about I'm the worst person on the fucking planet. Okay, open invite. If you hate me, come debate me. We can have it out. Yeah. You know what I mean?
It's a fucking waste of goddamn time.
They were all just like, man, Jeremy, thank you for hosting. Like, what? Supposed to fight. Go ahead, Ryan.
I spent days tracking some cocksuckers down to try to get somebody who's been talking shit about you to fucking talk to you about it. And only a few of them actually rogered up. Yep. And of all the people that rogered up, all those motherfuckers still hate you, even though they left that stream like, well, Jeremy, I really respect you. Blah, 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 blah. Now they all fucking hate you again because they would just rather make hate videos. Jesus fuck.
Well, one of my favorite parts about that too, at the very end, the fucking guy was like, well, Ripple, you know, I came on your show and I kind of beat you. I kind of whooped John there. And Ripple goes like that. He goes, well, I mean, it was at least a draw.
He did say that. He was like, I kicked the shit in. And he was like, well, it was at least a draw. And I'm like, bro. And I said, you know, I grew up boxing and stuff. I was like, man, there's a lot of people that take L's and then they try to take a moral victory. If that's what you want to do, even though you lost the fucking fight, that's what you want to do, man. You're welcome to fucking do that. And he just goes to start just rambling. And I'm willing to bet he was like literally punching the fucking air after that stream.
He's the dude that got outpointed 12 straight rounds, and then when that fucking final bell rings, like, yeah.
That's exactly it.
What the hell happened? Like, you lost every round. Hell, you didn't land hardly any fucking punches, and then he's coming out of that with his hands up in the air, like, yeah, I did it, motherfucker. Like, yeah, you got your ass whooped. That's all. But if that's the more victory that you want to take, let him. But I'm willing to bet he went to sleep like, fuck, man, I really sound like a fucking retard. And now the public know, because that video is not going anywhere. And I told him that. I was like, I tried to help him out. I was like, hey, just a reminder, bro, I am putting this video out in its own segment. So this is going to be fucking public, man. And he still went on his tirade. And yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It was good money, man. It's like my second whale tracking video.
Did you get your $90?
Oh yeah, $90. He was telling me I made $90, $92 is what it was. I was like, I didn't know that, but all right, man.
Yeah, he's like, oh, 30,000 views, you'll get $90. I'm like, really? Because I don't get $90 off a 10-minute video that I upload. I don't get $90 off of 30,000.
I was like, what? But this is the thing. I think he was trying to insult me with that. And I was like, bro, think about it. I'm doing 3 videos a day. If I'm making $90 off of them bitches, that's like I'm eating off of that, like easy, like real fucking easy on just those videos are fucking long, you know what I mean? But I think he was trying to insult me. It just didn't land well, you know, and that's why he couldn't. That's why, because he wanted
didn't land well.
Yeah, he was trying to, like, I guess because he was starting to insult me, like he did that shit with the band, like he was like, oh, well, you do music. Your music careers are very lucrative. I'm like, actually, dude, it's been very lucrative for me, man. I've been eating on my music for a while now, and now it's like basically passive income because like, for example, first record with Backwards, the album's out, so it's been out for like 4 years, and we're still making fucking money off of it. I'm like, yeah, it's been very lucrative. And he was like, oh, well, I guess because of your channel, mediocrity sales. So I was like, dude, you're flailing right now, man. You're fucking flailing.
Yeah. Well, Rip was like, I own all my own music, and he goes, oh, is that? I wouldn't brag about that. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, it's like
every fucking artist in the world wishes they own their own fucking music. Like,
yeah, he's like, that's a real brag or something, he said. And I was like, yeah, dude. I'm just telling you that's what happens when you make your own music and people like it. A lot of people like it. You get millions of clicks, and you own it. You get a lot of money from it. So it was no way not. I mean, you look at like our most like self-ownership music video alone has like 1 million some fucking views. Like, I don't think people understand that's a lot of fucking money that we're making on that one song right there, not including all the fucking other ones. He just didn't get it, but it is what it is. Like I said, you can't. And that's the thing about these weirdos. Oftentimes we have things that we do that we're perfectly fine with. You know what I mean? So it's weird when people try to make fun of that. Like, okay, you're in a band. all right, you can't insult me about me being in a band about bringing that shit up, because obviously I wear this shit on my sleeve. But I guess it's their own kind of insecurity. Maybe it is about him, because remember, the guy's like, he said he was a writer of 46 years. Man, he didn't have anything to plug.
Oh God!
I guess if you're a writer for 46 years and don't have anything to plug, yeah, I guess you would think you're insulting me by saying I'm a successful musician.
I love what I can't remember what point he was making. He said something about, he's like, well, as a writer, 46 years, one thing I've learned. Would you like to hear one thing I've learned? You're like,
not really.
Not really?
No,
not
no,
really?
Yeah. And he's like, oh, cool burn there. Yeah, very original.
I was like, no, you asked me, and I'm like, no, I really don't. There's not anything out of
I'd like to stay on
conversation
point. I'd like to stay on point.
Yeah, it's like I don't care about what you've done before. Remember, I gave you an opportunity to plug your shit, and you didn't even want to take it. So what the fuck you feeling unless you've been a writer for 46 years? You ain't even got nothing to plug. It's a cell phone.
He's just doing that well, Rip, obviously.
Yeah,
that's why he has an anonymous like YouTube account and created a Twitter account literally just to talk to you.
Yeah,
gotta love it.
Probably one of his greatest joys this year. So you probably made him really happy.
If it's anything like when those people talk, like those people still reference the moment they got to talk to me on Ryan's channel. They're like, I had a conversation with Jeremy, about 3 years ago, and like, oh my God, really? Is this the most important thing that ever happened in your life? Like,
yeah.
Again, if I'm such a terrible human being, why is that the highlight of your life years later? You know what I mean? Like, that's what you hang on, that we had a 10-minute conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
I mean, again, maybe I'm a little more
losers,
important,
man. Like,
I know.
People suck, man.
Now, are you gonna continue to review everything's what the fuck's the
Oh, hell no.
Everything's all white, whatever.
I don't think the other ones are going to be released on YouTube. So
I don't think so either. I'm not paying for that shit. I don't want to torture my eyeballs with another episode.
Yeah, I heard that. So you've been blocked by, who was it that you blocked you from the show?
Amanda, the one that did that ugly laugh.
Yeah,
oh,
the one who's
okay.
like, I hate how white people always play the victim. Also, I hate when they kill us.
Yeah.
That was her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
oh
God.
What did she do? What is she? I thought she looked familiar. Like, where's she in?
Comedian, and she's in Blackish. She's in like all these woke shows.
Oh.
And that's the thing. I had no idea who these people were. I had to like do some research to figure it out. So I'm guessing that they needed the money to do this because
I saw Linda Fox for her. I mean, anytime she's talking, it's a fucking terrible take. Whenever
Bun B.
But then I saw Bun B, and I was like, God damn it, man! They got
that
motherfucker.
That motherfucker is literally waving a Confederate flag in like some old ass music
man,
videos.
He's from the South, man. Like, the fact that they even. I wonder what they paid him to be a part of that. Because holy shit, man.
Yeah,
like,
it's ridiculous. But go ahead, Mike.
I was just gonna say, that's the thing. Like the experience, it's easy for them to immediately dismiss anybody that's white or doesn't look like they're the right color to them and say, oh, you're just a racist, so why the fuck will we listen to you? And the second anybody that actually is, from their race, or like you said, because in Hollywood right now, the most diverse thing you can have is a black woman or a gay black woman in anything. It's why every single show now has like a gay black couple or anything, because that's their idea of what real diversity is. They're like, look at how diverse we are. But the second anybody that fits any of those check marks for them tells them that they're wrong, or tells them that their narrative is skewed, or their attitude about shit is wrong, or they're furthering like actual harm towards people because of the way that they're segregating people out, or like make it, that they lose their fucking minds. Their programming can't handle it. They're not designed. They don't design these stories to ever hold up any scrutiny by the people that they're claiming to signal for. So it's just it's embarrassing, because I've had people, like white people, tell me that I align with my oppressors, or oh, you have internalized racism. That's the buzzword a lot of times, internalized racism. Well, you don't realize that you actually fucking hate yourself because you're black. And so if you just realize that and got rid of that, you'd agree with everything that I say about you, and the fact that you're oppressed, and that the world around you sucks, and that everything about you sucks, and the world hates you, and all that shit, and the only way that you're going to feel any better about yourself is if you watch my fucking show and make me money. because that's really what it's all about at the end of the day. So it's just, it's just embarrassing watching that. And then you have somebody like Gothix who's like, hey, guess what? Like, by all your fucking metrics, I'm bulletproof. And you're still going to come at me and call me a fucking racist. Like,
by all of your metrics, that's perfect.
Yeah, and
Gothix, you got to use that one. Next time you're debating one of them. That's so good. That is so good.
But it's just crazy. It's embarrassing to watch them constantly tell Black people how they're supposed to feel about stuff, or watch them go, or or watch how like Kat said, how they're furthering like the stereotypes that they don't want to be furthered about themselves. Like, you shouldn't have to feel like you're being othered because they're constantly calling you an other, but that's what they demand you live like. You're fucking Black. Like, why don't you have the swagger that Black people have and all of that shit? They don't understand why you don't fit the stereotypes in their own head. And like Jeremy said, it's because they're fucking racist and think that that's how all Black people act. So yeah.
I hear something. I don't know
God,
if you can hear.
Fucking damn it! I don't fucking hear it.
I hear the galloping.
The
galloping of the donkey of truth. It's coming to dump a massive steamy bomb truth on you right now, and this is really what it is. Racism. You're not born with it. You're taught it. There's a story of these two kids. One of them was white, one of them was Black, and they wanted to confuse their teacher. So the white kid, I think, shaved his head, and they asked him why. Oh, because the teacher is not gonna know which one is which now. And you can see the innocence in the kids, that they didn't see race. They just saw each other as themselves. They saw each other as people. And they were like, oh yeah, because he doesn't have hair, my friend, and I don't have hair. Now we look the same. It wasn't about their skin color or anything. It was just that innocence. So whenever, and this is something that has got me very worried, you have impressionable kids with that innocence. And then you have all of these things like, everything is all white. It's just a medium for them to learn, oh, I am a murderer if I am white. I am a victim if I am Black, or I am supposed to hate that. It is just another way to teach people how to be the most racist they can be.
Well, and you're right, and it's being funneled through public school system. It's bad. It's really bad. And I'm sure a lot of parents can kind of confirm that in a lot of ways, but it's really bad what's going on in the school systems. And, that's dangerous, dude. And we even see it with what happened like this past weekend with the Super Bowl. All these woke celebrities, the same woke celebrities and the same politicians that have been pushing to mask children are in a stadium with 80,000 people, and none of them have a mask on. Quartering put out a tweet showing Hassan in his car by himself with a fucking mask on, but at the Super Bowl with 80,000 people, no mask. Because it's nothing more than it's a charade. That's all it is.
He had his fingernails painted though.
Oh, ew. Ew. I don't like it when men do that. That's just, no. I
No
like
actual
when men
women do.
Hassan's not a man. To be fair.
No, I have to agree with that.
That is true.
I don't know what he is, but he
needs his mom to make his lunch and shit for him while he's reacting to hour-long TV shows and not saying anything.
Yeah.
So,
No, but
still one of the guys that I just don't. Everybody has their niche. Everybody has it, and sometimes it's not meant for me to understand, and I usually can accept that with Hassan Piker. I don't know what the fuck the intrigue is, because like you mentioned, he's not a creator. Like, it's not like and he's not particularly smart either. In fact, he's a fucking retard. You can tell him I said that.
I was gonna say particularly. That's quite quite generous.
He's a dumbass. All right, like just being put.
Thank you.
Yet he's, he found a niche audience over there on Twitch where he kind of dominates despite being fucking retarded. And I don't understand it. It's not for me to understand. But to the point, these guys, they never have been scared of COVID. I've been trying to tell people this for fucking 2 years. All the mask shit was an easy way for people to virtue signal that they're doing something to help other people, which is why they always worded it, oh, the mask doesn't protect me, it protects you. So it was miserable people. It gave them a sort of out to feel like they were doing something when they weren't really doing shit. So like as Drunk was saying earlier, with the ending of mandates and all of that stuff, and you got all these Karens who are all pissed off about it, is because, hey, look at now there's no reason for me to signal or anything like that in regards to my mask and it being wearing. It's not like these guys are actually scared of COVID. I guess, to be fair, the only people that would be still wearing a mask these days are the people that would claim to be still scared of COVID. But in regards to like the politicians, the upper echelon of what people deem as society, those guys have never been fucking scared of it. Yet this is what's crazy about it, and where I kind of direct my criticism of like the people, is because despite knowing all of this shit, a lot of folks are still advocating this shit and going on with it. Even though the people that are the actual aggressors don't actually believe in any of the shit that they're advocating or that they force upon you. They will lecture you. I mean, Eric Garcetti's going around talking about, well, I was holding my breath, and it has 0% transmission rate because I was holding my breath as they were taking a picture. Like, what the fuck? Holding your breath for the entire Super Bowl, I guess this time. That's a very, like what Sarah Gonzalez said, he's probably in the Guinness Book of World Records if he was doing it fucking for that long. But these guys aren't scared of this shit. It's something in regards to these rules are for the fucking peasants. It's not for them. It's for the fucking peasants. Yet people still look to these fucking guys for advice and leadership and shit like that. And that's my criticism of everybody else, to still putting this, like, still going on with this charade that is COVID-19 or whatever the fuck it's called these days. Omni-Man variant.
I don't know if that's the variant anymore. We don't even know.
Oh, it's not.
Anymore.
Oh, yeah, that's old school shit, huh?
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
I can't keep up with whatever variant.
They don't even. I don't even think it has a name anymore. They just gave up on it.
I'm on the ground. You see, I am in New Jersey. I'm in retail. I'm dealing with this on a daily basis, and I can tell you, there's some really crazy stuff. Like we have what's called curbside, where you carry out the person's product to their car, and I've had people who will be in their car with the window closed, wearing a mask, and they're supposed to show me a code on their phone. So they'll hold their phone up to the window, and I'm looking, and I'm holding their 50-inch TV on my shoulder. Where do you want it? And they point, and they want me to open the trunk, put it in the car, and the number of people who are wearing masks in New Jersey, I'm not making this up. Like, it's happened over and over again, where the window's rolled up. What do you, and one person at one point, the trunk wouldn't open, and I'm carrying their product, and it's like, you got to open the trunk for me, and
I
there's
have to
nobody
remember
gives you,
that
like,
there are places still like that. You know, I know I'm in Texas.
Get me out of here.
Florida,
Yeah.
You know, so I have to kind of bring myself back down to earth to remember there's people still going on with this shit, even to a worse degree of what, like, people maybe being around me that, look, it's not that many people still going on with it, but you see an idiot or two with a mask on in the.
No. I wish it was an idiot or two. The employees.
Yeah, it's like more than an idiot or two.
No, seriously, the employees who come into the store before the store opens. So, like the warehouse people that I work with, nobody wears one when we're in there before the customers come in, because we all know it's BS at this point. But the customers, I'd say about 75% of the customers, and they don't have to wear them. There's no rule in New Jersey that customers have to wear them. So I'm looking at the customers like, are you insane? I'm not making this up, parents without a mask on, and their 2-year-old child is in a stroller wearing a mask. What the hell are you doing
criminal.
to your child?
They're trying to protect you.
So I'll say this.
The child is wearing a mask. It's disgusting, and the child is pulling at it.
Yeah.
I've seen children with masks, and their parents are not wearing them.
That's criminal.
Like I said, I'm on the ground. I'm in retail. I'm in a big retail store. We get a lot of people, and at least 75% of the people are still wearing them. You're looking at them like, what? Why?
I want to say this, Kat. The fact that you carry around a 50-pound television, if I'm a betting man, I bet you're stronger than most of these people that are wearing double masks, no matter what their gender are. So
you can just take the TV; they can't stop you. You they won't get out of your
just
fucking
push
car to
them
stop
over
you
at this point and just.
They're not going
So
to get out of your
by the
car
way,
and
I'm
come
not
back.
one of those women who, I have to always get that man to lift the box for me. No, I've had him like supervisors be like, "Why didn't you ask one of the guys?" Like, because it's a 43-inch. That's a baby TV. If I can't do a 43-inch, I don't deserve to work here. 55-inch, yeah, I could do 55.
Well, see, and I'm cringing inside listening to her stories because I worked retail for 15 years. That's what I did before YouTube took off. And retail is one of the most painful experiences to deal with the general public because there's a lot of dumb people out there that just you ask yourself, like, how did you get from your house to this place? How did you get into your vehicle and drive here if you can't figure out what the price of this is that's literally sitting right here? But knowing how that whole experience went with people and you have to bite your tongue with people. You have to sit there and listen to it. They'll cuss you out. They'll call you every name. The customer's always right. And you have to do that. That's just part of it. Knowing all those experiences I had and to know what she's dealing with and what the retail workers are dealing with now. Oh my gosh, man. Like
I can just imagine like Kat's co-workers opening like the backroom door and she's like doing push-ups,
No, but on the other hand,
here's your TV.
on the other, I don't need a gym. I'm lifting TVs left and right. On the other hand, you get some genuine, really nice ones. Like right before Christmas, I brought AirPod Pros, the little teeny tiny box, out to a woman, and I give it to her, and she's like, "Here, buy yourself a cup of coffee," and she gave me $5.
Oh, nice.
It's not like something big. It was a teeny tiny box. She was in her car. She's like, "Thank you so much," and so every now and then you'll get this customer who's like,
she like walk out like.
Are you allowed to take money? Because when I was working at Walmart for a time, I wasn't allowed to. Yeah,
we are allowed.
Yeah, we weren't allowed. For me, of course,
I did in a fucking heartbeat. I'd take every single fucking dollar any of those motherfuckers gave to me. I'd take in a second.
Yes.
Don't
tell any of the
pushing
upper
carts in the
management.
fucking winter. Of course, I'm gonna take that shit.
Well, yeah, and don't get me started. I know we've talked about it recently. Don't get me started on the machine to push carts now. Like, that is, oh my god, it's pathetic. It's pathetic.
Well, we don't have that.
No, I know, because I know where you are.
Are we getting that?
I mean, you might.
Probably not.
No.
So, but yeah, it's I feel for Kat with this whole retail thing because I mean, with COVID and everything,
I'm already started. I hate when I go to Walmart or Target and I see one of these fat fucking sacks of shit that's collecting the carts and putting it in that motorized thing. Literally, just like looking at his phone as he's strolling down and it's pushing for him. Fuck that fat loser. I literally was doing this shit in an Indiana winter with snow on the ground, pushing carts. They're sliding around. You got to make sure you're not getting hit by a car. Some old fuck. These fucking lazy. Oh my god.
No, dude, like back then we used to compete. Like who could push the most buggies without it breaking apart. I remember
without hitting a car, basically.
Yeah, hitting a car or an old lady walking by. Like it don't really matter. Like back then, like this is like late 90s. You know what I mean? Like this is how old I am. But back then it's just it was a different world. And I've talked about it. I mentioned it on this show, I think. But like back then, you could tackle shoplifters, and then you started to see that it slowly started to change.
I couldn't do that.
Slowly
touch them.
Yeah, you can't even. You're like, I saw this person stealing, and they're like, no confrontations. Like, what? I can't stop this guy? They're like, no, you can't confront them. You can't even say anything to them. I'm like, what the hell?
We had a guy walk out with 2 iMacs, the big iMac computers, walked right out the door. We couldn't do anything. We saw it on camera, and then everyone's face is covered.
The only people that can do it is loss prevention. Not even, I don't think store manager can actually confront them
anymore. Our security. During the holidays, we actually had a police officer for the last week before Christmas stationed at the store, and they get paid so much that we can't only do it except during that 1 week. But no, even the security person can't do anything. They can maybe say, "Hey, you know, did you pay for that? But they just walk out.
Okay, at least they only got IMAX. Apple products are shit. Fuck them.
Yeah, but they're expensive. A box this big is $30.
See, all you gotta now, what you gotta do now is you just gotta just pay two dudes off the street and be like, you see somebody walk out of here with some shit and they didn't pay for it, beat the fuck out of them. Like, just
all right. Let me get this.
Hang on before you go into the donkey of truth bullshit that nobody really cares about. Gothics, how much longer do you have? I don't want to keep you. So
I got like about 10 minutes.
Okay, all right. So you got time for a donkey of truth story.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't a donkey of truth.
You'll regret it when he's done.
I just want to say I love your poster.
Oh, thank you.
The plasmids run from BioShock.
Oh yes,
awesome.
yes. Thank you.
Which Netflix is doing a live adaptation of.
I guarantee you they're gonna make Big Daddy gender neutral. I have a feeling.
Can't fuck that one up, can they?
No, it's gonna be bad. It's going to be so bad. So yeah,
big
all
person.
Right.
So
big person. No. They won't even call him big. That'll be too offensive. No, just person.
Yeah.
No, my question is like literally because I haven't kept up with the news, but so literally you could just go into a store, get some shit, walk out with it, and there's no repercussions. Like this
He's
is
so fucking excited right now.
It depends. Well, it depends what store. It depends what store, and it depends what part of the country you're in.
What store per se?
Well, if you're in California, it's a free for all. You can do whatever the fuck you want for the most part. Because
and poop on the ground when you leave.
You got to steal less than $1,000 worth of product if you don't want a fucking felony.
So if you go like 3 times a day,
then you're
still
good.
1,000,
right? And you're wearing masks, so nobody knows who the fuck you are.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Ivan, don't worry. First of all, even if you're in like New Jersey where we don't have that law, everyone's wearing masks. The security cameras are garbage. No one's really gonna do any effort because every store has insurance. So you come to, I'd say, Walmart, Target, Kmart, Best Buy, you walk into any of those, you grab an arc beam or 2, which we had happen. Someone walked off with an arc beam, the Sonos, which are ridiculously expensive. You walk out.
Look at fucking Ivan.
Nothing happened. No one's gonna know who you are. No one. They're gonna send out an alert. So maybe if you do it enough times, they'll send out enough pictures of you to the other stores because all the stores send emails to each other saying, "Watch out for this guy." I mean, we had a problem with fraud and credit card fraud, and we learned now you check ID for expensive items for pickup because fraud. But yeah, they might if you wear certain clothing, so change your clothing, they'll send your picture out to a bunch of stores.
Speaking of which, we have Ryan here. When you
there his ass is. Got him. Got his shoplifting ass.
It's not
that mother.
All right.
If you see that,
you're wearing a mask,
Listen, whatever fucking loser made this, I don't know who I'm insulting. At least make it a blue Walmart cart. That's clearly like a fucking Target or Office Max cart.
It's so hard to edit.
Details matter.
You have to get that one.
Yeah, I'd be offended if we're one of my places and you got the cart wrong. Totally offended.
No.
Max.
Funny.
Double shift. Target
Heart, color, lives matter.
I used to hate when we get like a random ass like Hobby Lobby cart or something in there.
Oh yeah,
we just take them to the back and we just throw them and fucking break the shit out of them. That's literally we had nothing better to do with our lives than just beat the shit out of stuff that didn't belong to us.
It's the best days, the best time.
Guys,
man.
I'll be right back. There's a plane I need to catch to New Jersey real quick. So please give me just a second. I'll be right back.
This motherfucker.
Put a profile
come back
picture
wearing
on.
a dress. He's gonna come back wearing a dress or some
Don't come
shit.
to my part of New Jersey. I know who you are now.
Oh shit! She just straight up rolled up.
Hey, you come from my store and steal from my store.
Don't come rolling up in my shit.
You just said you can't do shit about it.
Yeah, but I know
but
who
if
he
she
is.
sees him
The
coming
moment
down
I
the
clock
street,
out, I'll find him.
I have a lot of wigs.
Fucking Liam Neeson on his ass.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to California then. Okay, with this look, I could just go to California.
I just want to
that's perfect for California.
I wanted to point this out real quick too. I live in like Michigan, so it's like a fucking free for all. Half the fucking people here are wearing masks all the time. Half of them aren't. Nobody gives a fuck. But when
sounded like you said, I live in Lake Michigan.
I live in Lake Michigan. Hey, basically, it's when this shit first went down, I used to work on a job where like I get calls to people's houses and have to go to people's houses and do like if your house flooded and shit, I'd be in your house like helping you and stuff. So when this first happened, this is like this story still sticks out to me. I get a call, it's like 10 o'clock at night, and these people called because their fucking basement flooded or some shit. And I pull up to the house, and these people are standing outside or inside their house with the glass door, and they're looking at me and they're like, "What are we supposed to do?" And I'm like, "Well, what do you mean?" And they're like, "Well, I don't know if you're allowed to come in the house." I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" But they were fucking terrified. I actually had to talk them down because they were so fucking scared of the way that this had been reported on the news and shit. They had so little idea what was going on. They were terrified if I walked in their house, they were going to both end up fucking dead the next day. You know, and I was like, you know, listen, I don't know how all this shit works, but like, you guys are fucking fine. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. You're not sick, are you? Have you left your fucking house? No. I'm like, well, there you go then. Like, the only place I've fucking been is my work in here. Haven't talked to a goddamn person. But like, that's the thing that, like Ripa said, that's the narrative that they told the mass public. You got to be fucking terrified. You got to be scared. Like, you know what? You step outside to go take a run, you're gonna kill your grandma. If you breathe the wrong fucking air, every half the fucking nation's gonna catch it again. Like, you know, because these people don't give a fuck. Like they know that, and then you know. Will then justify, well, I wasn't wearing a mask because I was holding my breath the whole fucking time. And so, but it's because they don't give a fuck. They know they scared everybody enough to do whatever the fuck they tell you to do, but they're not going to follow any of those fucking rules. They're the exception to all of them, you know? So,
well, Mike, you told me that story the other day. So you forgot to tell the ending. That was an 80-year-old couple, and they both died of COVID mysteriously 10 days later. That's what you told me.
Well, they're buried now, so you'll never know.
There you go.
Got my third house that way. Got it.
Well played. We got a lot of super chats to get to. I want to thank all of you guys. Buford T. Justice for Fitty. Newest thing coming from woke academics. They say Viking people were really trans. I'm moving to Antarctica. Geeks and Gamers greater than G4. What's up with that story? Because I have heard that there's a story going on. I saw like a couple of headlines.
Last I heard the Vikings were black. That was like the most recent
that's another one
I
that
heard.
they've been talking about is black Vikings, but
there was something going on. Yeah,
I mean,
I can't remember what.
Yeah, they were talking about it on what's his name is ironically there, Adams there.
Adams on You Are Here.
Yeah,
I saw them talking to some Vikings, but I didn't hear anything about it being trans.
No, that's what they were talking about. Some like woke historians said that the Vikings were trans or some stupid shit, man.
It's why they kind of just phased out mysteriously. 41% just vanished.
God.
Maybe, I don't know.
What the hell? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at this point. I mean, again, we live in such a strange place where the things that are happening were memes 6 months ago. Now they're happening. You know what I mean?
True.
And that's the sad reality of where we are. Let's see. Valiant Renegade. Hail Geeks and Gamers to this entire amazing panel. Glad I could finally catch a Tuesday show. Keep up the excellent work. Just making up for some overdue support and gratitude to this great channel and YouTube family. On the road, running kids around and being a dad. Keep me company. Well, Valiant Renegade for $100 or $99.99. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate you. Please be safe out there, and that's the most important thing you can do is be a dad, be a mom, you know, raise your kids the right way. So appreciate you.
That's right.
And then we got on the Streamlabs side, Low Watermark for $100 says no message, just thanks. Thank you.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Low Watermark.
You guys are killing it tonight. We've got 3,400 people watching. Numbers are going up every single week, and this show is exactly what me, Ripa, and Ryan hoped it would become when we all decided to get together and create something. And then I told Ryan, I'm like, I don't really want to make it a Friday Night Tights where we just have a 10 panelist or 9 panelists. And guess what? That's what we're doing now. But that's what works. You know, we just keep Mike from yelling all fucking stream. He got most of it out during Mario Kart. So because he was
fucking never forgive Ripa for that one.
At least he reads your super chats.
Oh, that's fair. He does read my super chats.
Junk pulled like a LeVar Ball. He spoke into existence. Talked about it enough times. Finally, it happened.
Oh my
just got me
god!
on the one day I had the shortest show of my fucking career.
Probably didn't. He just waited. He's like, okay, he's about to.
I said it really early, and it was just positive. I was just like, just showing support. Didn't say anything special.
I can't. Yeah, and I fucking missed it because 20-minute show.
Roger Rabbit, I want to see Ricky Gervais roast them all to their face. I would watch that all day and on repeat while I sleep. When he did that, what awards show was that?
That was
Golden Globes.
Golden Globes, yeah. Dude. When he did that, and right there is another one. I only care for Ricky Gervais roasting everyone for their wokeness. That was some of the best stuff ever, dude. Like that face Tom Hanks made, you know,
that made a lot of people a lot of money on thumbnails.
It sure enough did. It definitely. I definitely capitalized off of that shit. It's that story was just crazy. And you look at the attention it got, but people, shockingly enough, like to see celebrities get roasted for their hypocrisy. But yeah, Gervais is great. He's absolutely great. Now, before we move into Lord of the Rings, Gothics, you still here with us? You about to bounce?
I'm about to bounce.
Okay.
I'm about to bounce. I'm on the East Coast. I'm tired.
I hear you. Well, we got to get you on some gaming streams at some point. You know, you're a busy girl these days, though. You're all over the place.
No,
so.
I mean, I always have time for gaming streams, but if it's something like Mario Kart, I will violently yell at you all. But I guess
that means you'll fit in perfectly.
I'm gonna tell you right now, you ain't gonna be breaking nothing that we haven't already done. You know?
Okay, fabulous. I mean, I'm gonna lose. I'll be straight up. I suck at that game, but
once again, you ain't breaking nothing that ain't already been done. I'm fucking terrible at that goddamn game.
Can't get past 5th place.
Excellent.
Yeah. So tell everybody what you got going on. I know you said you got this video coming out tomorrow, correct?
Yes.
Review.
Yes, I have like a recap. I tried to trim it down as much as I could, but it's going to be the recap of the first episode of Everything is going to be All White. It's going to be on my channel. And then I got nothing else really planned this week. I'm going to meet Jordan Peterson this Thursday. I'm excited for that.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Are you doing like an interview with him or what?
No, I'm going to go see him live in Providence, but I have like VIP tickets, so I get to actually meet him. So
nice. Hell yeah. That is super cool. I mean, if you guys are not aware of Gothics, you should be. She's going to be a huge star. She already is a big star, but her star is going to continue to rise. She's great. And congratulations on the engagement. Ripa clearly gave good advice. So, you know, although I don't know, like, you know, I don't know. He was yelling at Lady Ripa after she messed him up in that Mario Kart race, though. So she was looking up. So I had to move the camera around. I guess, were you upstairs or something?
Yeah, because my room, my office is upstairs. So yeah.
He's like, she's just like looking up. She goes, "I didn't do that," and you're just screaming, "Come on, woman!" But yeah, Gothics, it was awesome having you. You're welcome back anytime. Go get some rest.
Hey, thank you so much. You guys have a good one.
All right, good night.
See ya.
Bye. All right, so now Jay still doesn't get center spot. Sorry.
Oh,
no. But all right, so Lord of the Rings. This is obviously the hot topic right now. Gary and Az have been absolutely destroying this piece of garbage. The ratios are glorious. And it's going to be terrible. Ryan, I'll let you take the lead because your channel's killing it on these topics as well.
Yeah, I think that one of the most interesting things about these ratios is the scale. Like, the UK one is ratioed. And let's not forget that, you know, Tolkien wanted to make something for the people of England, for the people of the UK. He wanted to make a mythology that like, they could relate to. And that was Lord of the Rings. So the very people this is made for and it should be most applicable to and designed for, that's the trailer that's been ratioed hard. Last I checked, I think it was 36,000 downvotes to 20,000 upvotes on Prime UK. That's like 5 million views. Mm-hmm. The US one is at like 80,000 up to like 55 or 56,000 down. Mm-hmm. And this is on a 20 million view video. This is the equivalent of this happening to a Star Wars trailer that gets released during the Super Bowl. It is hard to fathom how much pushback that actually takes when you have that much of a normie audience that gets engaged with it like that. And that tells you the amount of backlash that's there. It's not some fringe minority. It's not a couple Tolkien fans or whatever. It's not some trolls. It's not people that are upset because they saw a black person like the media wants you to believe. It is a massive pushback against Amazon. And I don't even know if they were ready for this.
Well, I think you make a great point, because that's what we have to, it's all about context and perspective. I know context is a word that the left really hates, unless of course they need to use it for their own, you know, racist ways. But the context is important, because a trailer of this magnitude, this is the Lord of the Rings. This is on the same level as Star Wars. This is the same level as Marvel, DC. For a trailer to premiere during the Super Bowl, to have the budget that's involved with this from Amazon, to have that type of pushback is almost unheard of. Like, we've seen things like Captain Marvel. We've seen things like The Last Jedi, Rise of Skywalker. None of those had anything remotely close to the negative attention before it released like this. This is fucking insane. Like, this is massive.
For example, let's talk about Last Jedi and all the backlash after that. This is the final trailer for Rise of Skywalker. After the leaks were out there, after everyone knew what it was, you know, you're looking at a 6-to-1 like ratio. That's not even close. That's terrible.
Yeah.
That is terrible for something of this magnitude, though. And that's not even close to the level we're looking at for something like Lord of the Rings. And the trailer, it's not like the trailer was offensively bad or anything.
I didn't think it was.
The trailer was meh. But just during the trailer, you could tell that there's nothing in it that screams Lord of the Rings. It could have been fucking Harry Potter. It could have been a Star Wars movie. It could have been anything in like the, you know, fantasy, science fiction type of genre. Nothing about it screamed Lord of the Rings. And this is the reaction we're already getting.
It's going to be, and it's only going to get worse, because as you said, and as I said, I mean, when I did my trailer reaction, I mean, again, I'm not Gary, I'm probably I probably know a little more than Ripa, because Ripa's obviously, he's not a Star Wars or Lord of the Rings guy, but I'm nowhere near the level of Gary or Az or one of the super fans of this. But I'm watching that, I'm going, okay, this isn't, from a normie perspective, if you're watching this trailer, it's not offensively bad. It's not. It's really not. It's also not Lord of the Rings, but it's not, from a normie perspective, there's the context here. You're watching that. The normie audience sees that before the king, before the fellowship. Okay, you've got, you know, these pretty shots, you know, this grandiose music. Okay, I get it. I can see how the general audience might at least have interest in that. Maybe not be blown away by it. No. It's got far more resistance than I thought, and it's next level. So
I think it speaks to just like really that definitely when Lord of the Rings, like original kind of those movies ended up coming out and people got more intrigued by Tolkien and became Tolkien fans because of the movies. This is one thing I've always admired about that audience, despite me not being the biggest like Lord of the Rings person. It's like when it came to that, it was always about honoring like you know, source material was always a big thing with that. And I always respected that for whatever reason, it gets thrown out the window when it's Marvel and DC, but when it's Lord of the Rings, the audience really did a good job of trying to, I won't say police that, but ensure that, it may be crossing over into a live action adaptation, but we need to understand whose work it is. That we're dealing with. So that is like kind of unique to that audience. We don't unfortunately see that with Marvel DC. It's really just me fucking with those two companies that are like, this shit is nothing like what it's fucking supposed to be. It's funny. I did videos back to back, right? I did one on Peacemaker, right? The Peacemaker that's in, that's not Peacemaker. It's just fucking John Cena fucking playing fake, I don't know, Cap. It's not Peacemaker at all. But it's funny, like looking at the reactions of that versus Lord of the Ring, even though I have the same fucking gripe, right? It's the same exact gripe. It's just different because Lord of the Rings has it baked in kind of to their audience that there has to be some honoring of the material no matter what. And that's why they're getting such a backlash, because it's coming out in an era of like bastardization. Lord of the Rings is not absolved of that. I think a lot of people was waiting on that to really come into fruition, but it's not absolved of that. They've been doing this for this is what we all built. A lot of us built our channels on the last fucking 3 years was exactly this, talking about companies bastardizing their fucking product. So with Lord of the Rings is just the latest example of it. But the unique thing about that is that, again, what's baked into that audience is that they care so much about Tolkien's work that when you deviate too far from that and it's not respecting of that, you're going to get a big backlash, even from the base, because that's expected of the work that you're dealing with. Holy shit, I wish we got that enthusiasm with Marvel and DC. Wouldn't be coming out with so much dog shit that isn't mildly representative of what we see in the fucking books.
Yeah, I think it's a different type of audience. And I think that it's not as normy as like Star Wars.
I agree.
Yeah, for Marvel and DC, you don't see anybody out wearing like a Frodo shirt. You see people wearing Batman, you see people wearing Spider-Man, like that's normal. It's very normified for the audience to see that. They're selling that shit at Walmart at this point.
Yeah.
For Lord of the Rings, it's not the same. And for literal decades, there are scholars who have committed to reading every single thing, not only that Tolkien wrote in his books, but also that he ever said, letters, ideas he had, all this stuff, and breaking it down. And there's an established canon and an established lore.
I love that
for that.
about that. I almost envy them about that, because holy shit, I wish we had that for our brands.
Well, that, and like what Ripa has said, like that right there is what if I'm correct in interpreting that, is what you mean by gatekeeping for even like the Ripa verse. Because that's exactly what it is.
100%.
And the thing is, Marvel and DC, Marvel specifically was in such a bad spot at one point that they just gave anybody that was giving them any money license to do whatever the fuck they wanted with their shit. Yep. And so like Ryan said, I think everybody got used to it, and they got fans that were never fans of the comics watching their shit going, oh, this is great. I love these stories and I love this, not realizing there were better stories sitting right on a shelf that they could have picked up at any time and seen, or, but the other thing I've always appreciated is the Tolkien estate is very selective about who they even let touch that shit. Like they've always been. They've always been very like choosy. They don't just let anybody adapt shit for Lord of the Rings. They've always been very, very selective, and they've had people offer them a lot of money, and they still walked because they didn't like the idea behind it. And I think because of what we've heard, based on the reports, is that Amazon offered them, it was like $200 million or something like that for the rights to this, but the rules set by them were you cannot change these characters. Yeah. They were, but like Tolkien, the Tolkien estate said you're not allowed to race swap these characters.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to tell us what to. You cannot change these. If you breach this, you'll be gone. And that's why all of a sudden all the original characters happen to all check the boxes that Amazon needed to be checked.
Yeah.
Like, and that's why nobody's going to accept them, because all the new shit is just them virtue signaling. It's not even them enhancing the story like they claim.
Like Chris died 2 years ago, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
When Christopher Tolkien died, it changed a lot of things. But like, they are bound by some shit. Like even in that interview, they kind of said, there weren't wizards in this age, so we can't have wizards. There also weren't hobbits, so they're having Harfoots, which were like the precursor to hobbits in this. So that they're trying to get around it in ways like that. But yeah, they're taking a lot of fucking liberties, obviously.
Yep.
Well, Lofty's just joining us, and I know Lofty's got a few things to say. We'll get to you in just a minute, Lofty. I know Pat and Jay had points, so.
Well, I remember when the movies came out, because I'm a lot older than I look, so I remember when the movies came out. I remember sitting on the OneRing.net and watching those sneak peeks, and it's almost like the Lord of the Rings is on a pillar, because there was so little content that when they actually finally did something, it was like it had to be excellent. And to do this, it's almost like sacrilege. It's like, how dare you after...
Yeah.
And the OneRing.net is just disgusting. I would be on their website for hours going through content and they were pissed when Tom Bombadil was like, is Tom Bombadil going to be in the Fellowship of the Ring? And I just remember as a kid dreaming for the Lord of the Rings movies and then finally getting them, and now this.
Yeah.
Bastardization.
And as excellent as those fucking movies were, they still get shit for not having Tom Bombadil in there. They still get shit for not having a bunch of the Barrow Wights or the Scouring of the Shire. They get a bunch of shit.
To Ryan's point, like to what he was saying was that this was like this community was different, I guess, than like whereas with what it is, it was not a bunch of me's for Marvel, let's say in DC, where that was like the base form of the community with Tolkien shit.
It was the books, man. That's the difference. Like obviously I'm totally into Star Wars books and the Star Wars expanded universe, but the vast majority of Star Wars fans aren't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The vast majority of Star Wars fans are fans because of the movies. Well, the vast majority of the people that follow Lord of the Rings and care about it,
Books.
you know, it was not because of those movies initially for decades and decades. It was because of these. It wasn't like it was a ton of books. It was, you know, you have the Hobbit, you have the Lord of the Rings trilogy, you got the Silmarillion, they got a bunch of different writings and shit like that. It wasn't like, oh, an issue coming out every week kind of thing like Marvel and DC. So it's a different audience, man, and they're finding out that they do not take kindly to this bullshit.
Well, like you said, it is a different audience, and this is a very, very smart, intelligent, and strategic audience.
I only envy them, bro. I fucking envy that goddamn community.
Because they ain't walking around with, you know, Sam shirts or Frodo or Gandalf or whatever. It's like I made the point the other day about like they were that OneRing.net was basically trying to push this victim narrative about Gandalf and, you know, Ian McKellen's. And it's just like literally not a single fucking person has ever criticized Ian McKellen's Gandalf. He's
not only that,
recognized as one of the great. Go ahead.
They not only that, they actually said that the same people criticizing the diversity and inclusion agenda that they have in the new Lord of the Rings are the same people that were criticizing Ian McKellen. And whether or not there were people criticizing Ian McKellen for being gay and like playing this character, I'm pretty sure I know for a fact that none of us were. If anything, it was a bunch of like boomer evangelicals who don't even have like YouTube and they don't watch like these teasers and they don't watch the Super Bowl. So they're not the same group of people.
It's nobody
and,
irrelevant. Nobody irrelevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not worth mentioning.
I have no doubt that there were a couple people like there's a couple people on the internet that are into anything or hate anything. Like I'm sure that's there, but it was not widespread in any way. In any way you could even pretend that it was widespread. It's minimal.
Like I said, it's an audience not worth mentioning. It's an audience.
But what we're seeing now.
Trying to say something.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
This might not be, correct me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
A few like last year or the year ago, I just heard a lot of people complaining that people were saying that orcs were racist because they were like the black people.
Yeah, well,
don't orcs come from elves?
Well,
and
no,
aren't
it's a
they
great
making the elves
that's been a bigger narrative pushed in like the fantasy community in general. Like that's why Wizards of the Coast went back and fucking ripped out of D&D all of the racial stuff because they're like, it doesn't matter what your race is. Orcs aren't stronger than regular people. All that shit. Yeah, it's like the greater narrative in fantasy now is to remove any kind of like identity between different races of people because in their mind, all the word they hear is race. And so they assume, well, orcs aren't like black people. I'm like, you're right, because orcs aren't like humans, motherfucker. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's
what I'm saying is they said that, but now they come out with black elves. Don't elves turn into orcs?
Oh, so that's why there are no black elves anymore.
That's one thing. If you don't know the fucking lore, you'll shoot yourself in the foot real fucking fast with all that.
I think the first orcs were, but I don't know. I don't know about like the orcs that we see like during the time of the Third Age and everything like that. So I'm not
these
sure.
are the same people that scream about stuff.
No, exactly. You're
Saruman
right.
created.
Saruman created his own form of orcs. However, that's the basis for the quote about that everyone is quoting, the quote where they only can corrupt. It's because the origin of the orcs was that they were elves and they were corrupted. That Sauron cannot create new life.
Same people were screaming that's racist. Now they're happy that the elves are going to turn. I'm just saying. And to
this point right here, to that point, like this tweet right here, knowing this scene exists and imagining the fan outcry that would happen if it was released today is a nice wake up call on how online discourse has changed in the past 20 years. Literally from the book. It's from the book.
Stupidest whole point. Fucking take I've ever fucking heard.
Surprised she hasn't deleted that.
Not only that, but like as a fan of the books, that scene isn't even nearly as fucking cool as it is in the books.
Yeah.
I have on my fucking Twitter, I've posted the dialogue that she actually shares. It is some of the most badass, like one of the most badass lines ever written in a fucking book. And they're gonna sit there and try to, people wouldn't have liked that scene now. I'm like, no, bitch, the scene was written well in the books, and it's actually not as cool as it is like in the books. So you can shut the fuck up with all of that because you obviously don't know anything about anything. Like, yeah,
these guys have like made up audiences, okay,
Yep.
and that they're that they have to be. And I made this point in the video today, that they have audiences that they have positions that have to be true in order for their positions to be justified.
Yep.
So if they have to make the shit up completely, they will do that for the sake of their, again, positions being correct. And in this case, it's some sort of underlying racism, or you know, I saw some viral post going around about, well, this means that people, because they look at an issue with the elves or whatever, this or the dwarves, this is an issue of people not people caring about or too much about like black folk representation, or people having an issue with black people. And it's like, of course, that's a retarded fucking take that makes absolutely no sense, because going to the original point, context matters. This was not what Tolkien ever established, and it's literally lore breaking for that character to look in that way of fashion. Now we know why you're doing it. It was maybe you did it to check a box. Either way, it doesn't matter if there's elves with darker skin, because apparently dark elves literally mean black elves, apparently, or African elves of African descent, I guess is what that now means, dark elves. But it doesn't matter what the fuck D&D or what lore that they had established. That isn't that's irrelevant. That's a fucking irrelevant, because this is about Tolkien's work, and that is lore breaking for them to establish. And this is what I think a lot of the Lord of the Rings guys who are maybe like Marvel DC normies are starting to see what I'm talking about regarding some bastardized adaptation. And that is that you, like Tolkien, no matter if you know or are knowledgeable of his works, minimum you know how detailed he was in his explanations for his worlds and explanations for his characters. He was a very detailed writer in that regards. It's the same thing on like comic books being like, let's say, a visual medium, right? So it's a fucking gaslight when they adapt the shit, and it's far beyond that, and they act like you having an expectation there is somehow incorrect when we've seen it, or in Tolkien's case, we already know, because he laid out that foundation. There's no reason to deviate from it, because to do that would literally break the lore of that established Tolkien sort of universe there. So they gaslight you. They act like you're saying something that you're not, or you have a problem with black people and all this other fucking nonsense. And like I said, I think people are now understanding where it is that I'm coming from. It's like, comics are a visual medium. It's perfectly reasonable for some character like Starfire and Titans for me to not take the shit serious, because she's literally just a black woman. She's not Starfire. They didn't fucking try. Like, she's darker than fucking I am. They didn't even give it a shot to try to make her skin tone golden or and orangey, kind of what Starfire is. They didn't even give it a shot. And it's not unreasonable for that person that has been a long time fan of this stuff to have a baseline expectation that the character should look as they had already been depicted in a visual medium. The same thing can be said for Tolkien's work, and that he was very detailed. That is not unreasonable for these people to have such an expectation, which is why you don't let these people get away with this gaslight bullshit, because that's all that it ever was.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think that my favorite part of this is going to be, these types of explanations.
Your mic is hot as hell.
Mine?
Holy shit. Yeah. Okay. It's good now. It went back down.
All right.
Holy shit.
I don't know.
But
Fuck y'all.
good thing you weren't ranting about minorities or anything. Right?
Well, I'm about
really
to.
Loud.
No, Elrond has seen some terrible things. I was there 3,000 years ago, and then this is my favorite part. Oh, so there were black elves and dwarves? What happened to them?
Wow.
Yeah.
But it's funny, but it legitimately is a question. If you have all this diversity, if you have all these black people thrown in, these black dwarves, these black elves, all this stuff, all of a sudden you fast forward to an age where that's not the case. So you got to tell us about the Holocaust. You got to tell us about the genocide of the that has to be explained away. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's these people constantly do this to themselves. Now, Lofty, you got an opinion on the trailer you wanted to share, correct?
I don't have like a specific opinion, but I didn't hate it.
He got real quiet real fast. I'm normally...
Yeah,
I thought Lofty was coming in here
Yeah,
swinging.
what's
He
that
was like,
opinion
well,
you have?
It
well,
doesn't. No.
no.
I
Cat's
have
getting ready.
major
Cat's about,
concerns.
Yeah, I
Cat's
got
about to pick
dick.
up a TV. She about to pick up a TV. So
Yeah, grabbing a fucking
55
shovel,
Mitchell,
man. Let's go.
Yeah. I have major concerns about some of the casting, but I don't understand the massive backlash. Like I can't quite comprehend.
Well, did you hear?
the
Did you hear the
60,000
conversation?
comments under the trailer? What?
Did you hear the conversation though about about how it's literally changing the lore and this is a prequel, so they're
Yes.
inventing things based on identity politics to
Yes.
shoehorn into the story.
But they're
So
also
they're
inventing
actively-
white characters, right?
But that's
And
the
they have a-
point because they can't
Okay.
because they can't
No.
they can't
Yeah.
use Tolkien's characters, so they're inventing characters that they can
Yes.
control. That's the problem. So the
The-
white characters are going to create. They're just going to use them for their narrative as well because they can't change
Right.
the existing characters.
Yes, and what we're dealing with is the appendices after, I believe, what was it, the Return of the King appendices? Where this is the only quote unquote rights that Amazon is allowed to work with. So, from my understanding of the appendices, is it's a bunch of short blurbs about major historical events, smashed together, and then it spans like thousands of years.
Mhm.
And if you want to tell a story, like a consistent story, I mean, you could say they should never have just made the show. But if they
Right.
want to actually tell a story with a narrative that flows instead of skipping forward 100 years in time every 4 or 5 episodes, I'm assuming they have to make up characters. And I'm okay with giving them that benefit of the doubt. Now, that has nothing to do with the strange Black Dwarf Queen that they're going to have to explain why, excuse me, this whole diversity agenda. But, excuse me. I think
You're
it's a
uploading a
selfish-
video. You must be uploading a video right now, are you? I can tell your internet's kind of like fuzz. Yeah, you're kind of skipping out a little bit, the internet connection. So it's not too bad.
Oh,
It's not too bad.
I have all my software up. I should close it.
Okay.
Well, and I totally hear what you're saying from that perspective, Lofty. I don't think that they should be doing what they are doing. Like you said, they're taking events that occur over thousands of years and they're combining them to happen over like a few years worth of time, which I don't think they should be doing that. But yeah, I get making up characters, and I don't think there's anything wrong necessarily with making up characters. The problem is when you make up a character and you turn them black, when specifically they're never described as being black. They have a black dwarf not described as being black, described as the opposite of that, and doesn't even have a fucking beard. These bitches are supposed to have fucking beards. And
all
they
of them are
don't.
supposed to have fucking beards. You're not even
From
supposed to
the
be able
day
to
they're
distinguish.
fucking born.
Yeah, you're not even supposed to be able to
You know-
distinguish man from woman, which right
Ryan,
there would
hold
have
it
been
down.
a
I'll be right
free,
back.
signal boost to say, oh, see, genderless. Everybody has beards, so there's no women or women. But they even fucking dropped the ball on that because they're like, well, we got to make her pretty, right?
Well, I mean, if they wanted to make her pretty, they shouldn't have cast that heifer. But
But
like,
it's also the experience. We know that they do this with an agenda in mind. It's almost like even if if there were black elves or black dwarves or whatever, we know they're doing it not because they care about the lore. At this point, it's been done so much that we know flat out this is about agenda. That the story is trash. They don't care about the story. They have a message for you. Listen to our message, and we're gonna I've used the example of like when you give your dog a pill, you put it in peanut butter to get them to eat it, right? I have a cat, so I'm guessing what's with it.
Yeah.
But they get trash message propaganda. They wrap it in. Oh, it's the Lord of the Rings. You like the Lord of the Rings? Then take your message medication. They did it with Halo. They're doing it with BioShock. And I swear, if they try to do this with Destiny or Warframe, there will be hell to pay.
That shit's coming.
Period.
They will
But
do
no,
it with
listen,
Destiny.
here's the
Don't even
thing.
make that into a.
Well, here's the thing too. Part of it, the new thing, and like Rupert said with Gaslight, the new thing now is because they've seen how this works, because they've seen the backlash, what they do is before they even announce shit, or at the same time that they announce shit, they'll throw the if you even criticize this, you're a fuck. We know the trolls are gonna come out. We know everybody. They'll gaslight the fuck out of everybody first and say anybody that criticizes this is probably a fucking troll. It happens every time. We all know that anybody doesn't like this probably fucking racist. Fucking flashbang the shit out of the whole audience, and then they go, by the way, here's our shit.
But why? Why not
What do you-
just do something good? Why not instead of making all this effort to attack fans, go, hey, we have, oh my God, we actually have the Lord of the Rings IP. Let's actually make good stuff. No, they
Subversive.
are preparing them. I mean, what's the point? You have Halo, and you have the
Message.
opportunity to make something great, and instead you go,
Well,
I'm
again,
gonna, just what's the point? You
it's
know
a-
the fans are going to attack.
Right. Well, they know that, and unfortunately, I think they've softened. Go ahead, Lofty. You gotta say something, Lofty?
I mean,
Yeah.
it's pretty obvious why they're doing it, right? If they had zero black, or if the entire cast was white, right? In this day and age, it would. I can see why they can't. They just can't do that. I mean, if it were me and I had full autonomy, I would just do exactly what Peter Jackson did and be consistent. But I don't know. I mean, I understand like wanting to include some minority actors in a show. Like I get why they're doing it.
But see, that's the whole point.
Just don't make it.
Yeah. So that's the whole problem is that we have to move away from that bullshit about we need to include.
Yeah, I
'cause we
disagree
don't
with
need
it.
to include. You know,
You
I
don't
don't
need to see
I don't
yourself
need-
on
yeah.
the screen.
I don't need more white rappers. As a matter of fact, I'll take less because Eminem sucks balls now. So I'll take less white rappers. You know what I mean? And we don't need more white, basketball players or whatever. Like it's such a dumb argument. Now I get what your point you're making, Lofty.
Yeah.
I'm not
But
saying I'm saying but we don't need that,
No,
and
it is
no
a
one's
stupid
asking
argument.
for it.
But
it's
even
only
with that,
it's only the white liberals, the left white liberals that are out there pushing the bullshit. Look at, in my opinion, and again, it's not my favorite. The Lord of the Rings trilogy, the original trilogy of Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson, it's the greatest 3 films I've ever seen. They're not my
I love
favorite,
it.
but they are the
Top
great.
10 for me.
Objectively speaking, they are perfect, and that has nothing to do with anything other than it was a great job in filmmaking. That's it. It's incredible. Does Ian McKellen being gay in real life have any impact on my opinion? No, it's none, because it's the stupidest thing for anybody to say. So I get your point, but that's the point we're trying to make, is that this they are hijacking an iconic brand once again to push the bullshit. The problem is you're dealing with an audience that you've never dealt with.
Yep,
This
that's
is not
what makes this different. Yep,
yes,
right there.
this is
That's
different
perfectly
because
put.
you're dealing with an audience that is not like, this is not your Marvel DC fans. This is not. This is a very intelligent audience. And I'm not saying DC and Marvel fans aren't, but I'm saying that
I
these
will.
people
I'll say
like
it. I'll fucking say it.
Yeah.
Most like fans, and I mean by Twitter normies, are fucking
Yeah.
retarded. You don't
Besides,
put Jeremy's name on it, put it on me. I'll fucking say it.
Hey, no. I mean, you know what I'm saying, though. I mean, because of the SJW crowd and all of that. So the Lord of the Rings crowd, I think Ryan's point was perfect. The Lord of the Rings films made incredible profit. All of them, all-time profit. You don't see people walking around with Frodo shirts and all of that shit, or hairy feet. You just don't see people doing that. You know what I mean? But you see people wearing their Chewbacca, shirt, or their Han Solo shirt. It's just a different audience. And Amazon's going to find that out the hard way. And they're already finding that out.
And part of it too is this: if you want to do something where you just say, you know what, we didn't cast based on race, we just cast based on, we're just casting people
The best
based on
person
merit
for the job.
or whatever. Yeah, you use that bullshit excuse or whatever. But that's the thing, they didn't, because when they show the black elf, they explain to you why he's dark skinned. They tell you that it's part of the lore. So they already had a built-in excuse to say, God fucking damn it, I
Got a TV.
That was a productive trip, let me tell you. That was a nice productive trip.
Oh
That's a 24-inch baby TV. Why didn't you come back with something worth it?
Damn, she even called you out for not stealing the right
Look, I am not the one doing
shaming
push-ups.
you.
I am not the one doing push-ups with like freaking 50-inch TVs in the back of a
Hey, Brian, you
Walmart
want
or
to get
something.
something small? Get yourself a GoPro 10.
Just straight up
A
calling
Blu-ray
you out.
player. How about a PS5? You got a 24-inch? Let me guess.
Imagine finding a PS5 in a store.
Actually, you'd be. I mean, every now and then it's rare, but no. Or an RTX 3090. Sorry, man, but that sucks. That's embarrassing. I wouldn't even stand up and be like, "Yeah, I stole
She's
it."
telling you
She's
to
like,
feel
"Yeah,
better.
I
Walk
won
out
my
with
back."
Do better.
I'm
Ivan.
going to be honest. Like, Ivan derailed a conversation that was really good for his joke, and then Kat just completely ripped
Fucking
his balls
destroyed
off
it.
and slapped him with them.
It's funny because you know that's like
faces.
that's
So
a TV
defeated.
that Ivan owns, so he feels doubly ashamed.
Yeah.
Because like that's actually his.
You own that? What? You hold it on the live screen, be like, "Yeah, I own this."
He worked so hard for this joke.
He's like, I spent so many pesos
Yeah,
on
everything he owns. Everything he owns is a piece of trash except what's on camera right now. He made sure to put everything cool.
Wow,
on camera.
Lofty.
You moved that from apartment to apartment in a trash bag.
You know what?
God damn it!
I
was just gonna fucking leave.
The reason why I left for a minute was because I got a call that my grandfather died.
Oh.
And I just no, just kidding.
I felt go and look at everybody's face and see how they reacted except mine. I didn't fucking believe that shit.
Where the fuck?
No, it's
Where
funny.
the fuck is he going with this shit? I'm like, oh, man.
But
now, if you said the donkey of truth died, I would have been actually sad. I'm like, oh no.
Just the funny story, Kat. Not all of us are privileged like you. Some of us that live under a bridge. This is literally all we can plug into a wall. Okay, like I have the nicest under bridge cardboard box that you can imagine. So this is a matter of
no. At the very least, come back with a 43-inch. Come on,
Ivan, you have a new nickname right there.
I mean, what brand is that thing?
Probably an insignia or some bullshit.
It's an Acer. It's not that
Acer.
bad.
Oh, there you go. That's a monitor, man. That's a fucking monitor.
Carry that.
I mean, clearly it's a piece of shit to your
It's
standards.
worse than insignia.
She fucking.
It's one of those fucking like 720p, like $139 on Black Friday specials.
Oh no,
Dude, it came with an antenna.
$100 on Black Friday.
It came with an antenna, so I can catch like the best cable.
Oh my god,
she just came out the gate just fucking roasting.
Dude, I'm thinking we need Kat here more often because
Yeah.
she's savage as hell, man. Holy crap!
I'm fucking scared as shit.
You're walking on my territory here. I know electronics.
Oh shit.
Oh man.
Anyways,
Okay. So
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
What's up?
Before Ivan derailed, it was good though. That was good. That was good. We had a long serious talk. Let's see.
That's not even good for that. Like, who wants to walk around with that thing swinging around? And
I don't. What would you do? I don't know.
Yeah.
Other than literally just being porn, that'd be your only option for a job.
I heard that. Okay, so back to let's close out this Lord of the Rings conversation. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna go ahead, Ryan.
Real quick, I just want to say, like, the idea that it's a false premise that people need minorities in these things to feel like they can relate to it or feel themselves represented. There's been Black Lord of the Rings fans for as long as people have been reading Lord of the Rings, and the one Black person picked it up and read it, they were a fan. Same thing across like the landscape. I would never want them to make Black Panther and make a certain percentage of the Wakandans white or Asian or Latino. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I can identify with Legolas. I can identify with Gimli, even though they're not even fucking human. So it's a false premise to start, which is why I don't accept it as a reasonable reason to go and do something, to go contrary to the lore for representation's sake. They told you. We felt like this world that we're creating should reflect the world we live in today.
Which is fucking
Why?
retarded.
Tolkien didn't even write it that way in his world.
Yeah.
That's not what it was about. It was about creating a world. So,
And I mean, have you guys? I mean, I don't know if you know this, but in the original casting for the Lord of the Rings, because Tolkien was so like very detailed and like precise to the point on what the elves needed to be, like whenever they were casting for the first original trilogy, they really they were very selective on who they could cast because they needed to look the part. It wasn't just about being white or whatever. It was like they need to look like this majestical creature, like their face needs to be in a certain way, and they were specific about it. And if you were to be something of another race or whatever, you needed to look the part too. You know, I heard it somewhere that if you're going to add characters or if you're going to race swap or whatever, do whatever you want to in the context of the story, like whatever is believable. Like you were saying, you know, if you were to do a Black Panther with a bunch of Mexicans, are gonna be like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, this is not Black Burro. Like, get out of here, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
Black Burro.
but here we have an example, and I heard this on a YouTube video. I don't know if you guys have been talking about it. I was stealing a piece of shit TV while you were doing it. But there was this other people during the Battle of Gondor that they were actually black, that they were carrying the elephants, like the big giant elephants.
Yeah, the Numenorians.
Yeah, like they are black and they're part of the lore, but that's something that wasn't explored in the movies. Why not adding them then? Like, you know,
are they in the appendices though?
The Numenorians
No, they were
are,
even
but
in
they're
the
not.
Well,
I don't
I
think
can
they're in
answer
the
this. Well, the best person to answer this is Ripa, because he always talks about how there's plenty of characters like in Marvel and DC that they can expand upon. That
This
are
is why you don't let them make it. This is why there's no excuse for it. There's zero excuse when they token with the tokenization. There is no excuse for it ever. Like there's no reason even to try to rationalize with it because it's retarded. It's like I've talked about this in like with Marvel and DC. They have like literally both of them have put out official encyclopedias that have it's as big as I don't know what. I could go grab one, and they
Ivan's TV.
Shit. Let's see.
I've seen it.
Yeah, just about as big as Ivan's TV. It's a fucking comparison. But it's a fucking big-ass fucking encyclopedia where they go through all of these characters and they're of all different races and or what have you, and almost none of them get explored. And instead, you get Black Valkyrie, which makes no fucking sense.
Female Hawkeye.
It's as worse and egregious as anything else that what's happening. Maybe a Lord of the Rings. They're based off Norse mythology. There's no fucking black people in Norse mythology. It makes no sense for that to be a case. But they could have expanded upon whatever characters that they have, let's say, access to here. But they neglect to do that. There's two things to that. One, they only see legitimacy in white characters. Two, it's about bastardization at the end of the day. To me, that's what I think they do. I think a lot of these fuckers get off on this shit. They get off on like tokenization and doing all of these things and destroying it and making it about them, because I think that now creatives aren't creatives. They're more activists. I think a lot of them are activists, definitely in this case. But more so, it's like they go brand to brand and things that have a name and an established audience. They take those things and tell whatever goofy stories, and what's secondary is what came before they were ever attached to the product. That secondary. So yeah, you may get a loose depiction of what maybe happens in the books. It's loose as fuck, but nobody can say Marvel in the Marvel Cinematic Universe has any fucking thing to do with who Marvel is in the comic books. I've said that's one of the most criminal adaptations I've ever seen in an adaptation of a comic book, was what they fucking did to Marvel in the Captain Marvel movie. It was goddamn criminal. But to for them, it's like, okay, James Gunn talked about this with the whole Peacemaker thing. We covered it on my channel today. They said they didn't give a shit about the source material. They were like, well, shit.
Never.
I told John Cena, don't even go look at that shit, because I didn't want you to have a bias and a compare kind of contrast to where you would be like, well, this is not who the character is. So don't even fucking go look at it. That's fucking criminal. At that point, what's the point? Why even use the character if you're not going to at least reference where you got them from? Because I guess they're so talentless that they can't tell an original fantasy story that will that'll be adopted by these people, that will, people maybe will create fans, it'll create long-time supporters. They're not creative enough to do that. So what they have to do is go tag the fucking name Lord of the Rings, Marvel, DC. They have to tag that name on it, Star Wars, and then tell whatever fucking goofy story it is that they want to tell. And yeah, if it may fit in the context of what happens in the established lore, okay, but that's secondary. That's not primary. That's secondary. And this is why I say they're not creatives, because creative people can do that. Creativity is not a free-for-all, despite what people may think. Creativity is operating within whatever confines have been set and established by what you're entering into, and then you make it tell some new, fresh story and adapt it within those confines. Creativity is not saying, here's a blank slate, I'm going to slap a fucking label on and do whatever the fuck I want because I wanted to tell some goofy fucking fantasy story with black elves and shit. Like that's not creativity. That's hijacking whatever is established and making it about you. These guys are fucking narcissistic as fuck, and this is why there's no leeway to give them. There's none, because there's no reason to do it. Africa has, for those of you that don't know, because the stories have not been told, has its own set. We talk about what happens like with Norse mythology, or what happened like with like this sort of mythology based on what happens in Europe, Middle Earth, and all that. Africa has more stories really than all of that shit, because you consider how fucking big the motherfucker is. So when you talk about these tribes, these different forms of folklore, all of this goes virtually untouched. Instead, they rather hijack some shit that ain't about them and start plugging in black person here, trans person here, because we're trying to check boxes, man. These people they're fucking evil, man. They're evil at the fucking end of the day, but there's no reason to try to make sense of it, because there's no sense. It's something that is a concerted effort by way of them, and they do it on purpose.
Yep. And for everybody in the chat that's throwing the fire emojis like every time Ripa goes on these rants, obviously appreciated. But much like we always get mad when we hear, oh, Ted Cruz roasting Mark Zuckerberg, or or Ted Cruz is roasting Jack Dorsey, and we all clap and get excited, and guess what? Those politicians will follow through. Same people that are cheering for Ripa support the fucking Ripaverse when it comes out, because he's actually doing something. He actually is complimenting what he's actually doing. He's actually delivering on that. So just keep that in mind, because that's what we need more of right there. So hella good rant, Ripa. I knew as soon as that Ivan's just throwing up, Ivan just like, oh, why don't we look into these black characters, and because they never cared, Ivan, fucking pink-haired fucking loser.
Let me just add something, because I want to add to something Ryan said, because they talk about how you need to see yourself on screen. Let me just tell you something. Do you think I see myself on screen? I didn't. Never. When I was a kid, we were all crazy terrorists, and now either there's how often? I'm never going to be in the Lord of the Rings. You're never going to see a Muslim woman in hijab in Star Wars or Star Trek, and you think does that mean I can't appreciate them? Some of my favorite characters are Master Chief, Viso from Warframe, Ghost from Destiny. You're telling me I can't appreciate something because when I was a child, my father taught me and my brothers to be proud of who we are. We didn't need to see ourselves on screen. The person who pushed me to study hard, and I never got to be a doctor, but I wanted at one point, was my father. I didn't need to see a female doctor on screen. My father told me I could be a doctor. So this whole idea, I've never, how often, seriously, you never see Muslim women on screen in hijab. Not well done, at least. So this whole idea is stupid. I completely just.
It's typically I only see them in movies like before it's like a surprise suicide bomb or some shit. That's like the only time.
Like, because what it says is that, well, you can't appreciate, you can't value something unless this person has the same fucking skin tone or the same race.
Well, nobody actually
thinks nonsense, man.
Yeah,
that's fucking nonsense.
Yeah, when I was a kid, Jackie Chan was my hero. Like,
there you go.
There you go.
Like,
you're not allowed to have that. You can't have that.
Uma Thurman was like my hero at 15.
There you go.
When I was like 14.
We got $100 super chat from Mitch to answer Lofty. Both Herod and the Easterlings and Umbar were appear in the first appendix in Return of the King. And then Josiah was roasting Mike.
It's because he said Numenorians. I didn't feel like I needed to interrupt.
Instead of Haradrim, my fucking bad, Josiah.
Hang on, Mitch. Thank you, and Mitch. Thank you for the super chat. But Josiah, you would be here if you had fucking internet, but Mike does. So why don't you shut the fuck up, Josiah? Just be happy you're alive.
I mean, listen, you could just be in a ditch somewhere in northern Michigan alone.
But Josiah is a massive Lord of the Rings fan. He's got several videos on these topics over there on his channel, so make sure you go check that out. And I know Josiah wants to be on here, and he would be if he actually had the ability, the capability to do it right now with the internet. But
also, I do want to do this because normally I'm just yelling at people and ranting at people. And dude, the chat always fucking rips on Lofty and Lefty Pixels joke. And
I love it.
Well, like I know.
I feel like they
guys,
like me,
the fact is, like, you gotta have different opinions. And if it's all us just in a fucking echo chamber agreeing with each other, like I agree with a lot of people, but we all have different, except Ryan. Nobody agrees with Ryan. But like we all, for the most part, agree with each other and stuff. But the thing is, like, we do have to have different takes, so they're going to be different conversations, and it's good. Like if you don't have a problem with it, it's important.
Well,
You
when Lofty, I almost said Lefty. When Lofty messaged me and he's like, because he was like, "Hey, I know you got a full panel." He's like, if you want me to come on, I might have a different, take on the Lord of the Rings trailer. I want that. I definitely want a different perspective, because it's not that. Again, it creates conversation, so we can, open that dialogue up. Go ahead, Lofty.
My point was, when I brought that up, I mean, we talked a lot about diversity, but there's a lot of other things that people are hating about this trailer that I think, like, I'm with you with the casting. I don't think it should have been done in The Witcher. I don't think they should have race swapped Liat Kynes in Dune. I still love that movie, but as far as the teaser for The Lord of the Rings, I thought it overall was a good shift from Peter Jackson's trilogy. I'm not a huge fan of the Hobbit trilogy. I thought this felt like Lord of the Rings. That was my point. And I think a lot of people, besides the diversity stuff, have a lot of problems with this teaser that I don't really quite understand. Especially,
I think the problem is you're dealing with a very informed audience that knows what's about to happen. So it's like a lot of those problems people already see, and they are very much, they're not falling for because that trailer, I agree, that trailer's not terrible. I even said in my reaction, I was like, this trailer's not terrible. It's not
people are
offensively
saying
bad.
it doesn't look like Lord of the Rings. And I disagree. I think it does look like Lord of the Rings.
I don't think it felt like Lord of the Rings, though. I felt like it could have been almost any fantasy. Yeah, Narnia. It could have been almost any fantasy thing. It didn't feel like Lord of the Rings.
I said Camelot.
It felt like Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I think I broke it down. I actually put out a 30-minute video today, like a couple hours ago. But I broke down frame by frame, went through. I think the majority of it does look like Lord of the Rings. If you want to talk specifics, I would love to, because I think people are hung up on the diversity thing, and they're kind of using that as an excuse to bash the trailer in general. And I don't really. That's just how I'm seeing it. I think I see a lot of people talking about the armor looking like cosplay. I don't think it does. I think that's an exaggeration, because people, I think, generally did not appreciate the casting, so they're trying to look for other ways to attack the show. I don't think the armor looks like cosplay at all.
Yeah. Well, I
think it looks good. I think the CGI looks great. I think a lot of people are exaggerating some of the flaws in the trailer. I just think it's kind of overblown, some of the rhetoric. But
I think that's fair. Like, I mean, that obviously is a thing too, like a confirmation bias of like, well, if I don't like part of it, I don't like any of it. All of it's bad. Or like, you'll say like, oh, I didn't like this movie, so the director fucking sucked, even though the director may be actually a good director, or the cinematography may be good. Like that stuff happens. And I think that's fair, is to like try to remain objective looking at things. And we know that the end product is going to be a pretty turd. And it's still a fucking turd regardless, but it's, maybe like that was something that somebody said with the trailer, was like, oh, it's so pretty. I'm like, just because it's pretty doesn't make it good. Like,
Yeah, but do we know that it's going to be terrible? I mean, everyone was concerned about the Dune film, and a lot of people liked that movie. And that was, that was a big Hollywood production. That could have been a television series easily.
Well, so I'll say that
by everyone you mean like Jeremy made one video on it. Yeah.
Oh no,
Dune, Dune, I criticized Dune when the news came out about the race swapping, but once the trailers, I don't remember a lot of criticism on the trailers, and even I liked the trailer, and I ended up, it's my favorite movie of last year. I loved Dune. I thought it was fantastic.
Well, Denis Villeneuve is also a really good filmmaker, and
he is.
But these are people that don't have any credits doing anything and are J.J. Abrams acolytes. Can't wait.
Yeah,
and
so
writers are really good.
But fair points from Lofty for sure. And again, this is why I definitely wanted him to come on to give that side of the equation. I do think, and like I said, I was surprised that the trailer got as much backlash as it did, just based on the trailer, because I felt like that was a very normie centric trailer that was designed exactly for what it needs to be, to take that Lord of the Rings branding and go, hey, remember this? You like Lord of the Rings? Well, we've got Lord of the Rings, but this is before the things that you remember. Exactly what Rip is always talking about. These things always work. They always work. So that criticism hitting the numbers it has is a testament to the audience of the Lord of the Rings.
It's a
That's the
different
point
audience,
that
man.
we're all trying to make. That's a
Just
testament
like
to that audience.
People have praised Marvel movies, which I don't care. I'm not gonna sit up here and go down a rabbit hole. A lot of them are objectively fucking terrible. And I can, you know, we want to talk about adaptations. You'd be hard pressed to find another person that's more knowledgeable on this shit, despite people clapping like goddamn seals when some of this shit came out. What we've talked about before, and I guess what separates the Marvel and DC normie from like what happens with the Tolkien audience is that those guys are going like it's an audience that's specifically like very intelligent and knowledgeable on that work. So what other folks may find is nitpicky, like when I grill Captain Marvel or something like that, or Birds of Prey or whatever it is that I may do a video on, a long form video on breaking down. There's a bunch of those going on with like Lord of the Rings, and for various reasons, and everybody has their gripes that are aside, which is why I think it's unfair to talk about like, well, yeah, people pointed out the race issue of the elves or the dwarven chick, but it isn't just that people had issues with. I think actually to mention that, I think is more of a red herring, or rather avoiding rather the direct criticisms that other people had of this Lord of the Rings deal, whether it be like people talking about the dwarven woman being bearded and shit. We can't act like people aren't talking about that just because there's other people amplifying the racial aspect. I think this Lord of the Rings shit is unique, man. It's different from what we've seen with the Marvel and DC world. And maybe you guys can agree even in the Star Wars case, it's just too knowledgeable of an audience that they expect to some sort of honor of like the legacy of what Tolkien had set. And if you deviate too far from that, they're going to, I don't think it's nitpicky. I think it's just passionate people that are really into this shit that won't accept anything less.
I don't know if I fully agree. I know there are passionate people that have valid criticisms with the trailer, and I've talked to some of them, but there is a lot of people who have not read the appendices or the Silmarillion or even the books, who are listening to people like Nerdrotic echoing their opinions and then coming out and for some reason they are bothered by Galadriel having a sword and riding a horse, even though they've never read any of this stuff. And I feel like they're just like, I don't understand why. Like who are you?
Give an example, because I don't know if
I'm talking about Twitter.
What he's saying. Give an example.
I'm talking about Twitter, like people on Twitter generally. Like I've been talking to a lot of people who have problems with it, and then when I address the problems and ask them if they've actually read the source material, they say no, and then they reference
like I did with comic. But you got see, especially coming from you, and this is a knock on you, Lofty. I would say this is utterly hypocritical to the conversations that we had like 2 weeks ago regarding race swaps in Marvel and DC. You see what it is that I'm saying?
Because you're qualifying Gary as a very knowledgeable source, and you're saying,
but you're saying, knocking Gary.
No, I know you're not. What I'm saying is that you're saying that people are getting their information from Gary, who is a very knowledgeable source, and that's affecting their opinion.
Yes.
How is that? How is that a bad source to get your opinion from?
No, it's not a bad source.
So
I'm saying,
so how is that?
For example, can I give an example? I think
100%
would help. So the issue with Galadriel riding a horse and wearing armor and using a dagger, right? As somebody who hasn't delved into the appendices and the true lore that that Gary has brought up, and a lot of others where she hasn't done that, I don't understand why people necessarily have a problem with that, because she's simply putting on a suit of armor and she has a sword. Like it's not offensive, but a lot of people are taking offense to it because other people who have read the appendices say that doesn't happen in the appendices.
Let me ask you this. Is there an inherent problem with that? And if so, what is it?
No, I'm just wondering why it would. I'm wondering why someone is offended on behalf of other people. That's kind of what
you're wondering why people are offended with secondhand knowledge. That's kind of what you're saying, right?
Because I'm a huge fan of Lord of the Rings. I've read all the books. I've read the trilogy and The Hobbit. I'm a huge fan of the films. Probably The Fellowship is in my top 10, I would say. I'm just like all these other people. Like, I'm not going to be offended on behalf of Gary, who's knowledgeable about the Silmarillion. Like, to me, when I see Galadriel riding a horse, like, I don't care. Like, it doesn't affect me negatively. and to pretend that it does, I can't relate to that. Like
I think that I think that a lot of people acknowledge that they have knowledge gaps and maybe they aren't the best at this, but what they still want in their hearts is something that's true to the character or to the person that created this entire universe, to Tolkien.
Okay.
And let me finish.
Go ahead.
It's fine. And what he wanted to play out, like what he wrote, is what they want. And if there's something they didn't even know about that he wrote, that doesn't mean they still don't think it should follow that. And so when you find out that something is contrary to it, such as Galadriel basically being absent for any of the battles during the Second Age, right, which is written in the appendices, then that's a problem for them, especially when they're setting up Elrond, who was present for those, as some guy who's kind of staying out of things, as in a witty architect type of thing. Do you know what I mean?
No,
So
I do.
Yeah.
But then you would have to. This is just me kind of drawing logic back to the Peter Jackson films. That guy made an infinite amount of changes to the source material, including canon changes in the first prologue of the film. Isildur doesn't cut off Sauron's finger with that whole situation happens completely differently than it does in the books, and then like a million other things. So I just don't understand why there's such harsh reactionary backlash to one character wielding a sword in a teaser trailer. Like, I don't understand how that leads
because
to
because the producers have told us point blank that they are there to push diversity and representation. They've told us this.
Yeah, I get that.
They point blank said it. Christopher Nolan made changes to the Dark Knight trilogy. He took a lot of liberties. A lot of these films take a lot of liberties, but if Christopher Nolan cast a black dude as Batman and comes out and says, I'm pushing diversity in my film, guess what? Every decision he made in those films, same exact decisions, would be heavily scrutinized, because you literally told the audience that I am actively pushing identity politics and I'm changing the Batman story to be better, to show you that white men can't continue to be, the white saviors. That's what Amazon has done. They've point blank told us they're using identity politics. That's it. They told us they're doing that.
I'm kind of like on the with Lofty in a way, because yes, I like the
pink hair fits you.
God damn it! Shut up for 1 second.
By the way, Ryan, this is for you. Batman.
He's not hairless like Ryan is.
Cat.
Yeah,
because that hairless cat thing's so fucking dumb.
Well, she's not hairless, but
No, but like I understand what Lofty is saying. Like, yeah, I do. Like you, Jeremy, I was very surprised that the backlash was as heavy as it was, and I do like the Lord of the Rings. I'm not as knowledgeable as many, and seeing Galadriel on a suit of armor I really didn't give a shit about it. But the problem is, and here's the thing, where I am like, that is a problem. Like, I don't see it as a problem, but I recognize that is a problem. It's because of everything that has been going on. Like, just seeing what they said on Vanity Fair, and especially the headline of like, we are solving the problem with non-Tolkien characters, that makes it a problem now. Because whereas I would be extremely willing, like I would be spreading my cheeks and yes, fill me with all the content that you have, and I'll be extremely accepting of it. Now it's a very worrisome situation because of what they're saying. You see, like I really couldn't care less if Elrond didn't participate in the war and they made him into whatever they wanted.
I have a question. Yeah.
Yes.
Whenever you're done with that, and well, my question is, that makes sense that you would be so like if you have a big issue with diversity and inclusion and some kind of obvious agenda being thrown into this film. Then you're worried about everything else, and then everything else seems to be kind of like heightened in terms of like, oh, I don't know if this is going to work. I think they're going to mess this up. If the queen and the elf were white characters, right? If they didn't have a black actress playing the dwarf queen, and if they had a white elf playing Arondir, if everything else was consistent, do you think this would have been a home run, or do you think everyone would
No.
still be nitpicking a lot of these problems?
I can tell you. I'll tell you why I left.
Well, hang on. So these are hypotheticals that are impossible to address because it goes far deeper than a single decision or something like that. It's a far deeper problem with what we're seeing consistently across the board. So it's kind of like when Ivan brought up the point about, well, why couldn't we expand upon this point right here? That's not. They're never going to do that because they're not interested in that. Like, so it's a hypothetical that's impossible to address because this problem goes far, far deeper than one particular change. These are talking about the people that are behind the project and they're consistent, pandering and, trying to change lore. So it's harder to, you can't answer it in one simple switch here.
I mean, honestly, I'm going to try to to say kind of what I think in that regard to answer. Let's say that they do that change, right? That they even if they keep the casting as it is and they're consistent with the characters or everything, and that's how it turned out. Let's say that the entire movie was actually or series, whatever, is good, and they're consistent with the characters, despite the race swap. Let's say in that regard, I don't think I would necessarily mind because it's consistent with it, because they're following what, in my opinion, is the most important thing in an adaptation, which is you have the integrity of a character intact. The problem is that, as seen right now with Boba Fett, when the episode, spoiler alert, but really who cares about it anyways, the Mandalorian did show up in the Book of Boba Fett and kind of took over the show, and I was so excited for it because it's and they're gonna show Luke, and I was like, oh, they're showing Luke, this is amazing, this is the best thing ever, and I actually got so hyped, but then I got splashed with cold water because I saw a very blatant bastardization of the character of Luke again, because they wanted to double down on their sequel trilogy. And that just made me realize once again that this is not about the integrity of the characters anymore. It's about you just doubling down on whatever you want to show. And right now, what the promotion of the Lord of the Rings show is showing is that they just want to show the diversity, the shell of the egg instead of the actual content.
And dude, I don't understand why they're even owed the benefit of the doubt anyway. I still don't fucking understand that. But even if you detach that from it, I'm not as sure, because I think there are more Lord of the Rings fans that are like me with Marvel and DC than there are with me in Marvel and DC. So I'm not so sure that there would be people that wouldn't be as having as much issues despite that, because again, there were other things that people had issue. You brought up neurotic issues with that were aside from that, but I think that represents a way more of the actual Tolkien fan, or the general fan of Lord of the Rings, and because that sanctity is something that is different than comparison to Marvel and the DC. To what Ryan had said, and I believe Jeremy said it as well, I think that, and this is why I asked Lofty if, what is the problem of someone saying that, well, Neurotic, who is very knowledgeable on this, said that they take issue with that, so they're going to take issue with it as well because that person is more knowledgeable. I don't particularly see nothing wrong with that, because, well, people do that with my stuff all the time, where they say, well, this isn't who this character is supposed to be. Eric did a 2-hour-long breakdown of who this character was supposed to be. It's not that character, and they at least want that integrity to be protected regarding that particular brand. So I think it's more of that with the Tolkien, I guess your standard Tolkien fan, than maybe there is with the Marvel and DC. So I'm not as sure that even if you didn't see the race swap, you still wouldn't have people that would take those issues with it. Definitely, and this is why, to Jeremy's point, it is very difficult to remove that from what Hollywood is doing, because they've been doing it. So I don't even think it's worth talking about the hypothetical, because we already know what they're up to. We've seen that these are the cards that are dealt. We might as well speak about it in that context as opposed to some hypothetical context that doesn't even really fucking matter, because we know what this is. They've shown you time and time again. This is what I've been trying to talk to people about regarding my own show. Like, dude, you have to accept they're going brand to brand. If they haven't gotten to your, we saw Disparu raging about fucking A Wheel of Time. If they haven't got to the brand that it is that you love, give them some time. They'll get there. They'll get there. They'll absolutely get there. Anything that you like, they're gonna take it. It's a name. It's name recognition. Look, I love this. This is perfect. This is perfect. They're going thing to thing, and you have to accept it. So I don't think that neither of these guys that control these companies are even owed the benefit of the doubt. If anything, it's dead on arrival until proven otherwise, considering their track record.
Yeah. See, maybe I understand what you're saying. Maybe I might just disagree with that premise entirely then, because I don't see, like, if you go back to that meme, they skipped Death apparently skipped over Spider-Man, skipped over The Witcher. A lot of people like that show. He skipped over Dune. They don't kill everything. You know,
but the thing is, like, The Witcher,
I disagree on the Spider-Man thing, but
The Witcher's popular. But The Witcher's popular to a lot of people.
No, I disagree objectively speaking, because it was jangling fucking keys with the nostalgia bait. That's what Spider-Man No Way Home absolutely was. It doesn't change the fact that that DC or Disney or even Sony is compromised. I don't think that changes anything. I think there's going to be bits and pieces that people pick up, but it doesn't stop them from being fucking compromised at all.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can bring exceptions, but it still doesn't change the rule. So, we could point to something like Cobra Kai, who has Cobra Kai been compromised? I don't think so at all. Even though there are little things in it that are, that bother me. Dune, not necessarily, but those are the exceptions, not the rule. The rule is the top of the entertainment industry has been affected by this, and you can say Spider-Man if you want, and I would agree with you on the No Way Home. I liked it. But Marvel has been impacted by this shit. Yes, the MCU has absolutely been impacted by this. The MCU has a cancer in it.
Was terrible, or whatever phase that was the last one.
Yeah, so there might be parts of the MCU that might hadn't gotten to yet, but the cancer's there. It's there, and so it's been affected. So you could take specifics like Spider-Man, but
I'm not saying you're wrong about what. Like, I agree with you guys generally, like 99% of I feel like our takes on pop culture in general. I have like some premise disagreements
I think
which leading into the Lord of the Rings, because all we've seen is a 30-second teaser, right? So I'm not quite ready to say the benefit
of the doubt. I want to answer
they're
that.
not owed any benefit.
Why are they owed that? This right here. Otherwise, the brand of brand. Why are they owed the benefit of the doubt? I would like to hear Jim answer that.
Yeah.
This is purposely, as I said, it's not my job to give the benefit of the doubt. It's their job to get me to care enough to watch it. That's what it comes down to. Is we have given benefits of the doubts at certain levels.
I did more than anybody with Marvel and fucking DC. So,
I did with Star Wars. I fucking did with Star Wars for so
it took
you're
me
talking
a long
to people.
Time to fucking tap out of the goddamn matrix and realize this is fucking. I'm being fed.
So I guess your point, Lofty. Like you are talking to a lot of people and that represent other people that have been giving the benefit of the doubt for a long time. So I think that's why people are so hypersensitive to say, if I see anything that concerns me, I'm out, because you've burnt me in so many other areas. So that's I think that's one of the reactions you're seeing, is that so many people have felt burnt by so many other things. Now, if there's any hint of that, we're done. That's kind of where it's at. So go ahead.
Can I just say one thing?
I get Lofty's,
Jay.
I get what Lofty is saying, to be like, I just want to be.
100%. Yeah. No, Jay, you've been trying to talk for a minute.
I don't. Well, it's because you guys know a lot more of Lord of the Rings stuff than I do. Just a movie fan, read the books. They made me read the books in college, but that was about it. When I watched the trailer,
I read it in 7th grade.
if they didn't put Lord of the Rings in it, I wouldn't even know it was a Lord of the Rings film, because I couldn't even. It didn't look like anything. It just looked like a cheap sci-fi to me. That's just me. I didn't think the trailer was woke or anything like that. I just was like, if I didn't see the name Lord of the Rings or the words, I wouldn't even think it's Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, well, and the
so
thing is,
that's just me. So I had like no. If they didn't even put Lord of the Rings on it, I'd had no desire to watch it. I just would have been like,
before you go, Mike.
That's the point, and that's
really quick. Before you go, Mike, this is what, because I put a post out that said exactly this. What I hate of all of this will be the last thing. I know I don't talk the fuck enough. Like, what I hate about this era is that it has completely destroyed our set of individual standards. That now we look at shit and we say, well, it's not woke. and therefore
So it's
that
great.
means
Yeah.
decent or good or great or something like that. If there's anything that I think is going to linger for a long period of time that isn't attached to the other shit, it's that. It's exactly that. It's the fact that now it's like we look at this and we say, well, what if it's not? That's like, well, that doesn't mean that it's not, you know, it could still be dog shit. I mean, I went through so much mountains of other stuff with like Marvel and DC and in terms of how it was terrible. And not all of it is because it's woke. And unfortunately, because we've been fed a lot of this shit, that's where we're gearing towards. And I find even some of my colleagues gearing towards, well, it wasn't woke. And I'm like, well, okay.
Yeah.
Does that mean that it was good? Like, not necessarily. So I don't talk too much.
No, it's fine. Obviously,
You're good, man.
But
you really have to bring up fucking Chris Pratt show.
No. I'm not. If you want to see
Ryan's
something,
mic.
if you want to see something that's not woke and it's still bad, go watch Snake Eyes. Fuck that movie. Fuck it straight to hell. And it's not even woke. It's not.
But didn't they race swap the main fucking character?
They
what are you
did,
talking
but
about?
No. That's fine. That decision was fine. But the point is that he could have been anyone in that film, but the film itself was not woke, and Snake Eyes didn't need to have a face. So they were just changing continuity for continuity's sake. The problem is in that movie, they felt like the only thing Asian people can do is kung fu. Every fucking Asian person in that movie, like X-Ray Girl is probably a black belt in that movie, like, because they think that that's the only thing that they do. Every Asian person. But the point is it's not woke. It's just a bad movie. So there, and look, I know I brought up the Chris Pratt stuff plenty of times, but it's not like I think that's the greatest movie ever. But I did enjoy the hell out of it. It was dumb. It felt like dumb 90s fun. You know what I mean? That's what it felt like. It felt like a dumb 90s fun, which that was what was refreshing about it. It's not a good movie.
You know what your mic does, Ryan? Like when you first, like your first 4 words are like blazing hot, and then it just for some reason it just like corrects itself.
How about now? How does it sound now?
You're good.
Yeah,
You're good.
You know what? Just
I adjusted.
If you just unplug your mic, it'll be fine. Well, we can still hear you. I'm just kidding. No, I just really want to real quick, like with The Witcher 2.
It's really
though,
funny.
It is funny. The Witcher.
that was a
one of
joke?
the issues that people have too is like the reason that people are watching The Witcher mostly is because of Henry Cavill, because he actually knows the lore, gives a shit about the product, read the books,
The Witcher.
played the fucking game, and he does a good job actually like portraying Geralt of Rivia. But the thing is, the show around him is not The Witcher.
Oh, it's boring. It's kind of
it's just
subpar.
it's you know, some of the best written episodes are the ones that are directly translated or as bestly translated from the book as you can get, but most of the show is not. And so that's a problem for a lot of people, and it's why there's all this already in season 2. You're seeing diminishing returns. It's
you did have diminishing returns. Ryan even pointed that out.
You saw it right away because Henry Cavill can't carry the whole thing by himself. But even
can't.
You know, but the thing is, with Lord of the Rings, there's all like we've said already tonight. There's a higher standard already set for what is expected of Lord of the Rings. And the thing is, Peter Jackson's movies are fucking great, but I have criticisms to this day.
And I remember that a lot of Tolkien tryhards did have had criticisms of that.
Have criticisms to this day about the movies themselves. But the thing is here, and this is the thing for people like me and Josiah in particular, have been following the production of this movie for the last 2 years. It's taken them 2 years to finally give us a fucking trailer. But the thing is, it started out with Jeff Bezos saying, we want a Game of Thrones type show with Lord of the Rings because it's a huge IP. That is how it started the conversation. And a lot of fans were like, nope, it's not Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones was inspired by Lord of the Rings. So you're still not even getting the fucking attitude right. And then there was a bunch of shit about nudity and sex scenes, and everybody was pissed about that. And then now all of a sudden, here we are at the final product. And the attitude they had was, see, we didn't do Game of Thrones. See, we didn't do the sex scenes and the nudity. You guys should be happy about that. So why are you guys bitching about us making a black elf? But the fact is, from the get-go, the attitude and the inspiration for the series was not, how can we adapt and expand on Tolkien's works? It was, how can we make our own shit look like how the shit that we like to watch, or how can we make it as popular as Game of Thrones and ignore the fact that Lord of the Rings was popular on its own? You didn't need to do that in the first place. It's no different than what J.J. Abrams fucking did with Star Trek, where he goes, well, I've always been a Star Wars fan, not a Star Trek fan, so I made Star Trek look more like Star Wars, and people were like, "Well, we liked it for a time," and now look at fucking Star Trek. Nobody fucking watches it. It's completely changed. The core of the show has been changed.
But Mike, to build on that, for someone like me that doesn't that's not deep like where you are, what they did to the fans questioning this stuff by calling them racist, by calling them like that one Twitter account that's working with Amazon apparently, then they just went on and blocked everybody. And they just insulted the fans, and it's like you start adding all this stuff up and you're right back on point one. And like what Ripper was saying earlier, where they don't care. They basically have a script. They hire people that don't know anything about anything, and they just make a movie at this point. We're seeing this now in Star Wars. Me and Ryan did a video today that they're rewriting the history of Han and Leia to sell a hotel.
Yeah.
They are rewriting Han and Leia to sell a hotel. They are coming out with books. They're coming out with comics and retelling the story of Anakin and Padme, and Ventress, I think, is in that, to sell a hotel. That's how much they care about these IPs. That's how much they care about. They don't care at all.
They want to milk it.
100% right. They just don't care. And until they are proven otherwise, they just don't care. Like this is just whatever.
It's just
I'm going to throw it out there.
Like that stuff is secondary. First and foremost is the story that they want to tell, or they have some maybe individual agenda. After that, then comes everything else. So maybe, this is a Lord of the Rings movie, or this is a Star Wars movie, or this is a Marvel and DC. And I think that the day and age and why so many people don't give them as much of the benefit of the doubt is because we have this day and age of like technology and the connection that we have with the direct line of sight that we have with like the actors, actresses, directors, producers, and everybody that's a part of it. And they're loudmouths for the most part as well. So they tweet about it, they write Instagram posts, and they let you know what their actual intentions certainly are. Like for me to hear as a DC guy, to hear, now I'm obviously not interested in this shit, to be completely fair, but for me to hear James Gunn say, okay, I don't want my actor that is portraying a character that I didn't create to even look into who the character was. Because that may have some conflicts with the vision or whatever that is that we create, because it's not going to be necessarily accurate. That in itself is telling me you don't care about this stuff. And like I said, I think it's a big insult to the customers who have been long time supporters, particularly those that have spent money on stuff like with us, with comic books, and having all these long boxes, and then to see a failed adaptation like that, to me, is insulting. Absolutely. And it's just these guys are going franchise to franchise to doing this, and it's not going to change until there's people that come in and say, okay, this isn't about me. This is about this particular brand. And I think it's especially crazy, like to the point of like what Drunk was saying, where they get all these people, a lot of these guys don't even have connections to this stuff. I think that in itself is also a problem as well, because it's not like there's a shortage of people that are knowledgeable on Star Wars that could write a story. It's not like there's a shortage of people that are historians in the Marvel or DC sense, especially in the Tolkien sense. So you have to go out of your way to bring people on board that don't give a shit about it, really are really open about it. Like, hey, I'm going to direct a film. I don't really give a shit who this character was. I'm just going to make a movie. Like the fact that that's even a thing, they had to go out of their way to really do that, because there's no shortage of people that are very knowledgeable on that material that could give you something. But I think that really speaks to like the political kind of dynamics in the world that it is that we're living in, that those guys aren't really going to be reaching out to me or to Josiah to help make sure we keep things on track with whatever brand it is. And I think just people are now just frustrated as all hell, because it's happened time and time again. People would have been given more leeways back in the gap, but now it's happened so often that people are like, dude, I don't really want any of this, and I just don't think they should be force fed that shit. They shouldn't have to accept it.
Well said. Well said. We have had a hell of a fucking good show tonight. And we're going to get into some super chats here shortly. But I just wanted to just make that point. Like, and Ivan's going to be doing some, going to take a lot of these topics we've been discussing. We're going to do some editing on that, maybe upload them here to this channel, or I'm maybe revamping the Geeks Gamers live channel, because clearly we don't really upload over there anymore, because I'm keeping all the live streams public now on their respective channels, just because long form stuff is doing a lot better. And I noticed it with the Daily Wire bump and the G4 bump. It's like coming into this, people learn about Geeks and Gamers, and then I got 8 channels for you to figure out. And it's like, it's so hard to kind of move people in so many different places. It just keep them in a couple of different places. We already have too many channels as it is. And me and Ryan are talking about creating like 2 more. So I don't.
Jesus, y'all need to calm down.
I know.
You need to calm up.
I can barely handle
that
one.
means, but all right.
No,
Hey, before we move,
yeah.
can I read a quote from Tolkien to kind of wrap up the whole thing? And I think we can all agree on this because, like I said, all
Mike
I've seen
is
is
Mike's ready. Mike's ready. Mike's
He's
ready.
cracking his knuckles.
no, where I'm coming from, I haven't quite seen enough red flags to completely turn me off, but this quote needs to be adhered to. This is directly from Tolkien. It talks about allegory and political like metaphor and like in fiction. I cordially dislike allegory in all its manifestations, and always have done so since I grew old and wary enough to detect its presence. I much prefer history, true or feigned, with its varied applicability to the thought and experience of the reader. I think that many confuse applicability with allegory, but the one resides in the freedom of the reader, and the other is the purposed domination of the author. So, yeah, I mean, if they can somehow avoid inserting political allegory, and I think Dune did this to some degree. It's stuck to the premise of the book and the politics of Arrakis fairly closely. That's all I want. I want good writing, really good acting, and I don't want modern politics inserted into like a 60-year-old novel. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm looking for, and I haven't. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Well, and look, I will speak as someone who I appreciate your optimism. I do. And again, I shared it in things, other things, whether that's Marvel or DC or Star Wars. Or again, I'm done with Star Wars completely. I have been ripped on Star Wars like he is on Marvel and DC. I just don't care. Like I don't. I'm someone that really enjoyed certain elements of The Mandalorian even after I got burnt by the sequel trilogy, but there's going to be some point where your optimism, you'll just do red laser eyes in every thumbnail. Oh wait, never mind, you're part of the Quarterings channel, so you already do that. So,
that's what we do.
But
I'll just say I'm really glad they're not bringing any modern day, any kind of allegories. They literally have a light-skinned single mother and a forbidden love with a black man. Can't wait for that. So great job,
Don Lemon and a Don Lemon elf. So
Don Lemon's actually been cast out of the elves because he rubbed his finger all over his junk and made him sniff it. That's what I heard.
So yeah, I do. I'm I have no problem with any takes from Lofty, and obviously Lofty's here all the time, and so it opens up for a good discussion, and that's what it's all about.
We all like Lofty, even when he's wrong. I mean,
I'll say this.
Yeah, say back Jeremy in Resident Evil. It's the same thing.
Well, yeah, like
Jeremy's
wrong about just about everything, and we still like it.
Well, my decision to bring you onto the team, you confirmed that.
Listen, like I said, you just prove him a point, man. You make bad calls.
The only reason the afro is the only reson you got here. It's not even the skin. It's just the afro just takes it to the next level.
I'll keep staying as long as I keep it going.
But yeah, I mean, look, the thing I'm most proud of tonight, and I say this with all sincerity with these amazing people sitting here, is that Lofty got roasted in my chat more than he gets roasted in the Flashcast chat. We won. Lofty got destroyed tonight in my chat, and I love it. People were calling him a Fed. People were just like,
wow.
Why don't you just go ahead and call us racist, Lofty? Get it over with. Like, it was so good.
Why don't you just say the N-word?
Yeah.
I love when I get that in a lot of videos. I don't even want to tell you how many comments I get to say that. Why don't you you wanna just go ahead and say the N-word?
But this is
Mr. Obama, get down.
Right. Ryan
I get
sends
roasted
me like these
in
screenshots.
Flashcast.
Yeah,
quite a bit too,
you
so
do.
I'm used to it.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
but like Ryan sent me like a picture of like a comment on Sports Source. He's like, God, they want me to say the N-word so bad on these videos.
Yeah.
Why don't you just say it, Ryan? Get it over with.
Yeah.
Where's your white hood, Ryan?
I'm doing laundry. That's my response.
I actually had a troll who would come in for a while into my live stream. Half my live stream would be this one guy who had like at least a couple hundred accounts, and he would write the N-word letter by letter.
Oh, wow.
And it went on for several weeks.
We call those
Something about-
towers.
Oh, okay, towers. And apparently it was some grudge he had with another YouTuber named Micah Curtis. But for weeks, it was going on. It was just insane.
That
I
person's
would
just
know-
a troll. Yeah.
My live stream would go from 10 to 20, and I would know he's in there, and we'd like have to keep booting him.
You got to respect the trolls that get that well known. Like there was one Ryan was asking
Xenomorph or something, right? He was always like, Micah Curtis says he hates you.
Oh, you had run-ins with him because it was Xenomorph for me at first. Then he came to Sonic games, and he had all the Sonic games. Then he was like all the Star Wars movies, and he would come in for. And then he started telling me,
look what Hijabi Gamer's done to our chat. So,
oh no! Oh no! We see the towers.
Oh,
no. You know they were called towers.
We got the towers going on. We need someone to knock those towers down, Cat.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know anyone, but
Lord. All right. Well, I can't even catch the chat right now. Here's Nate right here. Let us remember, as a fellow veteran, J.R.R. Tolkien served in the British Army during World War I. He knows his history and turmoil, and he found the perfect outlet to tell the world about it. Yeah, man. And that's the whole thing about it is, this dude had such a profound impact. The chat's moving so fast, I can't even go back up there. It goes to rehide it. This dude's work has had such a long-lasting impact on people. And I think that this just I do think the majority of the reasoning why this has happened is because of like, for instance, let's talk about a point real quick, and then we're going to move on to super chats. But
yeah,
Star Wars, like Ryan said, the predominant audience is the people that were introduced through the films, or not introduced, but really built their love off of the films. And so, yes, there's a certain segment of that population or that fandom that loves the books and is knowledgeable of the books. But when you look at something like the Clone Wars, people love the Clone Wars. I love the Clone Wars, but there's continuity errors in there that drive people like Ryan crazy. But that's not the majority of Star Wars fans. That's a small, minority of the fandom. So they don't make as much noise. But then when you have
even a minority
of
the fandom that likes Clone Wars too. Like there's so many people that watch the movies and no idea what Clone Wars was, for a long time because it was, it wasn't necessarily geared towards everybody. So then even a small portion of a small portion.
Right.
So it's
yeah. So it's just so you look at that and then you flip that because it's the Lord of the Rings is completely in the opposite direction. It's the books that are pushing, and these people they know what they're talking about. They really do. So you could, and I don't know, Lord of the Rings people, like did Peter Jackson's, did he make changes on the level continuity wise that the Clone Wars did with the, with the lore? Was his issues that drastic? I mean, I know the hardcore Tolkien people had some issues with the original trilogy for Lord of the Rings, but were they how drastic were these?
Well, here's the thing. There were changes and there were people that were mad. However, there's a little difference because that's adapting something that's been written down. Something that has been written down word for word what happened, which can be it can be tough to get on screen sometimes if you're trying to tell an entire book in a story.
The Eye of Sauron, for example. There was no tower and magical eye or fiery eye, like that didn't exist. The Eye of Sauron was like a metaphor, as a symbolism. People saw it like in their minds and things like that, but there was no tower that existed in the books.
Correct, which is tough to show. Which is tough to show, in a visual medium like that when you're not getting inside people's heads. But with the Clone Wars, you were telling stories that were in between things we'd heard. So somewhat like this is like huge what we're doing with Lord of the Rings series now, but similar to that, where it's a story that people know things happen and you have an outline for, but the majority of people don't know really what happened. The Clone Wars, we did have books and shit like that, but not a lot of people read them.
And again, I want to give a big shout out to My Nerdy Home. I know the joke was cool, guys. Please don't spam the chat with the stuff because Steph's trying to mod and keep real spam out. That's the only rule we really have is no spam. So shout out to her. She's trying to keep up with this crazy chat. So thank you guys, and shout out to her. Steph's awesome, and she's always holding it down. So
can I say something real quick before we move on?
No. Anyway, no.
Oh my gosh.
This is the thing. Anytime I'm about to say something stupid, here's the floor. Whenever I'm going to say something of quality, this bullshit happens.
Does he ever say anything of quality?
He does, but he's always mixes it with some weird sexual metaphor.
Cat is savage tonight. Like,
what the fuck do you have against?
Hey, wait, I have a clip.
Man.
This is
the TV. You would totally insult me with that TV.
This is all Cat has done tonight to Ivan.
Acknowledge me.
She's just been fucking swinging on this dude.
Before the show started, Ivan's like, "It's nice to meet you. All right, yeah, nice to meet you too. All right, it's been a pleasure. I've heard nothing but good things about you. Oh, thank you, Ivan. It's good to meet you." And now it's like, do you say anything?
Fucking uppercut.
Go back to the border. God damn it! Like, sorry, Kat. Like, I don't know what my past life did to you.
But you don't understand. You came in here with a garbage TV to an employee of my company where I work, and you go look at my goddamn TV. You don't understand. That isn't even an actual brand of TV. That is so insulting and offensive to me.
Look,
Kat, no words, man.
Kat,
no words.
Next time I go and rob a Walmart, I'll rob thinking of you. Rob thinking of something of quality. What would Kat rob? Like what would be worthy?
I find it funny that I would not make fun of, but I talk about Kat's hijabi, and like she wouldn't get offended, but answer it like normally. But she gets offended at a 24-inch television.
Oh my god! Yes. You understand? This is my life.
The fact that
I've made references to suicide bombs at one point, and she's way more upset about the TV that Ivan had. Same.
You know what? All the time. What are you talking about, Ryan? We once had the toaster go on fire in the store, and one of the managers comes up to me. He's like, I have to ask this of you first. Do you have anything to do with it?
Right. That's right. But it's not every day she sees a dog shit TV like that.
That TV, we would throw it in the recycle bin.
Oh my God. You know what else is in the recycle bin right now? My dignity. Completely destroyed.
That can't be reused.
Jersey to steal? Look me up. See, I'm not the only one.
Dude,
Calvin wrecked
Ivan worked so hard on that joke, and it's just completely
I really
backfired on him.
I thought it was going to be the highlight of my career as a comedian, but no.
It was the end of it.
It was the end of it. It was
Oh
over.
my god, I'm
He
crying.
naked his ass. She
You
cracked across the
just,
face,
like-
eyeball popping out. He's just like, this is like, oh god. He keeps looking at the TV like he's mad at it.
No, yeah, I'm disappointed, dude. My comedian career was just destroyed. Like completely destroyed. You brought the massive biggest bomb into it and destroyed it completely. Like no survivors whatsoever. Goodbye, firefighters. But anyways, what I was going to say.
All right, wrap it up, and then I gotta go. I gotta go.
Super quick. I just want to give mad props to everyone right now because I just wanted the chat to acknowledge, like, yeah, there was a lot of roasting to Lofty and everything, but just look at the difference between Lofty and anyone else on fucking Twitter when you disagree with them. If you don't have the same opinions, they go immediately to insult you, to call you something, to call you an Esther or whatever. And it's just a matter of like pride. Here we actually had a conversation with different opinions, and it's like, hey, whatever your opinion is, this is why I think it's right. This is why I think it's wrong. So mad props for Lofty to hold it down like you did. For everyone else that was slapping, their meat across his face, the same. Like there was no insulting whatsoever. necessarily. It was really just a conversation. So just wanted to give props if it wasn't acknowledged first.
Except no props for Ivan because his TV sucks.
God fucking damn it, Mike. Just shut up for once. Go back to your Mario game in the hood.
Are you mad that I have a Mario game?
That sounded like Ivan wanting to say something horribly offensive, and he just
Mario game.
Ivan has insulted me so many times in private. He had something worse than he wanted to say. Mario game in the hood.
He caught himself.
Like I said, shield, man, bulletproof.
We're live.
We're fucking live right now.
This is what you get when you're on live.
Do it live.
That's funny.
Only one that's
Okay. All right. So we are at the 3-hour mark. So if anybody wants to bounce, me and Ryan have to run through super chats. So
Yeah,
first
we're
foremost, I
gonna
wanna
try
say-
to focus on them. Yeah.
First and foremost, this has been probably the best Tuesday night's main event to date. This was a fantastic episode. 3 hours of just straight up good conversation back and forth, you know, and that's what Geeks and Gamers is all about, is having, you know, discussions, being real about it and no bullshit. You know, you're not gonna find that, you know, like, you know, look, me and Ripa's passionately like fuck Marvel and fuck Spider-Man, and here I am like, I love Spider-Man. Are we crying over it? No, he's like, oh, fuck it, fuck you too. And I'm like, well, fuck you too. We'll play Mario Kart and work it out. But you know, but that's what it's all about. So like I said, when me and Ryan and Ripa got together, we wanted to put a show together, and this show has just continued to take off and do awesome shit. So who needs to bounce? Anybody?
I'm about to get to work. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Get some fucking
So-
work, man. I guess I got a bunch of emails. Hey, it's been fun. Per usual, I don't got any more scheduled fucking debates that I can monetize today, this week, but we'll be live at 12 p.m. per usual on my show, and when I'm on Blaze, whenever, and of course kicking his ass, Jeremy's ass, on every Sunday on Mario Kart, which isn't anything new. And yeah, so there's that. Hey, appreciate everybody here. Of course, you know, who do we have on? We had Gothics.
Yeah, we had Gothics on earlier. Yeah,
but obviously the Jobby Gamer Cat. Appreciate you being here, per usual, as well, man. This has been fun. But yeah, we'll do it again next week. It's been bigger. What we had 3,400 or something people.
35. We hit 35 tonight,
Holy
so-
shit,
yep.
man.
So-
So the show continues to grow, man. I may have hopefully a nugget for you guys, not for Krista, of course. I meant in regards to the Riververse stuff. Hopefully, I have something for y'all next week.
Johnny, we're gonna shame him into it. He's gonna play Splatoon with us at some point.
Dude,
We're
this
gonna like.
woman fucking asks me about the damn game every fucking day.
Get it.
When he gotta get Splatoon? So when he gonna get Splatoon? I'm like, God damn it, man. These guys are gonna try to get me on this, but I may get. I said watch her for hours playing.
Dude, have you seen Lyndon? Lyndon doesn't sleep anymore. He just plays Splatoon.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
all he
usually up,
does.
like way late at night, and I
Yeah.
see he's live on fucking Twitch.
After the shit you
grinding on
pulled last
Splatoon.
Sunday, it'd be the night. It'd be the least you could fucking do is to play some Splatoon. God
Dude,
damn.
Jay Hailstorm. Hey, Jay, I was playing last night with some of our premium members, Jay Hailstorm and Lyndon. Dude, Jay Hailstorm was so fucking mad at this one guy. Like, I've never heard him so angry. Like, he was legit like wanting to track this dude down. Like, he was mad because the guy kept killing us. Like, he was the dude was annoying. I've never heard Jay Hailstorm so lively. Like, it's the first time I've actually respected Jay Hailstorm.
First time I respect you.
I'm curious. I gotta try this game too. Then
Yeah,
it's fantastic. It's fantastic.
I may end up getting it, man. We'll see.
All right, Rip, have a go, man.
All right, man. Y'all take it easy, man. Peace out.
All right.
I should also probably because I have work at like 7 a.m. and I gotta be up
Hey,
at 5.
yeah, Kat,
Yeah.
Kat, you're welcome back anytime. I'll
Yes.
talk to you. I'll talk
Love
to
to
you
you
in
have to
the DMs. You've been fantastic. So pleasure having you. Tell them about your
Before
channel,
I-
Kat.
Oh, first off, just before while we have thousands here, this is my Paramount Plus. I canceled it over Halo.
Nice.
yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
It doesn't show too well, but yeah, Paramount Plus, your subscription has been canceled. I want people to see that.
Yeah.
It
She's
got
got a
renewed
good
for a
Halo
second
rant.
season already.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Fucking
Wait, yeah, they
Yes.
were telling. It really did. They were telling me
Yeah.
in my live stream.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. They don't know. They just do it.
That's something you also will often just announce to give something good momentum headed.
Yeah, because just because it's been announced means nothing. It means nothing.
It better not be nothing. You got to be kidding me. They're making a second. The guy's on the cover.
Get him,
don't
Cat. She's got
Halo.
a hell of a good rant over there on her channel.
You don't understand. This is the first person shooter I ever played. How? No, I don't have time for this.
I gotta go to fucking bed, but fuck you.
It's amazing.
No.
I wish she put those insults as much passion as she does insulting me. Just saying.
This is Halo. This is above and beyond everything else. This is Halo.
Yeah.
They don't even have Master Chief's voice actor.
Yeah, I heard the voice. That voice is trash. I have no idea who that is.
Yeah.
Who in hell thought this was a good idea? And like I said, the more people who cancel Paramount Plus, God damn it, I can't believe they did this.
Whoa, she's fired up.
Hey, you know what? Paramount Plus also announced there's going to be a Blues Clues movie.
I don't care about that.
With all the different
I got
hosts,
warthogs
including
right over here.
Old Steve and the Asian guy.
I don't care
Both of
about
them.
Blue's Clues.
I care
I
about
care
them.
about
Both of
Halo.
them.
And if they mess up Destiny, there will be hell to pay. I am kidding.
Well,
they're gonna fuck it up.
Sony just bought Destiny,
Sony
right?
just
So,
Yes.
so
Yeah.
they're gonna do that for sure. They're gonna probably put
Then
out.
I
a
will be
show or a
having
movie.
daily videos ranting because do not touch Destiny.
Yep.
Subscribe to the Hijabi Gamer.
Yeah.
And
She's
that's
awesome. Cat,
I
it was
gotta
a
get
pleasure
to work. I
having
have
you.
work tomorrow
Good to meet
at
you.
like
Thanks for
7
coming
a.m.
out.
But
You got to
thanks for
stop
having
those
me.
Ivans.
Good night.
Good night.
All right. Bye. All right, Lofty, you got to bounce.
Yeah, my brother wants to watch something with me, so I gotta head out. But
He doesn't
thanks
want
for having me
to say
on.
he's gonna watch-
Hey,
he watched
yeah,
Book
of course.
That was fun.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
said you got a breakdown of the trailer, right?
I do. Yeah, I put out like a trailer frame by frame thing, and it's on my YouTube channel. I don't normally do commentary videos, but like this was kind of fun. So, but yeah, Lofty Pixels on YouTube, and I have more commentary videos coming up. I might start doing that more frequently as opposed to like I'm still doing memes and stuff for the quartering, and I put those on my channel. But yeah, 2022, I'm trying to do some different things. But thanks for having me on again. And I don't have any hard feelings towards anyone, especially Eric, because like I love talking to people and having
trust me, he ain't bothered by
differences
nothing,
of
so.
opinions, and
Yeah.
then even like heated debates, and then not resorting to like name calling and like any kind of personal attacks. Like I don't take anything personally. I just don't almost ever take anything personally.
The
It's
first
all-
episode of Tuesday Night's Main Event,
Yeah.
me and Rippa had a 2-hour debate of yelling each other
Fucking
for
Resident
so-
Evil.
Yeah,
God.
like that's all
Yeah, I
it was.
remember that.
Yeah, that's all it was.
But
so I encourage yelling and screaming at each other and debating, and then at the end of the day, just being like, "All right, see you next week."
Yep,
exactly. So anyway, thank you guys. That was fun. I think chat
Yeah,
enjoyed that debate too. So
Yes,
that was good.
absolutely. Have a
All
good
right,
one,
guys.
Lofty.
I'll
Take it
see
easy,
ya.
bud.
See you, Krista.
Good night.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Yep.
All right. Anybody else? Everybody good?
me.
I mean,
I'm good.
okay.
Can I plug something real quick?
No.
Jesus. God.
Yes, go. Of course.
He's gonna plug
All right.
that TV into the wall.
God damn it. The spirit of hijabi is still around us. Like, I'm gonna
sorry.
go to sleep and I'm
Every
gonna
week
sneak up
now-
haunting my dreams like, you're a piece of shit for getting that TV. Like, I'm sorry.
Somebody comes after Ivan, and I'm all here for it, man. I just fucking
Yeah, like no one does it anyways. So anyways, this is me talking to the chat right now. Yeah, you, the chat, I'm talking to you. There's a lot of people that know me from re-editing The Last Jedi. If you didn't know, I'm a film editor, and I did re-edit The Last Jedi. It's in my channel, which is pretty much dead, but it's still, you can find it there, the entire process and how you can change a completed story into something a little bit better, that is watchable and across the board. It was very much liked. So I'm thinking of doing the same with Boba Fett, with the series of Boba Fett. I'm thinking of making a movie, trimming all the fat and changing the story into something more cohesive, something more watchable, and that is more true to the character of Boba Fett. So for anyone that loved the journey of The Last Jedi, this is kind of gonna be like the second coming of that. For anyone that didn't know and wants to see me do it, most likely I will be re-editing live on Twitch. And then at the end, we will obviously I'll send the link to whoever wants it. So yeah, that's what it is. I'll be doing that. And please go and support the Twitch channel whenever I do have it. Right now, I'm still working on it. So
You do have it though, don't you have a Twitch channel? That they can
yeah,
follow
I
at
do,
least?
but it's like, yeah, I have like 400 or something, but I don't even know how to work it. So I'm gonna do like some trial run.
You got a Twitch partner right next to you, Krista. So
yeah. So yeah, guys, if you would
I can
want
see the
to-
taco emoji she's gonna put on your channel. She's gonna hook it all up.
Well, actually, like
so.
I don't know how, but my screen name on Twitch is Smooth Latin Taco, I think. No joke. But anyways, so that's gonna be happening. In the meantime, go ahead and enjoy your life, please. I am definitely not going to once I start this process, but it'll be fun, and it's not gonna take as long as The Last Jedi because I'm literally not adding any scenes.
Hey, Ivan. Hey, Ivan.
Shut the fuck up!
This fucking Christ.
Poor Ivan. I respect Ivan and his pink hair. I love you, Ivan. Sorry that they're all hating on you.
What happened to the hate? Like
I know.
You got
okay.
fucking wrecked, bro. Like that's what happened.
Hold on. Okay, Google.
Like it just kept fucking going.
Phone number.
Like, what do you have to plug? Well, I have all these things that I'm not doing right now, but I'm telling you about in great detail. It's like, fuck.
It's just to prep everyone, god damn it. I haven't done shit in years, and the moment I do, it's like, fuck you for doing it. God damn it, Ryan.
Ivan's the main villain of tonight. That's what the people in the chat said. They forgot about Lofty. They fucking went after you.
Anyways, thank you for everyone existence. Fuck you, Ryan, for just being the inbred that you are. And yeah, I'm gone.
That's what we were expecting.
I'm fucking gone. I'm gonna just
He's dragging this out so he can do something. He's trying to find something. I can tell.
You got
what are
another
you
like
trying to do?
shitty electronic to show us. You got a fucking like a house phone on the wall. You're gonna pull over, impress us.
You know what, dude? You know what? At this point, there's nothing that I can pull off out of my ass that will save me. So you know what? I'm just gonna go and apply for Taco Bell because it's gonna be more worth it than being in the panel with you fucking ignorant imbeciles. Except for you, Krista. I love you.
Aw.
All right, you got a super chat as you leave. Love you, Ivan. Says James.
There you
right
go.
there.
Oh, fuck you,
See?
James.
So-
You're being hypocritical. Just fucking shut up already. I saw James being like, "Oh yeah, build a wall, motherfucker." Yeah. All right.
All right, man. Have
Bye,
a good one,
Ivan.
Ivan. I'll talk to you later, buddy.
Night.
See ya.
Oh,
Oh my god, that was funny. All right, Jay, you good? You good? All right.
All right.
Turning Ryan loose.
There you go.
Let me fucking scroll down to this.
All right, you
shit.
find that. I'll do the Streamlabs side right now. So we got Reltar says, as a Witcher fan, it kind of hurts that the fantasy fandom is only rejecting the wokeification of fantasy now that Lord of the Rings is the victim. Ask Az, who played the games, or Gary, who read the books, and I'm sure they'll agree that the Witcher series is woke as fuck too. Yeah, I mean, that's been something. I think the problem was The Witcher just got a big bump from Henry Cavill, and that lightsaber scene that was edited when it first came out, that it made it, like that thing went viral, and it just,
I don't
took
think
people
that
time.
had like.
I think that had.
I don't think that had a ton to do with it. I think it's a very beloved property, and Henry Cavill's awesome. And a thing that did help was the thing that Dan Vask had, which is the Witcher song. I think that helped
huge,
it more than the lightsaber thing at all.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's the only thing that happened. I'm just saying it complemented, though, because I mean, even me, I wasn't really interested in watching it because I'd already heard some bad. But when I saw that lightsaber edit, I'm like, okay, if that's what this show's about, that looks fuck. If this is what's going to happen in this show, and I did watch like the first, I don't remember, half of it, and then I kind of I checked out. You know what I mean? Because I just didn't care. But either way, yes. Shout out to Dan Vask, who sucks at Mario Kart as well. Marcia Lance for $10. Hello, I love what you all do. Thanks to Ripa. I've migrated to find everyone a couple of weeks ago. The Ripaverse, Lord of the Rings, and Halo's content has been amazing. Enough of agendas, baby rage. Well, thank you. Glad you found us. Thank you to Ripa for giving us all the signal boost on that. That's great. Hi, Canalus. Hail Tuesday night's main event. I'm curious if Krista saw that what Az did to Baby Yoda today. Did you see
Ripped
that,
its
Krista?
fucking head off. Thank God.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's tired of women being sucked into dog shit shows because of cute, stupid shit.
Well, that's been going on for a long time, and it's
Yeah,
always
he's
gonna go
fucking
on.
tired of it.
Oh well.
He took a stand.
He took a stand on Baby.
Yeah. Alex Creed split tax says $2. I watch all the episodes of Everything's Gonna Be All White. I'm now brain dead. Ugh. If you did that, I don't know. I mean, you're probably in big trouble. Big trouble. HTK bass player. Damn it, Ripa. I just want salt on my fries. Odyssey, $25 from radicalized Ryan.
My man.
Sticker of a shooting star.
That's right.
Thomas over from Odyssey. Have a great stream. Hope everyone is enjoying the new theme and mobile Odyssey chat. Yeah, you guys are doing a great
bits
job.
are orange now instead of light blue.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Shout out. We are streaming on Odyssey as well, just like we do every Tuesday night. And appreciate everybody support over there. Go ahead, Ryan.
All right, the first one of the night. Spaceman Spiff for 5. Why does Ryan blink like that?
I blink.
Your mom squirted all over my face, and I got some in my eye. I had a tough time getting it out.
I like how Chris was like,
and then he didn't fucking blink that whole fucking time. He just stared.
Yeah.
Ew.
Because he's from before the stream, but thank you.
Because he's a reptilian. He doesn't,
Yeah. Bert A.
This is not okay.
Go ahead.
Bert K for 10. Well, this is a sad one. A friend of mine passed away this morning. It hurts. The worst days are when people you care about pass. But seeing you goofballing on Mario Kart here in FNT is a distraction I'll take. Well, Bart, we've been going for 3 hours and we've all been laughing. So I hope we helped a little bit, man.
Absolutely.
Sorry to hear about that.
Absolutely, brother. Yeah, honestly, and I'm sorry, Bart, because I did see that when that first came in. I meant to get to that to give you a shout out. So hopefully you're still watching. If not, we'll give you another shout out on Mario Kart. We know you'll be watching that. So Mario Kart on Sundays. So I'll, clearly you're enjoying those, but condolences, my friend. Condolences.
Cardero for 25 Canadian. What do y'all think, or which do y'all think would win in a 1v1 fight to the death? Silverback gorilla versus grizzly bear. Silverback gorilla. I think they're smarter and can like fucking hold shit and use tools and stuff like that.
Yeah, I would agree with
tools.
That. You know what I mean? Like a gorilla would like grab a branch and hit somebody with it.
Yeah,
a grizzly bear though.
Yeah. Fucking
really
bitch ass grizzly bear.
Some of those grizzly bears can fold shit in half like hard.
All right. Well, you know what? Let's see what the chat thinks.
They can kill them. They can kill
Everyone's saying bear.
Bear or gorilla.
Bunch of dumb fucks who don't know the potential of a fucking Donkey Kong out there. Freaking smashing. He's using coconut guns, everything like that. You guys aren't even thinking about that.
I didn't think like silverbacks can get up to like 400 pounds, but like grizzly bears are like in the 12s, I believe.
All right, I just put there's polls in the chat. Who wins? There you go. Vote away. We'll see. We'll get an official scientific result here that will be a fact. Because if Twitter's taught me anything, is that if you get a couple hundred people to vote on something, and it goes the way you want it to, that's a fact. All right, bear is winning.
Size. I don't give a fuck. You think that matters?
It's close. It's close.
Yes. The gorilla's literally just gonna be swinging around. The grizzly's never even going to touch him. But that's all right. You guys just show how uneducated you are and vote bear. Where am I? Mr. Plasma for 5. Let's go drunk 3PO. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Plasma.
Thank you. My dude.
Harambe didn't die for this, by the way. Okay? He didn't die for this poll.
He didn't die from a fucking grizzly. He died because somebody shot him between the eyes. Dead.
I know that, Ryan.
I know. I'm just saying.
Okay. Well, you
made it killed by a bear.
It's a meme. and you kind of got really emotional and really fired up over it when I was just making the meme like Harambe didn't die for this, and you're like, he didn't die from a bear, got shot in the eyes. I'm like, thank you, Mr. Literal. I understand that. I was making a meme.
We're literally talking about a grizzly bear potentially killing someone. So I thought I'd point out that when that guy died,
for this.
It was by a man. It was
but
not
I was
by
saying
a grizzly.
Harambe didn't die for this, meaning the poll, meaning the people are voting against the gorilla because Harambe is a gorilla. That's the point.
I wasn't trying to take down your meme. I was trying to point out that
you didn't compliment the meme.
I wasn't trying to compliment it.
You hurt the meme. It was a good joke, and you ruined it.
It was a 5-6-year-old joke. It wasn't that good.
I'll be real. I think the gorilla has cooler vibes, but that bear's gonna fold that gorilla in half.
There's no way, dude.
Gorillas,
Planet of the
bears
Apes
are way stronger than fucking. It is not Planet of the Apes, Ryan.
And Harambe was just part of the memes of the Super Bowl. Don't say it was an old meme. How dare you disrespect Harambe? Fuck you.
Well, Cincinnati Bengals didn't win either.
Bears like honey.
Yeah.
0 hour discussions for 25. Doesn't say anything, but thank you. Ghost in the Craig for 2. I'm sorry, but that was Lady Ripa. I don't know what that means.
No, he says, I'm sorry, was that Lady Ripa
was
in when they
that
showed
Lady Ripa?
Yeah, that was.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, it was Lady Ripa. Oh, and then he says, hands up, 100 in a wine glass. So I think Ghost in the Craig likes that. Dermy Wormy for 2. Krista has a redhead. Damn fine. Oh, hi, Mike.
Wax on. All right, there.
Fucking chilling, man. I don't compare to. Listen, I don't know why you even mentioned me in the same fucking chat as Krista wearing a red wig, but cool, man.
Keep going, Ryan.
Muggsy Kins for 2. OMG, it's Mexican Gem from Gem and the Holograms. I was talking about Ivan before he was embarrassed. Muggsy Kins for another 2. Cat is not in the tower. Great to have you here.
She was great tonight. She was great.
Yeah, she was awesome. CJ for 10. Don't get nostalgia baited by Lord of the Rings, guys. This looks almost as bad as Netflix Wisher Show. And damn, Krista Nova, looking beautiful.
Thank you.
Everybody likes your fake fucking hair, I guess. Trask for 5. Why am I a racist when I ask what happens to all the black elves, dwarfs in the third age of Middle Earth? No, you're not. You're not at all. So Redbeard for 5. Amazing stream lineup, guys. Also, Krista, the new Little Mermaid. Great video, Gothics.
Thank you. Yeah.
Look at this stuff. Fluffy Panda for 5. Why does Drunk look like he's trying to avoid those Krista child support payments?
What?
You mean when I have my wig on?
Maybe. David
I
Fox.
make my payments, okay?
David Fox for 10. Shout out to Young Rip. I'm a huge fan of your music, especially the ANCAP rap. Thank you, David. I'm sure he really appreciates that, man. JS Pena for 5. Gothics, I saw your everything's going to be all white vid. Heard you say black people have flown the Confederate flag before. Question why, though? I mean, they absolutely have, because it's not about racism.
Yeah. Look at this compliment Antoine Soldier makes about Ryan.
Ryan is so miserable. I love it.
It kind of makes everybody else happy, too.
I'm just not fucking pretending like the rest of you.
I have no life, so...
I mean, I'm happy when I play Splatoon. That's for sure. Unlike Ryan.
Fuck. If that's what my life was like, if that was the low point right there, that I'm only happy when I can play Splatoon, it wouldn't be going for much longer. I'll tell you that. Pat Maloney for 5. Geeks and Gamers. Proof that America isn't about diversity. It's about breaking balls. Always has been. Always will be.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Right.
Pat.
Yeah.
Damn.
Especially if you're a minority. America loves breaking minority balls.
I might make that our new slogan right there. So,
there you go.
Geeks and Gamers ain't about diversity. It's about breaking balls.
Maester Mike for 5. Tommy Wiseau would be a better voice actor than that. It was really fucking bad, that Pinocchio shit. D-Day Darrow for 2. Got here late. What the fuck did they do to Pinocchio? It was not good.
We don't know.
Listen, Johnny64 has been talking a lot of shit. So we're streaming Splatoon 2 tomorrow on Gaming with Geeks. Johnny, I'm going to be honest with you. Johnny has become, I was going to say something. he's become insanely good at this game. Like, it's kind of stupid how good he is. But I'm bringing it tomorrow. So fuck you, Johnny. Krista Nova's hosting, by the way, for all the Krista Nova fans out there on Gaming with Geeks tomorrow night.
She's gonna wear a wig too, so like, come with your wallets ready.
Jason wear his wig too.
Redbeard for 2.
It's
Ivan is my
itchy.
waifu. Make a body pillow, please.
Ivan.
That pink
He
wig.
might quit the team after tonight. Mark for $5. Speaking of Lord of the Rings, did you hear that Lord of the Rings War of Rohirrim animated movie that Warner Brothers is making? Yes, Rohirrim. Yes, that's it. I did see an anime. There's a concept art out there, and I had a bunch of people tagging me like, "This looks 10 times better than what Amazon's doing." It's like it's literally a concept art picture. But they are doing it. I think it's going to be out in 2024. So I think that's set like 200 years before Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, somewhere around there.
What's that? The Amazon series?
No, the anime that I'm talking about,
okay,
the Warner Brothers one. So yeah, I mean, there's nothing to know about it. It's literally a picture.
Yeah.
Jess, SBD girl for 10 says, "Love you guys." Jeremy, you missing FPD?
Oh God.
Is that
was
the,
last
that's
night.
the dude playing Splatoon, right?
Yes. That dude was terrorizing us last night. It was fucking terrible. So
Level 64. Epstein's Ghost for 5. Oh, so glad Hijabi Gamer's on. She rocks. Hail Buster in chat. Yeah, I think Buster's the cat, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. So glad you knew that.
I fucking know everything.
Being a
That's
cat,
why I know
yeah.
that goddamn gorilla is going to beat the fuck out of that grizzly bear, whether
It's
y'all
not
like it or
a
not.
thing, yeah.
Redneck Hero for $2 says, "Woo!"
Woo!
Thank you, Redneck Hero. Spider Claw for 10. It's interesting seeing both Ryan and Afro Ryan, aka Epic Mike, together. We need a rage contest between them. I'm betting on the OG. Good bet. Also, why is Krista's hair red?
That's a
It's
terrible
nice,
bet.
but not very Krista.
That's a terrible fucking bet. I can outrant
Valentine's
Ryan.
Day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Krista likes to likes to change it up.
I'm representing Canada. There you go.
There you go.
Well-
Yeah, Jay Hailstorm's very upset. Jay Hailstorm was mad as fuck at FPD last night. Like I told Jay Hailstorm I was going to friend request FPD and then see if he want to play Halo with us. Jay Hailstorm fucking left. He left the Discord call.
That's funny.
Let's see. Torgo the White for 2. Everything's going to be all white equals Max Breaded. Thank you, Torgo the White. D-Day Darworld says, "Hail Cat." Thank you. We got that big one from Buford earlier. Thank you again, Buford. PK13910 for 2. I'm here for Krista Nova. Hail, Krista. Yeah. Well, it was 3 A's. So.
Oh, so
Yeah. Bear Business for 5. Ryan, you were in the Navy. You have a wig somewhere near you. Not anymore. Those days are over. Just Nova for 5. What the lefty weirdos don't get is that when Hollywood advertises with their woke crap, it's predictable, therefore terrible. No viewing required. Yeah, I agree. Eli the Snake for 5. Hail G&G. Ivan, did you see Shenmue anime yet? Classic Dreamcast game. Also, maybe Shenmue stream.
Ivan?
Yeah, Ivan's been embarrassed, so don't know him.
He's been embarrassed.
Shout out to the Dreamcast though. Oh my god.
That's what that TV's for. Dreamcast games.
My goodness.
Oh.
No.
I thought
Steph showed me this earlier. That was what Josiah was really doing the entire time.
Is that what happened, Mike?
That's why I hit him. That's why I brought up those fucking shoes.
Oh no!
The bottom half of him looks like an ugly mom.
Yeah.
Oh no, Josiah.
I was like, "Where are your socks, motherfucker?" They cracked him in the back of the head and fell into a ditch.
Josiah.
Damn, bro.
Josiah.
Damn, bro.
Told
you I fell off, man. It's just...
I think Mike is justified in what happened now.
Yeah, I'm with Mike.
I tried to tell everybody I was doing the world a favor.
He's in chat right now.
I became the villain so I could save Josiah.
Josiah has enough internet to watch the stream.
Well, you could do anything.
He's burning through that data.
He's on like a 3G line or something.
Release the
People try to bury him now.
What the fuck?
4 months. How do you listen to these stories and not feel pain and not?
Who is that?
Want to help?
Me.
You know what I mean?
That's
It's like
Jeremy's face.
Oh yeah, it's Jeremy. It's a face swap,
hoodie.
Jeremy.
It doesn't look a lot like him though.
You should use this clip
putting
now.
your hands at 10 and 2. Oh God, I better look
My
out
hands
because
at 10 and
I'm
2.
wearing Nike gear. Like what? What are we talking about? And so
Nike
you
gear,
can't
like
relate
what?
to that if you're white, but you can listen and you can try to help because this is not okay. Last 4 months, how did
Oh
God damn.
White people have never worn Nike gear before.
Try to help.
Try to help. The hands at 10 and 2.
Ideator for $2, 10 points for homunculus use. Thank you. Can Man for 5. Ryan's food opinions are terrible. Mexican candy is fantastic. I'm sorry, your taste buds are shit. Keep riding that donkey of truth, Ivan. Krista is fire.
Thank you.
Ivan fan, Krista simp. So you know what your opinion's useful to me.
Rim.
Memology for 30 Honduran dollars, which is like 5 cents. Ryan, careful with all that edge, bro.
He put in the chat. Sorry, it's only 12 American dollars. With a sad face.
He donated the 1,200 or the 300. I looked it up. It's $12.20.
Yeah. So $30. It's about like what, $1.20. So thank you for the generous donation. Memology says Ryan, careful with all that edge, bro. I believe that's after I referred to the former first lady.
Yeah.
Let's see. Chris Rivas for 5. As a Cuban American, I was expecting the Lord of the Rings trailer to have salsa dancing, cigar smoking, palm tree ents. Where's my representation, Amazon? Exactly.
Yeah.
It would never, ever end. Let's see.
Oh my God.
Kendall's missing Y chromosome for 5. After hearing Ivan call host body a product of incest, I probably know why I'm sentient and excommunicated from his body. Thank you, Kendall's missing Y chromosome. Just Nova for 5. Fuck Obama. He refused to pronounce Marine Corps correctly with elite education. That's weird. Urban Phoenix Fox for 20. I only care for the Ricky Gervais roasting everyone for their wokeness. Yes, I think we got that one earlier, but thank you again, Phoenix Fox. Mike Hill for 5. Speaking of race, the new Quantum Leap series has said there will not be any white guys on the show. I heard about that, actually.
Is that a real thing?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
The little main character was a white dude. Like, what the?
Not anymore, bitch. That's
What are they
what
gonna
they're
do?
telling us.
What are they
Can
going
they
to
please
do?
do that one episode?
I mean,
You know what?
That mean he's going to go into every black person in
The one they
history?
show
You know,
on
any white people?
Flashcast.
Fuck.
Oh,
Which
God.
one was that?
I don't want to say.
Oh, okay.
They just
I do got Akasul $15. Jeremy, check your DMs on Twitter, please. I would like to give my opinion on Amazon's woke garbage that is wearing the carcasses of Tolkien's great work. Thank you for the 15. I'll check that out. I'll look in my DMs.
DMs.
I'd rather get DMs from anybody but you, Mike.
That's fair.
Marksman for 2
Okay,
says, "Hey Jay, I sent you the complete series of DVDs and OVAs. Armored Troopers. Vodum's is Gundam's brother in that he helped create the entire mecha genre, but unfortunately has fallen into Gundam's shadow. It deserves more. I think you will like it." Jay.
Where did you send it? I guess I'll never know.
I guess your PO box.
Probably your PO box, if I had to guess.
Icanalist is talking about the Netflix BioShock. They'll still be called Big Daddies, but their relation to the girls will be different. Oh, that's good. Go ahead.
That's the one you're talking about. Wait, am I retarded? That one? Yeah. Donna.
Oh God, that show.
Well, this is a name. Donna Hergenrether for $2 says, "Thanks for having 3 of my favorite ladies on." You're welcome, Donna. Britt Cormier for $10. They are on a script like politicians. That should tell you the politicians are stupid also. Thank you, Britt. E-Hef for 10. In the media, anti-vax protests has become anti-vax mandate protests. Seeing everything that's going to be all white gets rejected gives me hope. And the Durham report is mainstream and can't be ignored. What are you guys fucking laughing at?
It's a fucking episode.
Yeah. Wait.
I DM'd it to you. I think I sent it to you, Ryan. Maybe I didn't.
The clip? Yeah.
That's the one.
Is it something we can watch? What are you talking about?
Yeah, we can watch it. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up real quick.
Ryan's starting to laugh. Look at Ryan starting to smile.
I've seen it, yeah. Hold on.
Oh boy.
Ryan's starting to smile.
Oh my god.
If you laugh, you go to hell. That was part of it.
I'm fucking long gone, brother. Here we go.
I'm retarded.
Oh no.
It's the music, man.
Oh no. No.
Someone's gonna put Ryan's face on that.
Somebody put that.
It's the music, man.
Yeah,
the music
it's like-
kills you. It's like, what?
Yeah. That's T-Mac. All right. Where was I?
Oh, Jesus, forgive us all.
Amen.
God fucking damn it. If this stupid shit skipped on me, I'm gonna be so mad. It was funny. It wasn't worth losing my spot. All right.
Jeremy
I tried to hold it together. I'm in charge of this thing. I can't laugh too much.
It's funny as fuck.
This is shit that somebody will clip and be like, "Look at these guys."
It's the music, man. Oh.
It's like the music is like so sad. You know, it's like he's acknowledging just something that's just like really fucking sad.
God.
As he and sees himself in the mirror.
Jesus, forgive me, dear God. Oh my, I can't breathe.
Oh man.
Why
right.
that is not okay, man. Why
Troy Neenan for $2 says, I will give Elvira a pass. I respect her too much. There you go. She's got big tits. JH for 5. I want to lose my flower with a black woman with this stream playing in the background. Thank you, JH. I saw that when it. I saw that super chat when it came in, and I started laughing.
I wanted to highlight it, but I was
Rip
like,
was like making Rip was like a really good point, and the chat was so random.
Oh man. I pissed my pants.
Darren Bass II for 5. I stopped taking Amanda Seales serious after she lied and accused Myron Roll of sexual harassment a few years ago. I don't believe all women. EHEF for 5.
Shit.
You've gone full metrics. Never go full metrics. Thank you, EHEF. R Rural Juror for $10. The Hijabi Gamer rules. Nice addition to the panel. Thank you, R Rural Juror.
She really was great. She was fantastic.
Let's see. Revenge of the Netherrealm for 2. OMG, is that Krista Nova or Natasha Romanoff?
Black Widow. That is, she does have the
means
Black
you're
Widow
dead
look.
now.
Yeah.
This is fucking Jay. I'm so mad.
All of Flash's intros are just hilarious. He's got the one when Nick comes in. He's like, Hey, this guy said you stole something. Like,
Where's the one that Flash plays with the black dude and Ice T? Which one?
Oh, that's from Law and Order SVU.
No, I know. Do we have? I want to play that one. It's so fucking good, dude. Here,
I'm not gay. I have relationships with women.
But they play that music, man.
Guess what?
I got news for you, brother. That makes you gay. Yeah. JH for $5. I'm on day 3 of the coof and want to announce we shut the whole world down for a bad cold. Thank you, JH.
This video has 9 million views. It has 9 million views. Shout out to Flashcast.
Oh,
I can't fucking even.
Dude, I'm gonna die. I gotta mute myself. I'm gonna throw
I
up.
am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
There ain't no music with that one, though, bro.
Music
at the end. Yeah.
Oh, is it? Is it here? Is it the end here?
The music makes it, man.
No, not on that one. Not on that clip. Not on that clip.
I am not gay.
That thing has 9 million views.
Fuck, dude.
Oh my god.
Ripped from the headlines. AWM Fishing and Gaming for $10 can confirm all gamers said I worked at Walmart in a college town doing the same thing. I've seen the pantyhose over the mask thing, triple mask, in mass in their car as I load 40 cases of water.
Wow.
Damn. There you go.
If somebody has the edit with the music, you can send it to me on Twitter and I'll play it.
Well, it doesn't have the same. It had music come in at the end. It's just like a string that's like all fucking super sad and dramatic.
Yeah.
I used to watch SVU every fucking week. Minor Zircon for 2. Don't talk ish about the donkey, Jeremy.
Oh, the donkey of truth. The donkey of truth.
D-Day for $5. Details matter. You've been watching too much Reacher, Ryan. I've been watching just the right amount of Reacher. D-Day Darwolf. Thank you. Nate D for 3.
Awesome.
Yep, y'all are pretty cool. Thank you, Nate. Renegade for 5. I've got to leave the free state of Florida to help family in Colorado. Gonna be woke as fuck, but at least there's mountains. You get tired of those mountains real fucking quick, bro. People that are nuts. But thank you. Nate Callis for 20. Hey, Epic, a fellow Michigander here. I live in the Grand Rapids area. How about yourself?
Well, not to dox myself exactly, but I was born in Grand Rapids and I live like an hour in a direction of Grand Rapids.
There you go. You got your radius narrowed down. He's hunting
He's
grounds.
not telling you. He's not telling you where the body is buried. So
No, well, I don't want you to get close enough to be able to start finding my bodies and stuff. So. Got a lot of houses and shit.
Troy Neenan for Aussie 5. Still hopeful for Elvira and Bruce Campbell versus Undead Ernest movie. Hollywood, why aren't you making this dream come true? I don't know, Troy. FMJHP for 10. One bling. All right. One. I can't do the voice anymore, but I'll say it. One bling to rules them all. One rang to find them. One thang to bring them all. And into wokeness blind them. So
should have let
a week
Mike
ago,
read it.
A week ago, I would have done a different voice. I've been censored. Vernon Copeland for 5. Jeremy, how do you get Peggy Bundy on? Mike knocked Ryan out of first for ranting.
Oh, okay. So that's the red hair for Krista, and then Mike's ranting. Yeah, they've been saying Mike has basically replaced you on Mario Kart, like all of his rage. Mike, I almost had to message Mike like 30 minutes into Mario Kart. He was yelling so fucking much that nothing could happen except for him. He's like, "Fuck you! No, fuck you! Fuck you!" He was saying "fuck you" to everybody on the Mario Kart stream. That literally nothing else could be said. That's all he was doing.
It feels artificial to me because when he's on here, he's not really that mad.
You think it would be artificial, but I actually was that fucking mad because people keep targeting me and shit. It's a goddamn
I think maybe you're just that much worse than me at Mario Kart.
Although
I think that might be
Ryan doesn't rant as much when he's not hosting, Mr. Artificial.
I don't fucking play anymore, Jeremy. That's why
when
I'm
you're not hosting, you're not going, "What the fuck?"
You know why that is, Jeremy? Because I got better. Because last time you invited
Getting better
me to
at
come
Mario
play,
Kart does not help your rage.
but it means I rage less, which is exactly what you just fucking said, you moron.
You know what,
motherfucker?
Ryan?
Yes.
Just don't.
The fuck are you even talking about?
Just don't.
Just don't.
You got anything to plug, Mike? You got a channel? What are you working on?
Do you got any more super chats to read, bro?
I do. I'm about to fucking kick your ass.
I'm not stopping you from reading, bro.
No, I'm just kidding. Vernon Copeland for 5. I said that. Raging Rhino says, thanks, Ryan. You know why. Good day, panel and chat. No problem, Rhino. And Taurus Vec for 5. Do you think there has been a concerted effort to remove or destroy heroes or role models in media? I think there's a concerted effort to bring down any positive male white role models for sure.
That's why Tim Tebow's not in the NFL. That's why Tim Tebow's not in the NFL.
Next up, be positive black role models, and it'll just be all positive male role models.
Shout out to Tim Tebow. He did not deserve what happened to him in the NFL.
Shout out to Tim Tebow. I don't think it's because he's white. I think it has a lot to do with the fact it took him 1 second to release a ball. Let's see.
No, I mean, but he got a playoff win and stuff. So
a lot of fucking people do. GT, Colin Kaepernick's been to a fucking Super Bowl. Doesn't mean he should be in the league right now. QT for $2. Hey, you super sticker. Thank you. Carlos Estrada for 10. Catching up on the stream. I'm a Mexican and I didn't ride a donkey when I was young or into a tree with spikes in Mexico. The candy can be really nasty, but the tortillas and sugar soda is great. Yeah, Mexican Coke. Yeah, I know that's special to you guys down there. The tortillas are really good in Mexico. I ain't gonna lie. I guarantee you this. If all the Mexican Coke people are like, Mexican Coke's fucking awesome, Mexican Coke. If it came in a can or like a plastic bottle, y'all wouldn't say fucking shit about it. But it's because it's in a glass bottle that makes you think it's more special than it actually is. So,
hey, presentation matters. Presentation does matter.
It does. Yeah.
So.
Lance for $5. What's up, Lance? My manager and I were talking about DC and Marvel, and I brought up Rippa, and his response was, Rippa, I love that N-word. He's black, so it's fine.
Jeremy, check your Twitter DMs.
Thank you, Lance. Carlos Estrada for 5. Also, when I hit that spike tree, I did a backflip on a rocky dirt path. First, and I believe the last time I rode a donkey. Hi, Hijabi Gamer. Thank you, Carlos. Educated Viking for 5. I thought the trailer was good. So when does the Elder Scrolls series come out again? Oh, yeah, exactly. It could have been anything. You're 100% right, Educated Viking.
Here we go.
Music. I am not gay. I have relationships with women. Sex with men.
And I got news for you. Means you gay.
Fucking shit, dude.
Why does it make it so much better?
It's just what Ryan said about the glass with the Coke. Presentation matters.
Oh my God, that's so good.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just like so.
Jay's gone.
It emphasizes how sad it is. So, the fact
it's
that,
like a realization tune. It's like
it is, and it's a sad one. So then you multiply by the fact that two things: one, you realize you're retarded, so you're sad, and then that you're gay and you're sad. It just makes it that much funnier.
One more time, chat. One more time. Here we go.
I'm not gay. I have relationships with sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Oh, shit.
Oh my God.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Oh man, that's so great.
Nate D for 5. The backlash is because we're seeing everything bad everyone's been worried about for 3 years. We knew this was evil from its inception. Thank you, Nate D. Appreciate that. Inquisitor Sarah for 5. Lefty, I like you as a human being, but you are the definition of a normie consumer. People like this keep them making stuff like this. Thank you, Inquisitor. Redneck Hero, isn't it part of the lore that there's a land somewhere east of Mordor with darker skinned people? Yeah, there's other places you could explore other than Middle Earth if you wanted to. Urban Phoenix Fox for 5. If you want to include a person with a specific race that doesn't belong just to check a box, create new franchises, leave established stuff alone. Agreed. King Ty 64 for 5. Lofty Pixels. It's better for African or African Americans to create their own mythology because we don't have one like Asia, Latin, and Caucasian. Thank you, King Ty. Bryce Kleinschmidt for 5. If they want to make a diverse fantasy series, they should make a D&D or Elder Scrolls show. Agreed. Nate D for 3. Tolkien fans are like Canadians. Don't fuck with them. Hong Kong. D-Day Darwa for 2. Hijabi is a TV size queen. She is. Very judgy.
Yeah.
Nickel Dime for 5. Just a Black Panther prequel with half a Wakandan white and trans with no explanation. Oh, wait. HGK bass player for 2. Can THG, the hijabi gamer, become a regular? She's awesome. We heard a lot of that, HTK.
I think you'll see more from Kat for sure. Whether that's on here or, well, I want to get her on Halo, like with some Halo input with us on Big Team Battle. I think that'd be fantastic, and I think she's convinced to get Splatoon 2. So my influence continues to grow.
Straight up, well, she rolled up in here and stole Ivan's spot, like just.
Well, speaking of, Kangarooster for $10 says, "What is this? A TV for ants?" It needs to be at least 3 times that big. Revul Arita for Aussie 5. Record of Lotus War greater than Rings of Power. Thank you, Revul Arita. B. Carswell for 2. Blade was my favorite as a kid. Race don't matter. Thank you, B. Carswell. Awesome. Brian Hall for 5. If you want diversity, why not tell a story in the lands to the east? As was just said. Go ahead.
I'm going to break this down about this is how the wokeness bullshit has gotten so ridiculous. It is now a point where if you say that if you talk about how much you love the movie Blade, you get dismissed as going, you're just using I have a black friend art. They're dismissing a great movie.
Yeah,
because you're saying like, no, I'm not racist and I don't have a problem with black lead characters as long as they're awesome. Like Blade's one of my favorite movies, and these woke people dismiss the greatness of the first Blade. Are you kidding me? Like that's where we're at with these freaks. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. But we do have a $3 stream left from Jaws137 says, I love the I will not comply JP Sears merch hat. Absolutely. Piston Honda 5 says Netflix will make Elizabeth a black transsexual midget in a wheelchair.
Jay, right,
I can't hold it. People in the chat are saying
I just want to know if Jay's laughing at the retard or the black gay man. The chat needs an answer.
Oh, it didn't matter. He just fucking lost.
It's the music.
Hey, several of you have sent me that clip too, so thank you. I did get it. So,
all
I
right.
did get it.
Vernon Copeland for 5.
Jay, I got news for you. Jeremy, I got news for you.
Oh my god.
Hey,
it means you're gay.
Hang on. Let me see who sent this to me. Toxic Masculinity on Twitter sent this to me. This is awesome. This is awesome.
I hate this.
Oh, I've seen that shit.
Oh wow.
That's so good.
High and moral. Let's go. Fucking. Vernon Copeland for 5. The first step is to destroy the people. To destroy the people is to destroy their culture. Thank you, Vernon. The Donkey of Truth is in the chat for 5. Ivan's dignity is the property of Cat now. Thank you, Donkey of Truth. The Common Nerd for 2. American Gods did a great job of showing other myths. Thank you. Deadly Penguin for 10. Ryan, when are you and It's a Gundam going to do the DSP stream? I don't know. Sometime we'll have to happen.
Listen, you guys need to we need to make this happen.
To death.
Yeah, you guys need to let Gundam know it's got to happen. Ryan has to be DSP. It'll be the best thing ever. It's got to happen. We got to see this.
There you go. What is this? Scarfy the Strange for 5. I have a phrase for when they make white characters and cast them as black. Blackface by casting. There you go. JB for 5. Can someone make a meme of Ryan as Clint Eastwood and Torino saying dog shit candy? Ryan is real life Vegeta. Hail. Dog shit candy.
Gran Torino's so great. Gran Torino is fucking phenomenal.
That's gonna be Ryan when he gets old.
Yeah,
that's fucking me now. Kate C, aka Snake Plush Kitten for 5. Ripa, Valkyrie being black doesn't bother me as much as her Cockney accent. Thank you, Kate. Mike Hill for 5. When did Elrond look like Orlando Bloom? I'm not sure. And the other thing is, How long does it take elves to reach maturity or reach adulthood? Mike,
It's like
it's like 50 or 100 years. It's something like that. But then they stay like the same age for like ever.
Yeah.
So
That's nice.
So the stories they're telling with this like younger Elrond and younger Galadriel would have to be in that first like 150 years of their lives.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. So it's very strange. And isn't Galadriel like significantly older than Elrond?
I think so.
So it doesn't make sense for both of them to be young at the same time.
Yeah.
That's the things these stupid fucks don't think about.
Well, they don't give a shit about canon. They just break it to fit whatever they want to fit. Yeah. Elrond is 6,500 and Galadriel is 8,300 in the books.
Yeah. So there's no conceivable way that you would have a young version of both of them existing at the same time.
Yeah. Fuck
Jay, you're
Jay.
still laughing.
Jay's losing his shit, bro. Like, it's just...
Dude, listen, I gotta point this out. All right, 3-year Letterman is one of my favorite accounts on Twitter. Okay, 3-year Letterman is fucking fantastic. Okay, so Pokimane sends this tweet out. This the famous picture of her.
Oh,
so she sends this tweet out. This face makes more money than you'll ever see in your life.
That's what she looks like?
Yeah.
Without makeup, yeah.
3-year Letterman says, doubt that. I have better things to do than to sit around watching a British cartoon like Pokemon all day. I'm a 1%er who makes $35.03 an hour plus bennies. A cell phone, a company car, fully loaded 2011 Taurus.
Wow.
Dude, it's so good.
A British cartoon like Pokemon.
It is such a good account. He's like,
how would she post that picture?
She responded. She responded.
Oh crap!
Doubt.
Oh my God! She walked right into it.
She thinks it's real.
Oh no! Let's see. God. I'm going to recommend you drop the sarcasm right now. I'm a youth football coaching legend, and I literally could turn a door handle this morning because I have I couldn't turn a door handle this morning because I have so many championship rings. I'm guessing you turn doors with ease.
Pretty good.
Look at the next response down.
$35 an hour is shit. LOL. Did you miss the part about the Taurus?
That's good.
Look, almost made a grand 6 hours ago sitting in my ass. Cheers. My company's cell phone with unlimited international calling, which I don't use, is worth more than No way this dude is bragging about a Ford. It's not just a Ford. It's a fully loaded 2011 Taurus with a 24-disc CD changer in the
trunk. In the trunk. That's good.
This dude, I've been paying attention to this dude forever. So
why did Pokimane post that?
He just gets so.
Look at it. Look. Youth football coaching legend, diehard Georgia fan, 3-year high school football letterman, show-stopping little league umpire, region champion, 3-way tie.
Oh God damn it! Oh,
I can't believe she responded.
Oh my God, it's so fucking funny. Did you miss the part about the Taurus?
B. Carswell for $2. Galadriel was not involved in that war, for fuck's sake. Thank you. Mo Zamboni for 20. Look, as a goofy as fuck Midwesterner, my favorite comic cartoon in the 90s and 2000s was Spawn. Al Simmons is an awesome, complex, and relatable character, and ignoring this shows how disingenuous SJWs are. Also, Blade rocks too. Yes, Mo. Thank you. Aiken for Aussie 8. If you think there's no issue, why do they wait until the gatekeepers were dead? Good point. Darian Murphy for 10. Lofty, it's offensive because of the reason they're doing it. They're doing it for the purposes of indoctrination. That is offensive.
Yep.
Nate D for 2. Not true. Movie open is almost exact in response to the Sauron part that we were talking about. Thrano for 2 doesn't say anything, but thank you. Troy Neenan for 2. They aren't doing it for coolness. They want hate. I don't think they want hate, but they want to push their agenda. Darius Harvey for 50. I think we said that one already. Good conversation so far. Hope the family revokes the rights. Thank you, Darius. I think it's too late for that, brother. Thrano for 2. Is Lofty your diversity hire for tonight?
On this panel.
That's good.
I got a text from a buddy that just goes, I don't like that Lofty dude. Oh, shit. I actually got to bounce.
Okay.
All right.
You got to bounce?
Yeah, I got to bounce.
Hey, man. Yeah. Hey, dude, plug your Twitch channel, bro.
Yeah.
Drop
So
a
I'm on
link, drop a
Twitch
link.
now, _epic_Mike. I'll be streaming a bunch more this week. I'm literally 2 days and half an hour away from getting affiliate already. You guys have been awesome.
Oh, great, man. That's great.
This has been blowing up. And
when are you doing your next stream? When are you doing your next stream?
Probably, what is today? Thursday?
Today's
Friday?
Tuesday night's main event.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to. I was trying to think of the days.
If you're
it'll
gonna
either be
stream Saturday, I can join you. If you can stream Saturday night or Saturday at some point, I can join you on Saturday.
Oh, that would actually be kind of cool. You know what? We'll just shoot for Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll
Just
shoot
hit
for
me
Saturday
up.
afternoon
Sometime, and I'll hit
join
you up, man. All right,
cool.
Well, you guys heard it here. Thank you guys so much. This is seriously one of my favorite things to do during the week. I look forward to it every week. Even with Ryan's racist ass, it's always a great time. But listen, if we're gonna
Mike's
just keep
awesome.
coming every week, if I get to keep coming back and watching Ivan get eviscerated by every single person on the yeah, no, for real.
Yeah, you guys go follow Mike. My Nerdy Home just dropped a link, and
Yes,
you'll be
thank you,
seeing
guys.
a lot more of Stephanie around these parts too.
Hell
So
yeah. Steph's the
that's
best.
great. She's awesome.
And Jay, always awesome, bud. You guys take it easy. Have a great night.
Bye, Mike.
Mike.
All right, buddy.
See
bud.
you guys.
Aiken for $7. What has been a core feature in your life that's been changed? It would seem if you think this is okay, then there has been nothing in your life. Everyone's shitting on Lofty. The Sod Monster for 5. I'm not offended by the changes. The changes just show they don't care about the integrity of the books. They just want the Lord of the Rings clout / audience. 5 picoseconds, which is just slightly less time than as lasts, says, as said, it's not my job to give the benefit of the doubt. It's their job to get me to care enough to watch it. Thank you. Gallows the Media for 5. Could have called this trailer Song of Lofty Donkey Truths, and I wouldn't even question it. Matthew Conley for 5. The biggest difference with this Lord of the Rings series and Nolan's Batman trilogy is that Batman had multiple writers' continuities, while Lord of the Rings had only one. I talk about that a lot in terms of comic books versus Star Wars, and the same thing applies here. Star Wars is one continuous story. There's never been multiple iterations of, oh, well, we get to see Batman again. How Batman, his origin story again, different writers and different continuities. So, Skylar Patzer for 5. People have a problem with the changes because they're not coming from a place of respect and reverence for the lore. That English gent for £5. I made that death meme. Glad it's making the rounds. Good discussion, everyone. There you go. I was literally scrolling Twitter and I saw it when Ripa brought that up. The Last King of Norway for 20 Norwegian krones. Dead on arrival until proven otherwise. Thank you. Hyperion for 10. As an immigrant person of color, in quotations, forced diversity is disgusting and racist. I don't want you or anyone's help, Lofty. I don't need to see my skin color in Lord of the Rings to love it. Stop being okay with people that tokenize us. Thank you, Hyperion. Devro for 5. We gave them the benefit of the doubt before they throw it back in our face every time. Marksman of 117B for 5. Lofty, people are getting secondhand offended for Lord of the Rings because the fandoms have been torched. Too late for us, but we want to try to save one. Signed, a Star Wars fan. D-Day Direwolf for 5. It's not just standards. People lack self-respect to put the studios in their place and just go back to the movies to be spat on. JS Pena for 2. Check out Hobbit discrimination videos, please. Hobbit discrimination videos. Keep it in mind. Robert Crawford for 10. The original Dune was better, period. I disagree, although I do miss some of the funny effects. Mar Creation Studios for 2. Hyped to see Hijabi back. Thank you, Mar Creations. Greg Williams for 10. It's good to see you're not putting bounties on people anymore. Can't we just watch a show and play the game without it being woke garbage in it? That would be amazing. That would be amazing. I said it before. I put on my live channel. I really like Reacher. I think it's a really good show.
Matthew Marsden makes an appearance in Reacher.
Yep, Matthew Marsden plays Reacher's dad in the back. In the flashbacks. I think Reacher is really good.
I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty.
I got 3 episodes left.
It's not exactly true to the book for a couple of reasons, but I think it's good. And Lee Child was right there, like alongside on the set the entire time. He even made a cameo at one point. So I really like what they did with it. Darkside Droids for 5. Ivan, my lawn isn't going to cut itself. Thank you, Darkside Droids. I wonder if that was when Ivan was giving a fucking soliloquy to get out of here.
Yeah.
Redneck Hero for 2. Hey, Mexican Jeremy, this is for you. Nate Collis for 50. We said that one about J.R. Tolkien, and I think that World War I experience inspired him to write some of that stuff. But what he didn't do was make Lord of the Rings World War I, you know? But he took some inspiration from people coming together, the people of Europe coming together to fight against evil. What the fuck are you laughing at now?
Yes, like, good Lord.
The chat, man. Sorry. All right. I'm
this
good.
one?
I'm good. I don't know why I can't stop laughing at this crap. I'm sorry. I'm mute.
Nate Collis, I said that one. Josiah Fitch for 2. The Eye of Sauron is on the chat. Ashton Clark for 20. Hijabi, you sound like that the Gaberhood chick. Gaberhood.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what that is, Ashton. Swiftbird for 5. Unbreaded. Thank you. Real Operative X for 2. Ivan being abused like he's being held by ice. Yes. Tony's Reviews and Unboxing for Canadian 2. Geeks and Gamers is the best platform. Thank you, Tony. Jeremy Wormy for 2. Lofty might be a lefty, but he's our lefty. Thank you.
I like when people said Lofty equals fed. I was like, God.
Yeah. Nate D for 2. Lofty out lefty. Ty Sloan from out of left field for $5. 2 words that can save Star Wars. Cal Kestis. I don't agree. But thank you, Ty. James Watkins for 2. Love you, Ivan. There's 1. Cowboy shit for 2. Question the sanity of anyone saying Silverback. Well, fuck you, cowboy shit. Ty Sloan for 5. Thoughts on Star Wars Theory still making Star Wars videos? That's his channel's name.
Yeah,
Also,
he's that's his channel name. Star Wars Theory's always had my back. I'll always have his. That's my buddy. So yeah, of course. Like thoughts on park hopping supporting theme parks. It's a theme park channel.
Also, thoughts on Daisy Ridley coming back. Maybe John Boyega too. That's a rumor. Brown Gaijin for 2. Casual Geographic settled the debate. Bears. I don't know what Casual Geographic is. They don't sound like experts though. They sound like casuals. But I'll check it out.
Somebody asked about park hopping.
No.
Sorry.
I was making a point.
I'm sorry.
What's wrong with Jay? What's wrong with Jay?
JS Pena for 5. Ryan, I think a gorilla stands a chance against a grizzly bear. Casual Geographic. Yeah, no. I'll have to check out Casual Geographic. Brown Geisha for 2. Make Ryan see the video by Casual Geographic Bear. Well, I'll watch it, but unless they actually pitted a gorilla against a bear in real life, I don't believe it till I see it.
Let me get this one real quick. $20 from Nate. Will Tugs ever be on Tuesday night's main event? I actually planned on having Tugs and X-Ray Girl on a couple of weeks ago, and there were so many topics and everything because we were going to plug Poor Choices because they were trying to get the channel monetized, which is now officially monetized. So make sure you go subscribe to Poor Choices. But absolutely, the plan is to try to get different members of the Geeks and Gamers team in here occasionally, and obviously Tugs, X-Ray Girl, and many more are on that short list for sure. Thank you for the $20. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Ty Sloan for 5. Invite people from Lucasfilm or former employees with connections. Maybe you can shoot ideas on how to save Star Wars. Their way. Debate Mark Hamill.
Okay, none of these first of all, we've learned our lesson by talking to Hollywood, okay? Fuck Hollywood. We learned our lesson the hard way. Secondly, no one at Lucasfilm would ever talk to us. No one would publicly talk to us. I've spoken with people at Lucasfilm privately. They would fucking be fired in a second if they know if the higher ups knew that these people talked to me. So there's people there that don't like what's going on, but the prominent people that you speak of will never talk to us. We'll simply just get we're not affiliated with Geeks and Gamers again. We've been down that road. We're not going down it again. Fuck Hollywood.
Yeah, and you're not saving Star Wars until it's not with Disney anymore. Ty Sloan for 5. Delete the sequel trilogy. Use Cal Kestis to pick up from Return of the Jedi. That's my solution. Fallen Order had great reviews and stuff. So did fucking Force Awakens. Everything needs to be deleted. Every single thing made by Disney needs to be deleted. I don't care if you like Rogue One. I don't care
Clone
if you
Wars
like
Season
Mandalorian.
7, motherfucker!
I don't care if you like. I don't care if you like anything that Disney's done. All of it needs to be deleted. If you're actually to get
I agree with that. Look, as much as I do, listen, you're talking to someone that absolutely loves season 7 of the Clone Wars. I think it's some of the best shit in Star Wars ever. I love it. I will gladly get rid of that as long as it can get rid of everything else that came with it. That's how much I hate what they've done and how compromising it is to everything Star Wars. You can't move forward with this universe. You can't do it. So I love season 7 of the Clone Wars, especially the final 4 episodes. Fucking love it. But you got to get rid of all that shit. And it's, I would sacrifice season 7 of the Clone Wars to get rid of everything else Disney Star Wars.
Yeah, like Rebels, fucking get rid of Rebels. Like, I don't care if you like that shit. It's all Disney Star Wars.
That's all got to go.
Let's see. Darius Harvey for $20 says LMFAO at Ryan. I don't know what I said.
That's just to make Jay laugh right there.
That's great. Why'd you highlight that crap? We're trying to finish.
D-Day Darwood for 2. That amazing music is from the Berserk 1997 anime. The Guts music, right?
Yeah. Hey, guys, and I hear you. I very much enjoyed a lot of Rebels. I liked a lot of Rebels, and I loved season 7, but it's the greater good. It's the greater good. You got to get rid of all that shit to get rid of Disney Star Wars. So
yeah, you can't pick and choose. It's either fucking all or nothing. So you because guess what? A lot of people don't like Rebels. Ahsoka living through Rebels is fucking bad. It's bad for Disney Star Wars. Having Maul be involved so fucking much in every little fucking thing is bad for fucking Star Wars.
See, here's the thing. The thing with Ahsoka is, again, and I've talked about this. I can totally understand, and this isn't specific to Ahsoka, but anything. Like if you're kind of boxed into the universe, if you've got a character that's kind of elevated themselves for various amount of reasons, Ahsoka is a character that is very much popular and had really great development. I can get it, like, at that one character, if you're like, all right, we have a problem, guys. We've got a built-in universe. We've got some substantial things that have taken place in the timeline. But this character is so popular, we really want to keep her alive and keep her around. There's ways you could do that where you can still respect what happened. They didn't do that, though. They decided to intertwine her directly into the very thing that they should have kept her away from. And it just creates problems. As an Ahsoka fan, I can admit that. You just have to accept reality. They have fucked this up. It's fucked. It just is.
Yeah. I actually watched Phantom Menace the other day, and like when Obi-Wan, and this is Clone Wars problem, not necessarily post Disney. But this is when I feel like it's when a lot of stuff started was Clone Wars, when a lot of continuity was thrown out the window. When I watched Obi-Wan beat Darth Maul, I was like, all right. It lost so much meaning. That moment where you see Obi-Wan hop back up the shaft, slash Maul in half, and he falls down, and then he holds Qui-Gon in his arms. It's like, all right, but I mean, that dude's literally just going to come back like time and time and time again, and they're going to fight until they're both old as shit and die in the desert. Like, to me, when you do things like that, when you bring characters back like that, it ruins what we saw before. In the same way that we saw with Book of Boba Fett, where you had this emotional goodbye for a character with Baby Yoda and Mando, and they immediately retract that in the next fucking show they do. So the next time you rewatch Mandalorian Season 2, it lessens the value and lessens the impact of that moment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Like, how can that be argued? Like, this is the thing with this crowd of people. They're like, well, you just hate women. Like, no, that's actually a valid, factual, legitimate reason why this is a problem. Like, why is that so? You can say, well, I still like it, and that's fine, but don't sit there and discredit the point. The point is 100% valid. And these people, man, they're just like
they made Luke a douchebag again. He literally like dropped baby off the ship and said, "Get out of my face." Anyway,
but this is a bigger point though now, because it's like expanding upon what Ryan said about like I used to just put Star Wars on like in the background, you know, just when I'm doing something, because it was great to have the original trilogy or the prequels going. Now I don't even care to do that anymore. Like I don't even care to do that, because all it does is reminds me of where it goes. You know, it's like, yeah, I know where this ends up. Great, wonderful. Return of the Jedi is the perfect ending.
D-Day Dawa for 2. The amazing music is from Berserk 1997 anime. Thank you. Maximum Timores for 5.
That should be your new alert now, Jay. On Twitch.
I wouldn't get anything done.
Well, I got news for you, Jeremy. You hate women, and I'm like, wow.
Maximum Timaeus for 5. That Quantum Leap clip you watched got me into Berserk manga series because of the music. That track with the visuals killed me. Thank you. Fantastic, Mr. Knox for Aussie 5. I do hope the Lord of the Rings animation's good. Will be animated by the people who animated Ghost in the Shell series, I believe. There you go.
Water.
Let's see. BFSD for $5 says, Jeremy and Ryan, do y'all know who David Nevins is? If not, you wouldn't be surprised. David Nevins?
Nevins?
Yeah.
The name doesn't ring a bell.
I don't know. D-Day Darwolf for 5.
Sorry.
Didn't Mad TV do a skit of woke Lord of the Rings called Lord of the Bling? They predicted this. I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised if that was the case.
CEO of Showtime Networks. So this must be on the point of everything's going to be all white.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's who the Google search says he is.
0 Hour Discussion. Doogie Howser is L wrong. We got news for you. Thank you, 0 Hour Discussion. Fantastic, Mr. Knox for 5. Amazon's Lord of the Ring of the Pooper is nothing but a fanfic with an excuse for those from the One Ring thinking it's canon. That's why no one cared about fanfics.
He said Pooper.
Pooper got Jay. Nate Callis for 20. Oh, we said that one about Tugs. Thank you, Nate. Chris Torby for Aussie 3. What do you guys think of the halftime show? That was pretty good.
I enjoyed it. My issue was Eminem, and it's not that Eminem did bad or anything. I can't take the dude seriously anymore after the Trump shit. I just can't do it. Like it's not because of what he said. I don't give a fuck. All these motherfuckers hate Trump. That's fine. It's because like your brand is to be Eminem.
Yeah.
And you just completely cucked yourself when Trump wouldn't respond to him. Like he literally said that he was upset that Trump didn't acknowledge him after his diss. He's like, he's ignoring me. I can't believe he's not. Eminem doesn't beg people to acknowledge him.
Eminem's not a reply guy.
So yeah, it's so sad how far
I just hit that crip walk, baby.
Yeah, but everything like, dude, having Dre, Snoop, 50 gained 50 pounds for sure, but
he's a whole ass dollar now.
Yeah, he is.
He don't care.
No, of course not. But
inflation
they did that Tupac. Did you hear the Tupac tribute?
That's why I think Eminem was kneeling.
They were playing the
I ain't mad at you.
Tupac tribute.
Yeah, and I think that's why Eminem was kneeling. Like, I didn't even think about Kaepernick shit before, and he hasn't come out and said anything about it either, clarified anything. So I don't know if we'll ever get an answer to that.
I doubt he will. But overall, like, those guys are legends. I remember, like, how old was I? Was I like 14 or 15 when the fucking like Chronic and Doggy Style was a thing? You know what I mean? When I got those albums, dude, I hid them from my parents because there was all this rap, all these I was trying to edit everything I could, and I ruined my tapes. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, my parents are going to hear all these fucking F-bombs and everything. You know what I mean? But I felt so cool when I got the Chronic and Doggy Style, ultimately Warren G. You guys remember Regulate, I'm sure. But yeah, man. So that was a nostalgia trip, but also just cool to see them. Eminem's just a bitch, dude. I can't take him seriously no more. I can't do it.
I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was really cringe for all these conservative idiot. I almost said something else. All these conservative talking heads, I guess, who are like, ugh, rap music. You know,
Yeah,
that is, are we 20 years ago still? Holy fuck.
Well, like you had two interesting dynamics to that. On one side, you had the cringe conservatives, fake offended over rap music. And then on the other side, you had all of these leftist white people celebrating it, knowing damn well these motherfuckers ain't never listened to a rap song.
Yeah,
a
that was
rap
so.
Song.
You don't know any.
Ain't none of them ever listened to The Chronic or Doggy Style. Some of the shit that's said in Snoop's albums. Go ahead and listen to that and tell me those
virtuous.
white liberals.
We're from Florida, man. We had 2 Live Crew.
Yeah, I mean,
Eminem talks about like raping his mom and shit.
Like, I want you to, those woke white liberals, okay? I want them to listen to Ain't No Fun If the Homies Can't Have None. Let them listen to that song, okay? Let them listen to that song. And if you can't
I'm sorry,
that
mama.
day, baby, just lay back and open your mouth. Like, do you think these motherfuckers are going to be able to take that? Of course not.
About
Gin
me
and
so
juice.
horny.
Oh, my God, man. It's just so you both dynamics there. The left and the right were cringe as hell over that thing. My reasoning was M.
The tweet I sent you is my favorite one.
That got deleted.
How did that get deleted? Like, I wonder how it stayed up so long.
I know.
That was hilarious. All right. Real Operative X for 5. If a grizzly can't beat Leonardo DiCaprio, how can it beat a gorilla? I agree. Mozzie for $10 says hi. Thank you, Mazza. Mazza, not Mozzie. Mazza. I think that Mike's dodging you. Andy Masterson for 2. Oops, shouldn't have made you guys 1/6 SW. LOL. I mean, Star Wars figures? No, dude, I love my shit. I love it. Samurai Vader for 2.
Hey, Johnny.
Yeah,
Johnny.
Tada, Kadoom, surprise butt sex. That's what he said.
Johnny just told me somebody's mic is popping. Johnny just texted me. So he says pretty frequent. So
Check.
Everybody mute. Let's see who it is.
I haven't noticed anything. I mean, I will say, like, if he means when people are talking or just in general, I guess that's my question. Because, like, when Jay was muted, it was like definitely silent. But I don't know if it's because he's been laughing.
Well, mainly because Jay's been like making noises with his fucking cookies and his fucking coughing and like. Does anybody ever notice when I do this? Right here, when I do this, I'm either coughing or scratching my balls. Okay, that's what I'm doing. Matter of fact, all right, balls have been shifted. That's what I do. I'm not going to do it on camera.
Why do you mute yourself when you shift your balls? That was
because
weird.
I stand up because I have a big dick and balls. So I have to like stand up and move them around.
And it makes that much noise that you feel the need to mute, huh?
Yes.
Your balls just slap so hard on your legs.
No. It's not the, well, I mean, I don't like to stand up and do anything unless I'm mute. I don't do anything because I'm just, it's part of being trained.
Up, fucking shake it out. Fucking sit back down.
Just saying.
What's wrong with that?
Point is Jay needs to learn how to fucking mute when he coughs.
Yeah. Fantastic Mr. Knox for $5. Makes no sense for an Obi-Wan show to exist, especially when he needs to stay hidden from the rest of the galaxy. These people don't understand continuity. I agree.
And I played it up a little bit. It's above average. My bad, guys. Okay.
Someone says, is that why Krista's not showing her camera? Yeah, it's because she's constantly scratching her balls.
Wow.
5 picoseconds for Canadian 10. Apparently, people still need to hear this. Star Wars is dead. There's no saving it. There's no turnaround. Nothing is being retconned. Get over it. Focus your time and energy on something else. Yes. Thank you.
Johnny, you didn't have to send that. All right, I'm not gonna lie. I closed out the video. I closed the video out, clicked back, and it was fixed. Sorry, everyone. Johnny, all good, bro. Wait, what the fuck? Do I see Mike? Anyway, this has been a fantastic stream. Are we caught up? Ryan?
We're almost done.
Okay.
Mr. Grant Gregor for Aussie 5. Hail G&G. Thanks to Drunk 3PO for being on my stream. We need a D-Day Cobra rap album.
Know about that.
Ty Sloan for 5. I'm a Star Wars fan, and I still am, but I think people don't like Star Wars because of one character, Rey. I'm like, come on. If you've listened to me, Ty, you tune into my streams. I think you know it's about far more than just Rey. Nick,
Ty's always on point in terms of like sending super chats. I appreciate everything Ty says. Sometimes Ty just keeps going on and on and on, which again, all good, but it's far more than Rey.
Nick Kelman for 5. It would be neat to see Jay play the Magic Kingdom map for Minecraft Bedrock on the PH channel, on the Park Hoppin' channel. It's got animatronics and audio down pretty well. There you go. Ty Sloan for 5. What franchise do you think has fallen more, Star Wars or Power Rangers? Star Wars.
Star Wars.
Ty Sloan for 5. What will your reaction be when Fallen Order 2 drops? I would probably have to wait for it to drop before I could have a reaction. But I don't think it'll be called Fallen Order 2. I think it'll be called Jedi. It'll be like called Star Wars Jedi Rise from Darkness or some dumb shit like that. I think that's what I don't think it's going to be called Fallen Order 2. Like Fallen Order harder. It's not going to happen.
Seriously, guys, tonight was awesome. This has been, to me, this is the best episode of Main Event to date. This has been great. We laughed. We had really good discussions. Ivan was shamed. Hijabi Gamer was fantastic. You'll see more of her here on Geeks and Gamers. Gothics was fantastic. Everybody brought it. Everybody brought it tonight. I was really, really happy with tonight's episode. So thank you guys so much. Ryan, what do you got going on?
Nothing. Check out my channel, RK Outpost. I'm making random shit whenever. Check out Sports Wars.
He's killing it. He's killing it. Yeah, RK Outpost is definitely on fire. Jay, Drunk 3PO, unmute.
Yeah, Drunk 3PO. I just wait till Ryan makes a video and then copy his. So if you want to see the same video with less language, just watch mine. Also, Park Hoppin's taking a turn in the right direction because we're covering all drunk women fighting at theme parks, so it's a lot of fun over there.
Ryan's been saying this for a while. Just let me make Park Hoppin out.
So it's happening over there. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Oh dear God!
No. Oh no!
Last one of the night.
Oh, it's not the same music.
Retarded?
It is. There you go.
I didn't know whose face they were gonna use. I didn't know whose face they were gonna use. It was like a present,
I had no idea. I did not think it would be Ryan because he seemed too happy to share it. So.
FaZe Walker, thank you. God. BFSD for $10 says people who made everything's gonna be all white hate white people. Yeah, look who's in charge of Showtime Network. The guy they probably had go through to get put on Showtime. Thank you.
My God.
Man, that was good.
The greatest last hour ever.
You guys have been awesome tonight. Krista Nova, when are you streaming next over on Twitch?
I'm not sure yet, but I know that tomorrow I'm going to be hosting Splatoon 2 on Game with Geeks. Pretty excited about that. I'll be there. Jay will be there, Coffin, and a whole bunch of people. So pretty excited for that.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. That'll be tomorrow at 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Eastern. Chris will be hosting. I'll be there. Jay will be there. Johnny will be there. I'm sure Lyndon will be there. Lady Ripa is supposed to be joining us. Who else are we going to have on? Has anybody? Mike should be there.
Probably Lethal.
Ryan won't. So,
yeah, it'll be a full house. It'll be cool.
Yep. So, all right, guys, seriously, thank you so much. This video will stay public here on the channel, so feel free to timestamp your favorite point and, comment in the comments below. Smash the melee button, and we will see you tomorrow night on Gaming with Geeks, and then for Friday Night Tights over on Nerdrotics channel, and here again for Tuesday night's main event. Also Mario Kart on Sunday, so we got a lot going on. Guys, Appreciate y'all. This was awesome. Have a good night. We will
Good night,
talk to
guys.
you later. Bye, everyone.
Bye.